confidence. Low testosterone is often the culprit as we get older. As men, we produce testosterone less and less. And the next thing you know, we're operating at quite a deficiency. At Men's T Clinic, they specialize in helping men reclaim their strength, their vitality, their drive. Personalized testosterone therapy. I love it. You know, we have a very busy life. Wake up early, get the kids to school and get breakfast made and all that. Start prepping for the show and, you know, then do the show, coach the soccer team and all that. And, you know, people always ask me, how do you have energy for it all? Well, Men's T Clinic and testosterone replacement therapy can get you supercharged for whatever you need to be better for, okay? The modern man, a lot of demands on us, guys. I don't know what specific demands you have, but I bet it's a lot, you know, especially if you have a family. So Men's T Clinic does not stop at supercharging you, though. They have hair replacement therapies, regenerative therapies for joint pains like pro athletes used to get. They have weight loss assistance. They have muscle mass assistance, okay? Same-day appointments, quick visits, expert care, mensteclinic.com, 972-GO-MENS-T.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
That Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We'll be back at it tomorrow against Detroit. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Check it out. Their Spa Wars hot tub and swim spa blowout is good now through the 26th. Biggest sale of the year. If you want a new hot tub for the summer, now is the time. Factory rebates, 0% APR financing with no money down. And these guys are the best local family at Southern Leisure. 3 DFW locations. Get to Arlington, Richardson. We're in Flower Mound here, okay? And you can save up to 50% on scratch and dent models as well. So a lot of great stuff going on as we prepare our minds and bodies for an edition of football's finest. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's the Chief.
Okay, the 214 asking the question, are the Cowboys going to be able to re-sign George Pickens after this season? Yesterday, when the news went down, we asked that question. How likely is it that this is more than just a one-year rental? I think we all feel like that's it's a low chance that this is more than a one-year deal, right? I mean, unless the Cowboys decide that they're willing to pay another wide receiver in the neighborhood of $30 million per year.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
I would be surprised if they'd be down to do that. You say, oh, well, why don't you just franchise tag him? Well, that's going to cost you $25 million immediately, boom, for the following season right there on your cap. You don't get to spread that out like you do if you have a contract extension of some sort. So,
but it buys you another year. It buys you another year, though. The key to all this, though, is that you're going to have to get Bland and you're going to have to get Micah and others done before that, though. That's the key. It's that one might be the most. If you want him for one more year, I would try my best to make sure that you get those other ones taken care of, because that's going to be the route. In order for you, because you're likely saving that franchise tag if something happens with Micah,
which you'll have a lot of time to get done in terms of assuming. I mean, we all imagine that deal should get done this offseason at some point, right?
Okay, then that's the one. Now knock out the Bland one. You get it. If you want to keep Pickens, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to keep the franchise tag open for him. If that's the case, if you want to do that. So that means getting those other ones done.
I mean, I think if you can get close, it's worth doing the deal. Like, I think Steelers fans are mad that they're letting the Cowboys do this. Having George Pickens for 1 year, then letting him walk for a third-round comp. They're like, why didn't we just keep George Pickens for a year? So I think that the overall trade-off for the Cowboys is good as long as he is on track for the kind of contract and production that would get the third-round comp. You're losing a 5 to have George Pickens for a year? Okay.
Yeah, but you do have to factor in the fact that in next year's draft, if that's the case, you don't have your third-round pick, you don't have your fifth-round pick, and you don't have George Pickens. Yeah. So that's gonna sting. Now a year later, when you're sitting there in this hypothetical 2 third-round picks, because you get the third-round comp pick in return, that's nice. But again, you're reaping a reward that is far down the line, and so you're going all in with George Pickens for this year in a year where you're not a George Pickens away from a Super Bowl.
Well,
and then all of a sudden on draft night, here you go, you don't get a chance at Ravel and Jaden Blue. Let's just say that, because that was this year.
Yeah, that hurts.
Well, the thing that you might be putting the cart before the horse, because if in fact that George Pickens comes here and flops, you're not going to get anything.
Then you're not getting squat.
You're not getting anything. So, but if he does, now the last time the Cowboys, the last time they got like a 4th-round pick was 2021. So you're not guaranteed that you're going to get that.
Guy's got to go be good.
It's got to be about the formula is hard to explain because nobody understands it, but I think the best that you probably really can realistically hope for is like a 4th-round pick. I think that's the
wow. Okay,
even worse than getting your third back.
Yeah, I think that's the best that you could hope for, because if you go,
and it's at the end. It's at the end of the round.
Yeah, you go through and look at the history of Dallas Cowboys compensatory picks. majority of the third and second, third, fourth, those were all earlier in when this started. Recently, it's been the fifth, the sixth, those kinds. Like I said, I think 2021 was the last time that they had a fourth-round pick.
Okay, it hurts, but what you get, I think,
it's not automatic that you get the third.
No doubt, that's not an automatic.
Sure.
Yeah.
But what you do get is the chance to catch lightning in a bottle if Jaden Blue's good, and if you get good left tackle play one way or another.
Yeah. And that's really where I want to go now because I've thought about this in a big picture way since the trade got made. For the most part, trying to appreciate the fun of it. Let's sink into the fun. I'm at least vowing for myself now moving forward. I'm just going to appreciate what is probably just going to be 1 year of dating of George Pickens and how much more fun the next season of football. Our Sundays just got a lot more fun with George Pickens being here. Yeah. So I'm gonna put to bed the big picture stuff.
I'm joining you.
I just want to lean in the fun. Okay, Dawson's in, Broadus. Are you ready to commit to this? Are you ready to commit to the fun of George Pickens?
I'm absolutely.
Okay.
It could go a lot of different ways with George Pickens.
Well, I think the fun actually started with our very own Bobby Belt being the one to break this news. Mm-hmm. And then also the backstory of Broadus having to kick the news to a sleeping Adam Schefter in the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah.
And so
5:38 in the morning.
And then it gets even funnier when Mr. Polished Broadcaster Mike Greenberg is trying to tee up the breaking news on Get Up. George Pickens, Cowboys in May. This is TV gold right now. Greeny, let's go ahead and break this news.
The bottom of the hour, we have major breaking news this morning on ESPN and Get Up. The Cowboys and Steelers are working to finalize a trade that will send wide receiver George Pickens to Dallas in exchange for draft pick compensation. Shefty dropping that bomb from a plane earlier this morning. He's on an airplane, and the trade is, I didn't like the phrasing of that. The trade is expected to include a third-round pick, other pick swaps, and is expected to be finalized today.
Mr. Polished Broadcaster painting a picture that he would like to take back.
I love how he said, I didn't like the phrasing of that, though.
Yeah.
Greeny's a pro.
Absolutely.
I've always been a fan.
Me too. Now, our buddy John Owning yesterday, he was toloing his tail off there on the West Coast, listening to some G-Bag Nation, and he heard our back and forth about the yards after catch stuff.
Yeah.
Brought us because you were given the scouting report in Krusty's Corner yesterday, and I had just some of the metrics from Pro Football Focus to set the table for your film scouting report.
Right.
And the yards after catch stuff is about average or a touch below average for George Pickens throughout his career, but you were saying the film said something a little bit different.
Yeah.
And John Owning gave us a little bit more. Now, you have to keep in mind, this is a guy with like 30% of his routes are just go balls. And then the next most popular route for him is a hitch route, just run and turn around. So, I mean, you know Dak's going to love that. And then it's like an out route to the sidelines. Those are like his main routes. So he's a guy that's going down the field and catching on the sideline. He's taking an out route to the sideline. Yeah,
right.
exactly. Oftentimes you're just catching the ball and going down.
Yeah.
And then he's also a hitch guy, which a hitch doesn't really allow for much yak. We see that for the Cowboys all the time. They love hitches, and they're always at the bottom of the league when it comes to yards after catch. So some of it has to do with just his route tree, but the way that John Owning put it, he says, don't fall for the George Pickens isn't a yards after catch threat banana in the tailpipe, because a lot of people are pointing to the numbers, and Pickens 4 yards after the catch per reception. That is below NFL average, but he says it has more to do with the fact that so many of his receptions came on the sideline and when running stop routes, not great opportunities to create a bunch of yards after the catch. And then he notes that Pickens ranked 20th among all wide receivers in missed tackles forced in 2024. And among those ranked in the top 20, he had the fourth fewest receptions total, meaning the fourth fewest opportunities to create missed tackles and yards after catch and stuff like that. So I do think that we're probably going to be pleasantly surprised with him with the ball in his hands.
Well, especially like I said earlier with the accuracy of him,
and then you factor in the better quarterback
play and the chance of getting the ball on the move. Like I said, this guy when it run after, he is trying to get every single yard out of every reception that he has.
You know what I love about watching his stuff last night was how aware the dude is.
Yeah.
Like he is constantly checking over his shoulders and scanning and figuring out stuff and using that data. So I don't care what his 40 time says, because it is increased significantly by his ability to anticipate the defense's movements because of the information that he gathers while the ball's in flight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy is just an absolute energetic maniac.
He is. He is. And I love that temperament. And you can't have a team full of those guys, but you got to have some. And he's going to be that guy for this offense. I liked from our buddy Brandon Laurie blogging The Boys, 2024, last season, George Pickens recorded 471 receiving yards on targets with less than a 50% completion probability. So these are low chance receptions, and he ranked 4th in the NFL on those plays. So on balls, like you mentioned, a lot of that has to do with poor quarterback play.
Yeah.
This is a ball that the analytics would say not a very likely probability it gets caught. He was 4th in the sport in terms of generating yards on those type of plays. So he's a bad ball catcher. That's what he is.
Yeah.
The ultimate BBC.
I know the criticism was that his last game played for the Steelers, I think he was 1 of 6, and he was a good ball dropper that game.
Yeah, which was well timed. He was kind of being a teammate already.
Yeah,
before we even realized
that might have been the final nail. Okay, we're getting rid of George. This is it.
And I love just what he does outside the numbers. CeeDee Lamb is a guy that dominates from all over the field, but especially in the middle of the field from the slot position. Now you have a guy that outside the numbers is one of the best in the sport. So for next season, dude, this is going to be a lot of fun, boys.
It is. I cannot wait to get to Oxnard. Really can't wait to get out to the OTA, start taking a look. It is the G-Back Nation live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Their Spa Wars hot tub and swim spa blowout is live. It's now through the 26th, biggest sale of the year, 0% APR with nothing down. Largest selection of hot tubs in Texas here. We have 3 Southern Leisure Spas and Patios. We're at the Flower Mound location. So join us up here all the way until 7 o'clock. If you want to go to shopspawars.com, you can see all the individual models and their pricing right there. Shopspawars.com, and then get to Southern Leisure. Okay, and Brian, would you be ready for an edition of Krusty's Corner by chance?
I would not be ready, but we can make something up.
Okay, well, let's ask questions to Broadus or listen to him make stuff up. Coming up next here, it's the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio one last time, though. Join us. You can win a Kamado Joe. We have G-Back Nation cool window flags as well.
Uber Eats has a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
No.
Love the dynamic between Sean and Bobby.
They try to have as much fun as possible.
But I cannot miss LA Live on my drive.
Being there all the time for us and being part of a family.
That's hands down the best segment on the fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan, a Thirsty Thursday, and we are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. They got what you need here for your backyard kitchen, you know, your patio setup, and they got it all. And you can enter to win a Kamado Joe right here today. Show until 7 o'clock. We're at the Flower Mound location. There's 2 other locations here in DFW for Southern Leisure, and they're in the midst of an incredible hot tub and spa sale. Okay, so what you're looking at is the Spa Wars hot tub and swim spa blowout with factory rebates and 0% APR with no money down. You can have a hot tub in your backyard this weekend for no money down.
What a dream.
And an interest-free loan? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's the best part. And then you change the vibes in your backyard forever.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
hey, let me ask you this question real quick then.
What do you got?
Since we're doing this, since I didn't look at the schedule.
You're good.
It's all right. You're wearing your Master's hat and your Master's shirt right now.
No. I got the hat on.
I thought you were going to give us golf takes.
No. This is.
I thought it was going to be Krusty's golf corner.
I did it for the Stars.
Damn it,
the green for the Stars. Appreciate that.
Classic.
I was looking up something real quick though, just to see. Okay, and it was what they were. This comes from Pro Football Focus, is what this is. And because I was interested. What they had a situation. They're saying, what do you think the Cowboys' biggest need still is?
Ooh, that's a great question.
And then I got another question for you guys afterwards on this one. I'm freestyling it here a little bit. I apologize to that.
No, I like it, dude. Just going off the top.
I am. I'm just trying to do it off the rip.
I feel like you're flying in the face of my left tackle take. Do you think Guyton's going to be pretty good, Brian?
You know what?
Clear if you ask me.
I have questions about that myself, but I'm going to say Pro Football Focus does not see that as their biggest need here.
Yeah. I mean, just are you more confident that Tyler Guyton will be respectable at his spot, or for instance, Mozzie Smith at his? Now,
here we go.
Now, you can obviously argue that left tackle is more important than your run-stopping defensive tackle. I get that, but they are both on the scale of importance, and I am more confident that Tyler Guyton can have a sophomore step up in the right direction than I am that Mozzie Smith.
So you've seen enough of Mozzie Smith, is what you're saying?
I pretty much have. Yeah, I'm down to the last 2% of what I got.
Yeah, after you've had 2 years in you, there's no chance for a big sophomore bump. You're probably Dunsky. Yeah. But I think they're similar players as far as how you would grade them 1 through 10. You'd probably put them both in the 2.5 range, right?
Yeah, one you're more interested in writing in pen, and the other one you're like pencil because I might need to erase this and add a couple of points here because Guyton, like many in year 2, could take the step. So, but they're both questions. The cornerback spot also huge questions.
Okay, yeah. See, that's the one. And my next question for you. Actually, Pro Football Focus says it's the interior defensive line.
Do they really?
They really do.
Yeah. I mean,
they really do. And they say that Mozzie Smith and Oso Digizua are once again the Cowboys' starting defensive tackles after struggling in run defense last year and they give the run grade defense. They give their grades a 35.9 and a 50.8.
And that's a scale of 1 to 100.
Yeah, and respectfully, Dallas added Solomon Thomas, but he earned just a 41.5 run defense grade from the Jets last year. That position group in run defense is a big area concern for 2025. So they really don't even like what you did by trying to add a 342-pound nose tackle here.
Well, that's because it wasn't like it was a first or second round guy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's a guy that we're hopeful makes the team and contributes in some way.
Right.
And I would love, in a perfect world, he's superior to Mozzie Smith, and he can be a guy on first down and obvious run situations that you can plug in there. But I think that's a giant hole, and your cornerback stuff is also a huge problem.
Right.
And who's going to be your nickel? I think when all is healthy, Diggs on the boundary, Ravel on the boundary,
right,
and then Bland at nickel.
Sure. Yeah. I think healthy, you have a chance to be pretty dang good. But if I'm bringing in George Pickens to try to make the most out of this year without consideration for the future, I think defensive tackle, veteran corner, left tackle. And I don't think you have to absolutely break the bank to get significantly better here, but we need to see those 3 positions addressed. They've gone out late in free agency and got 1 techniques, I hope they do that again in mid-July or something.
Yeah. Is there a big guy just sitting on his couch right now? I mean, and maybe after June 1, you get guys that get cut.
June 1.
Maybe you can go scoop a vet. But
okay.
By the way, I talked to somebody in the organization, and they're out of the running back market.
Okay.
They like their guys.
No Breece Hall, no Nick Chubb.
No Breece Hall, no Nick Chubb.
What's not to like about Javonte Williams?
Who do they like? Who do they really like?
Well, I just asked the question. I'm like, hey, is there still this possibility? During the draft, we were hearing names of potential running backs.
Yeah.
And I said, are we out of that market now? And the answer was yes, we're out of that market.
And that's because they believe in Sanders or Williams?
They believe in the guys they're going to ride with the guys that they currently have there.
Okay.
So, real quick on another
see
thing.
How it goes. There'll be backs available.
There could be.
Yeah.
Chief, did we do the thing yesterday off what we did with of Love of the Star when we asked about which position group you feel the best of?
Power rank the confidence in the groups.
But you and I had different things. I don't think we played this question. I don't think we asked Dawson this question though yesterday.
No, we didn't. We didn't
because you and I had different, and you could give your answer.
You were saving it for your Krusty's Corner.
I feel a pretty good Krusty's Corner coming on.
Okay, the question. I'm sorry, man. I was driving along trying to get through traffic here. I didn't look down at the email. My apologies. But okay, so yesterday on Love of the Star. Dawson's like, why do I even send it to you? I'm admitting it, Dawson. I did. I dropped the ball.
Broadus hasn't checked his email since
the
70s.
No.
You're on record with that.
I'm the only guy at the group that actually does the company-wide, hey, check out the whatever.
The HR stuff?
Yeah. I'm the guy who's the responsible one of the group that like, oh, hey, learn about cyber warfare and all that stuff like that.
Well, let me tell you, I know you got a good Cowboys question coming. Good job bringing Krusty's Corner together like this, but I've been working on my communication, right? Legitimately, because I've realized over the last 6 months it's been bad.
Okay.
Right? And I'm having a man in the mirror moment right this week, right? So yesterday I had a communication crisis, right? And then I come back today, I'm like, I'm going to be better. It's like the Rangers. We're going to hit today, and then you show up and get shut out.
I will just say this, though, Dawson, and I do appreciate your effort. I got your email at 3:48 this afternoon.
We went on the air at 52.
I think it was 52.
That's what I'm saying. You see, that's what he's admitting. I'm actively trying to get better.
I wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure. And again, we're running out of time here, but I'm gonna maybe we'll get to this question in a little bit. But
there you go.
I looked at these and I said, "Damn, did Dawson really send me an email?" And it did. It said 3:48. I'm like, okay, wait. I just was pulling it. Now I should have looked at it right then and there.
You never look at the show sheet. I know that. I know you never look at the show sheet, so I should have told you.
No, I always look
but
at the show sheet.
We were involved in a pretty interesting pre-show conversation.
We
were. Broadus is just, he's dialed on that 340.
Hey, we got
anything before or after that, you're going to have to negotiate.
We got a football something coming up here in a little bit.
Yeah, I think we have football something at 5:20.
Can I please ask that question, because I think the listeners, it was a really, really good question on Love the Star. I want to see what Dawson's answer will be.
Hey, good tease, and how about good news? 469 says, I'm a big guy sitting on the couch right now. Tell the Cowboys to give me a shout.
Yeah.
I mean, there's guys out there.
Yeah, it sounds like a good run stopper.
Yeah, Bobby, you're not allowed
plug
to
and play.
You're not allowed to wear your hoodie underneath your pads like that. So we can't have you playing.
Big, strong guy. Legs like tree trunks, sausage fingers.
Well,
that's all we need.
That's what they think they got with the UCLA kid. We're just we're letting Pro Football Focus just take us down.
But you said he moves less than Mozzie. Like Mozzie's more mobile than this
guy. The ball when the ball gets a little wide, be alert. Be alert.
Okay, we got to run. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Hurry in while supplies last.
Alert! We're bleeped on this play. Get him off the field. Somebody call a timeout.
I'm just telling you, man, these big dudes, though, these teams get around them sometimes. They do.
All righty. We're coming back here with the 5 o'clock segment. We have to talk about the Dallas Stars' glory from last night, get you caught up on all the Texas Rangers news, and more George Pickens quotes. He spoke with the media today, and we're back with that here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you, though. Here we go into an evening commute.
Nutmeg me.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Okay, welcome in. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. I have a pretty good George Pickens contract take coming up here for you in a few minutes, but I want to talk about Dallas Stars and the historic night we were treated to last night with Mikko Rantanen continuing to carve his name in the Dallas sports history books and making a legend of himself already. It was quite a scene, okay? So let's talk about this live from Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here in Flower Mound. G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Wolchuk is out, our reigning G-Bag of the Day champion. No doubt, Bully Melrose strutting through the cruise line halls last night. Probably, living his best life. So salute to Wolchuk. Send him some love on social media. Let him know that he is, in fact, missed. But, yeah, up here at Southern Leisure Spa and Patio, it's basically your best chance of the year to get a smoking deal on a hot tub for the backyard. Now through the 26 Spa Wars Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout. Factory rebates, 0% APR financing with no money down. Quick delivery. Put a hot tub in your backyard this weekend. 5 major manufacturers, factory trained technicians. They got it all here at Southern Leisure, and they do have 3 locations across DFW. Okay, what do you guys think? This absolutely has the makings of a special run, I think.
Yes.
Once you get a guy like this, these are the dudes that win championships. Players that rise to the biggest occasions. And when you're maybe flat and you're not going to score any goals and you're going to get beat 2-0, he's like, well, I'll just win 3-2 for us, guys.
Sure.
And those are the kids that play up and play for free and get scholarships and and he's a special guy. I loved his reactions to the goals. He's just the ultimate teammate, and the way that he has, I believe, elevated this Stars organization. Brian, I know I got in trouble with Stars fans around Radio Row. Wolchuk ripped me. It was an epic rant.
Sure.
But I still kind of believe that I would feel a lot better about these teams' chances if they had, as Bucci was calling them last night, a horse. And that's what this dude is.
Well, he's a moose, but he's a horse.
And a horse, yeah.
He's a moose horse. It's the first of its kind.
Yeah, I think to me there was, and Dawson, I think you hit the nail on the head. When things don't go well, it's not always like he's the star. It's clearly he's the best player on the ice. He really, really is. But the fact that they had so many other players, the fact that Pete DeBoer and the coaching staff were double shifting him, just to try and putting him on the fourth line and maybe short shifting his other responsibilities, but getting him onto that fourth line just to find any. And listen, whether it's against fourth line, first line, it doesn't matter. That guy is a hell of a hockey player, and you could just tell his determination in the way that for such a big man, the stick handling, the passing, the vision of the ice, his ability to play with speed, and down there, near the blue paint. I mean, he's down there not being denied. He plays really well behind the goal. There's so many.
That first one where he reaches through and pokes it's just like, how do you have that level of coordination?
Your ability to have somebody in your lap and going back and then still having the presence of mind to poke at the puck and still have vision and to try and work your stick. When Hellebuyck is on one side, he doesn't even know where the puck is.
Yeah.
And he's on one side of the cage, and now you got a guy that's just overpowering at the top of the crease, and he's just it's just amazing that you usually think star players don't want to play that, and I'm going to use a word, the muck it up kind of game where you have to be gritty, you have to be tough, you're going to get hit. Nobody wants to take cross checks in the back or have the goalie hitch in the back of the legs with their stick while you're standing, trying to block and vision stuff. That's for other guys. That's not for superstars. This guy's different that way. He's willing to play down there at the top of the crease and make things happen.
He's definitely making it obvious or known that I don't need McKinnon to go to this level.
Yeah.
He is now third in points among all players over the past 5 postseasons, behind only Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl.
Yeah.
Who you might get.
We've seen them both. Yeah. We've seen them both.
Yeah, but now we have our own star. It's like I was watching Winnipeg last night with their best players, and I'm like, man, that's what the Stars were. pretty dang good players with a great goalie, and then they were like, hey, let's put in one of the best, 3 or 5 players that you can possibly acquire right here. Might be one of the greatest trade deadline acquisitions in sports history.
Sure.
How much does it counter the Luka impact? I think that is going to resonate for many years to come, as I think this is going to become much more of a stars town. I don't think you would make the case as Rantanen on the level of a Luka. I don't think he's quite at that level. I think Luka's like the McKinnon type.
Yeah. But this dude he's putting himself. Right now he's putting himself on the map as a historical legend.
Well, with what you're talking about, Dawson is absolutely right with what the Stars are doing. Very, very young team, with the exception of a couple of veteran guys. I didn't think it was a particularly great game for Jamie Benn last night.
No, not at all.
He takes
I thought that penalty was weird. I think dude was holding his stick.
Well,
I don't think he was trying to.
Yeah,
he was playing rough.
Yeah, we saw it though. He basically carried the jet, the length of the ice, and so then all of a sudden when the puck gets near, that's a pretty easy call there when you get all tied up. But then he had the giveaway behind the goal that and it just didn't seem like a Jamie Benn type of a game where you usually see him, he's on his toes, but he was Essa Lindell. They've had these guys that have played, these role players that have played really, really well for him. With they're having to deal with Miro being out, everybody's stepping up, playing a different role each night. There's a different guy that's kind of taking the mantle of, okay, hey, listen, I got your back tonight.
Yeah, Lindell was a beast last night.
He was really, really good. His ability to be, you talk about awareness. Things are going crazy the last 3 minutes. They're sweeping the puck out of there. There's, they're losing sight of where it is. It's just crazy. But then you got to, sweep, just getting out with your hand, doing anything you have to do in order to not allow Winnipeg to score a goal there. It was
shot blocking machine, that guy.
It was crazy how that. But you have one, and they might have what they think is the best goalie in the world. Your guy, he really does feed off that type of energy from a crowd.
Was the crowd trolling him?
Oh yeah,
for not being the starter.
Hellbeck's backup. Yeah, they were. They were.
Is that what that was?
Backup. Yeah, backup talk there. Yeah.
Well, if you like grilling, if you are a pellet griller, if you are a meat church griller, they got buy one get one free meat church seasonings, and they're doing these pellets for $12 for a 28-pound bag, Brian.
I'll tell you what though, Dawson, and they got those smoke tubes here too.
Yeah,
so if you're using
50% off.
Yeah, if you're using your pellet, you want to get a little extra smoke. You can't get that smoke sometimes in your pellet. So what you need to do, these smoke tubes will really, really help you out.
We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, the Flower Mound location. But yeah, just a couple of firsts for Rantanen, first player in Stanley Cup playoff history with multiple 3-goal periods in the same postseason. Dude did it in back-to-back games. First player in Stars franchise history going back to the North Stars to produce a natural hat trick in the playoffs. So congrats and welcome to Rantanen. It must be nice to shake off that, that tag that was going around during that 7-game losing streak in the first 2 games of the last series.
Did you see the Colorado Avalanche press conference yesterday, like their end-of-season press conference? Joe Sacca is their director of hockey operations.
He's just getting Moose questions.
Well, you see him and the general manager, and you could tell just what a strain this whole thing has been on them.
Like a moose knuckle sandwich.
Yeah, they felt like they felt like they did the right thing in building their team, and they're thinking, hey, we were just a team, and now we had to make a trade, and now they're up there, and here's every Colorado media member asking them these questions, and they're just like, no great answer.
How did the Stars ever beat that team? I guess Landeskog was hurt for 3 years. Yeah. But how loaded was that freaking Avalanche team? They must be in misery right now to be out in the first round with that kind of a roster.
And think about how
they're better than Winnipeg. Sorry.
Think about how loaded the Stars are too, doing all this with without their best player.
Yeah.
Maybe Mikko Rantanen is taking that baton, but Miro's been their best player, and we haven't even seen those two guys on the ice together yet. Yeah. And I do love after the game last night, Rantanen was talking with one of the reporters about how today was going to be a big Nordic spa day for the players. And so I love that we're kind of spawning it up here at Southern Leisure at the same time that they're getting their body right, ready to go dominate for game 2.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful. Okay, and it's just one day off in between every game this series.
Yes.
And who knows? Maybe now that they win game one, we can talk about a sweep, maybe a gentleman's sweep. I don't know.
And we don't even have the super late ones. Once they get back to Dallas, it's a 3:30 puck drop on Sunday.
Nice.
And then the Tuesday game is 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wow. That is amazing. All right, so new Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens making news today, speaking with the media, had a number of interesting quotes. And he was asked about his rookie contract. He says, I'm kind of where my feet are right now, to be honest. I'm not really thinking about contract talks. I'm just glad to be with the Cowboys right now, trying to build a winning culture.
Yeah, because he's got the shark agent that Micah Parsons has. This is not a
David Mulligetta.
We're not like, hey, we're trying to go get a deal done right now. Whatever we can get, we'll take. Like he wants to go have an explosive year with the best quarterback he's ever played with, next to the best receiver he's ever played with. The opportunities are galore. He knows that this is his chance to get the fattest bag possible next offseason. So he's got no interest in signing a deal right now.
Yeah, either blow up and be good for the Cowboys. I would love it if somebody could have a prediction that if he plays great and the Cowboys' offense is good, that they do end up paying both. Wouldn't that be fun? Like, did they go cheapskate these last couple of years with the idea of maybe we could go more all in? No? Is it totally out the window for you guys? Is there any chance, Brian? You're sitting there looking with a look on your face. Do you have inside info that there's no way he's coming back?
No. The only information I can give you is they're out of the running back market. That's the only thing I could say right now. But it's going to have to. You're going to have to, like I said earlier. I think it's going to have to be with Micah getting done, with Bland getting done. I mean, you're going to, if anything, do everything in your power to keep the franchise tag alive. So maybe then in the following you could negotiate with him.
They've been building a war chest and paying off cap.
Maybe,
they're getting ready to pay both of them.
Yeah.
And maybe the same year you draft a new left tackle next year, and you're like, hey, we got a 32-year-old Dak with a couple of years left on it. Then I don't know what's going to happen. Jerry's coming up on his mid-80s. I mean, this is real. Like, do you want to take a good chance at it? This is it right here. Micah's in his prime. As Araku, you have Bland and Diggs and Ravel. Yeah. Overshown gets healthy. There's so much to like. Like, please, just go all in. Why would you not be inspired as a competitor by what the Eagles have done? Just dominating financially and saying, hey, we're buying a championship, essentially. If I'm Jerry, I want to do that too.
Yeah. I'm with you. I am totally with you. My fear would be they would do the Pickens thing, and then they would let that constrain them from doing anything else. Mm-hmm. If it was Howie Roseman in the Eagles, he pays CeeDee Lamb the way he paid A.J. Brown, pays Pickens the way he's paid Devontae Smith, but also make sure the rest of the roster is dominant as well. And so I don't think the Cowboys, they would do that. It would ultimately, hey, you have Lamb and Pickens, and that's great, but that would create multiple other giant holes on the roster because of the way they like to do it.
I don't know. Maybe as an older guy who has good health going, you think I'm going to my late 90s. I don't want to be, taking any unnecessary gambles and risks. But I'd sure be like, dude, Steven, I've been letting you be conservative with this cap for how long? It's time to try something different. We want a Super Bowl. We need to win one now that breathes life and belief back into the organization. We need to take this generation on the magic carpet ride that binds them to this organization, the way that Rangers fans are and the way that Mavs fans still are from Dirk. How different the MFFL culture would be if Dirk had never won that championship. He might have been traded, might have gone elsewhere, and we just be talking about what never happened. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they won that it's been 14 years, and I think the Cowboys have been living off their 5 for a long time, but I think it's about to expire. That's the other thing I'm telling Steve. If I'm dad, I'm like, son, we got to lock in another generation. I'm not always going to be able to be silver-tongued daddy who goes on the radio and goes on TV and creates engagement for this brand. That's a big part of why we've been able to be so relevant while not winning. And I don't know. I don't think Steven's going to have that knack for it.
No.
I think you're born with that or you're not.
I like the way you sell that, though. This isn't Jerry saying selfishly, I need to get my ring before my time is done. This is for the kids.
Yes.
Think about the families. Not only in the Metroplex, we're America's team. Do it for your gosh dang country, Steven.
Son, the Cleveland Browns were once the premier organization in the NFL. It expired.
Yeah.
Right?
It went away.
They were the best in the 60s. It expired by what? The 90s.
Yeah.
What? What?
It really. Oops.
We lose it? Okay, we're good. Let me throw this in there before we go. The Mavs front office has reportedly made staffing changes. Nico is fired. Their trainer Dion Calhoun and the athletic performance director Keith Belton, among others. Tim McMahon reporting. So yes, that's. I think that's a good sign. It was exposed rather embarrassingly, I think, for the organization, just how bad that their training staff had gotten in one of those postseason pieces. Like, they had people that no other organization would consider hiring, and Nico brought those guys in, alienated Lucas, and chased Casey Smith off, which was second only to the Luka trade. But you had the best trainer in the entire league, like
one of the most respected for sure.
This guy,
miracle worker.
This guy didn't have all the proper certifications to even be one.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And now this year you couldn't stay healthy, so I still don't know how Nico has a job. I think it's only because the owner is so inexperienced. All righty, we're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan. Your chance to win a Kamado Joe grill here today. Retail value of $400. Sold out on almost all retailers right now. This is a very difficult grill to get because it's amazing. It's a heck of a cooking machine, and if you come by right now, you can get entered to win, no problem. Okay, it's time to get to the expressway. I believe Brian has a football question that he wants to ask us.
I do.
Absolutely,
I do. I have a question about which position of this team that's not very good do you feel the best about? We'll do that next.
But first, Holes, it's time to take control of your financial future, and great news for all of us.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. How about the Spa Wars hot tub and swim spa blowout? You want a spa, you want a hot tub, you want you want one of these indoor cold tubs, you want one of these indoor sauna thingies. Boom, they got it here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Now through the 26th, biggest sale of the year, factory rebates, 0% APR financing with no money down. They can put a hot tub in your backyard this weekend. Just swing by one of the 3 DFW Southern Leisure Spa and Patio locations, and they're going to get you taken care of. Thought I had the website. There it is, shopspawars.com. Okay, Rangers were 0 for with runners in scoring position again today, Brian. Had 2 guys on
0
the
for
first.
17 in the last 2 days.
I mean, they had 6 walks. Barnhart had 3 singles. Jock Peterson had 3 walks. Jack Leiter he's scuffling a little bit.
Over 5 ERA now.
But he escaped. He escaped a lot of trouble. It could have been a lot worse.
Could have been worse.
And he was getting ahead of a lot of hitters. Mike was doing a tremendous job explaining it. I mean, he's just absolutely dominating. I don't think anybody is giving you more baseball information and perspective.
He's living and dying every pitch for sure.
Yeah. Agreed, man. It's extremely educational every single game.
Yeah. But we're going to get to the G-Bag of the day here in a few minutes, Brian. You have this football question?
Yeah, I do. And Eric and I did an episode of Love of the Star podcast. It was up yesterday, so we encourage you to check it out. It's on your Odyssey podcast or wherever you get those Odysseys podcasts at. But yeah, it's the question was asked by in the mailbag.
Matt Holleran.
Man, and thanks, Matt, for it was a really good question. He gave us 4 positions, Dawson, and he said, he goes, rank how you feel best to worst about these positions. Am I right about that, Chief? I did that right?
That's right.
The positions he gave us, Dawson, he gave us running back, tight end, linebacker, cornerback.
Which positions do I feel best about right now? Holy cow, Matt Holleran is a question-asking son of a gun.
Yeah, this dude is pretty dang impressive, and he was the star of the show for the Dean Julian mailbag on this week's Love of the Star.
I guess I would have to say I feel best about linebacker because long-term Overshown, Leafau, and then short-term you add a couple of veterans. I kind of like what they got going on at linebacker. Let me go cornerback. Because, obviously, I mean, now you've added Ravel. If you get Diggs healthy, this could be the best cornerback trio in the NFL.
Okay, maybe if you're going bigger picture with it, yes. I mean, I think to start the season, like going into the season, I think that's probably sort of the spirit of his question.
Yeah.
Going into this season right now.
Yeah.
Running back.
At 1, most confident?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cornerback, linebacker. No. Tight end. I don't know. Running back, tight end. Cornerback, linebacker.
Okay. That's different than ours. Now, ours was a little bit different as well.
Right.
Because
I went linebacker first.
Broadus feels most confident about the linebackers.
Okay.
Sanborn, Leofau, Kenneth Murray.
Yeah.
And then hopefully Overshown comes back like a super beast.
Right. But the one I felt the worst about
was running back?
Cornerback.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure.
Yeah, because going into week 1, it's like a rookie corner off an ACL, Duron Bland, and who's your nickel? You don't have one. Like you just have a bunch of guys that you hope. McQuamu, yes, he's played like 16% of his snaps in that spot throughout his career. So
Carson was bad.
It's a projection. Carson, a projection. There's hope there. Year 2, we all liked him when he got drafted, but year 1 was not overly promising. So now all these things could come to fruition and be good. But as you head in now, the corner, especially with just how difficult it is. I mean, across the league, not many teams have awesome nickel corners. You had one in Jordan Lewis, but you really didn't replace him, at least yet. Halfway through the season, Diggs comes back, Bland goes to nickel, and hopefully Ravel is hitting his stride halfway through his rookie season. But that obviously all remains to be seen.
I mean, tight end's kind of nice. I think with Ferguson should have a good year if he stays healthy. Schoonmaker was coming
flashed,
on.
yeah.
You have depth.
There you go. I went tight end 1 that I felt most confident about.
Yeah.
The return of Dak for Ferguson, a year removed from some of those injuries. So, and then Scooney showed a little something, but so I went tight end 1.
I think Miles Sanders still has lots of tread on his tire, had lots of good years in Philadelphia, and I think if you put him in a good offense, he's going to be good. And I believe in the rookie.
He's a guy I have a real chance of being wrong about. Because I was feeling like that
he's Dunsky.
Yeah,
he is 28 years old. He very well could be.
Yeah, I was that, but he could very well
3 years removed.
Yeah,
2 years removed.
Yeah, he could very well prove me wrong for sure.
Okay, let's go back into the Pimp Cup as we broadcast live from Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, where Lucius Alexander has a Thursday night edition of the G-Bag of the Day.
Check, party, check. Does my mic sound nice? How do I sound, fellas?
Sound great, yeah.
All right,
fantastic.
Good. All right, let's get into this right here. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan about 5:30-ish. My name is Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up if you see anything floating out there at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you could follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Who was that? Please forgive me for those who listen and know the answer, but who was that on the post game here on the Fan, the Rangers post game with Mike Bassick, Jared Sandler, and who?
Dave Raymond.
Oh, I love how he kept hinting at Mike like, hey, man, keep it together, bro.
Nadell was trying to get some cocktails to Baskey on the plane just to chill him out a little bit.
Keep it together, bro. Every time I heard that, I was like, yep, I know all about that.
Right? Because you get to see in a very public way these people have the Mike Bassett coworker experience.
Yeah.
It's playing out on TV.
Mike Bassett coworker experience. Oh, that sounds like a VH1 show, bro.
Yeah.
All right, our winner and champ right here is Bully Melrose, Stars Hockey. He's impersonating, which guy's he impersonating?
Barry Melrose.
Barry Melrose.
Who was ESPN for a long time.
Canadian guy there on ESPN for a long time.
Yeah.
Failed coach.
Oh,
Epic mullet.
Well, Bully Melrose was pretty optimistic about the Stars.
Count on me, L.A. King Stanley Cup champion Barry Melrose. I'm telling you, Game 7, get Miro out there, boys, all right? Get him back there.
I don't want a Game 7.
Well, I know I don't want a Game 7 either here, Brian, all right?
I don't want a Game 7.
None of us want a Game 7, Brian.
I don't
all
want
right?
a Game 7.
Captain freaking
Game 7.
Captain freaking obvious. Get home. Get obvious. Get home. Get obvious. Get home. Get obvious. Get home.
Gator.
Yeah. Look at that.
Did Bully Melrose just short circuit?
That's good. We've heard it lots of times. He's a two-time champ.
Yeah, let's see if I can play the rest. Because I have to make sure it's not an actual real problem for the rest of the clip. You know what I mean? Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh!
Uh-oh, no.
Got a funky little computer right here.
Gators are out for blood today.
Yeah, let me switch my computers for a second here and give y'all.
They're going to go to the backup?
Taking a page out of the Moose's book.
Yeah.
Out for blood.
Yeah. All right, let me try this again here with my man Bully Melrose.
None of us won a Game 7, Brian.
I don't
all
want a
right?
Game 7.
Captain freaking obvious. Get home. Don't come home and have to go ahead and play a Game 7. Nobody wants that, Brian. Here we go. Everybody wants to win Game 6, Brian. We want to win the series tonight, Brian. But if you have to.
Was that a little Canadian accent?
If you have to, pick the board.
It's Barry Dan Melrose.
Good old Petey.
It is Barry Melrose.
Petey's undefeated in Game 7, Brian.
Barry Melrose.
Petey's undefeated, and they're going to get Miro back there. It's going to be incredible. Game 7 at the AAC. The barn's going to be a rockin'.
I think that's Bully Melrose. That's Bully Melrose, actually.
Let's go.
I can't say anything to that.
But we're not going to have to worry about it. They're not going to need Robo. They're not going to need Miro. This thing's going to end tonight. Game 6.
Let's go.
Granlund, Duchesne, they're going to get it done. Otter's pitching the shutout. Screw you, Cale Makar. Screw you, Nathan McKinnon. You boys ain't got bleep on us. Texas hockey, baby. Let's go.
Genius impromptu bit there from Wolchuk makes him a 2-time champ. I thought he was getting ready to fight Broadus.
I did too.
Yeah, I did too.
And then it spun into a bit.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to drop the gloves on your ass.
Mom, my bad. I'm over here praying that this computer works.
Come here. I was like, should I say something?
Oh, no, the Gators got Lucius.
I feel like I'm shaking dice. Daddy need new shoes, baby. Come on. All right, let's go to the NBA playoffs. Golden State Warriors, Jimmy Buckets and Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield.
Are becoming like the NBA version of Pinky and the Brain in a sense. It's a buddy cop film. Look to these guys during the post game.
Draymond mentioned that you two guys were kind of going back and forth in the huddle even. Do you feed off? I mean, we've seen you guys go back and forth. You're doing it right now.
Ask him why we going back and forth.
Why were you going back and forth?
Because when I, you know what, I'm not going to say exactly what I say in the locker room, but when I got a mismatch in the post, don't cut. Stay on the perimeter.
If you got a mismatch, you ain't going to score the ball.
I am going to score the ball. I can't score the ball when you cut into my space. You're a shooter. You're not even a cutter.
Bro, you seen it score
You
the ball.
saw what happened when you shot a layup in the first quarter? Smokey Robinson. That's exactly what you did. Use the backboard, too.
Use the backboard.
Exactly.
Do you guys feed off of this, though? I mean, is it like when you can do this, does it translate to what happens on the court?
It actually does, because I respect Butters so much because he knows whatever I'm saying.
My name is Buddy.
But that's short for Buttered.
Buddy is short for buttered.
This is great. It's really good, dude. This is a podcast waiting to happen.
Yeah, those some game goofy dudes right there.
This is the best thing since Boban and Tobias Harris. As far as your
I think you might be right
comedy
about
duos,
that.
I think that was in the bubble.
That was an ill-timed name drop, though, for Smokey Robinson.
Yeah, I got some of that coming up in LA Live, buddy.
Surprise.
Yeah. Happy Chunuka, everybody. Chanuka. Yeah. Now, this is not one right here, but Mr. Broadus telling a story yesterday, probably the day before yesterday. I can't remember.
That's weed. That's weed.
They all run together these days, especially when you get to a certain age. But my man Broadus was upset about getting the same card in the pack every time he cracked the pack.
Yeah.
You got the packs of cards. Yeah, you rode the bike up to the 7-Eleven. They're 25 cents. You got them. You usually got like 4 or 5 players. You got like a Mike Cubbage was a guy you always got.
Yeah.
God, another Mike Cubbage. You know, I'm like, oh, Mike Cubbage again. Oh, you know.
Okay.
Oh, no.
We got text about that. I didn't hear the GD in real time.
Neither did I.
But we were getting texts about it.
Did I GD that thing?
You did.
And then you said you didn't. Hold on, bro.
Oh,
listen.
Cubbage was a guy you always got.
Yeah.
God, another Mike Cubbage. You know, I didn't say damn, but I'm like, oh, Mike Cubbage.
I didn't say damn.
I didn't say damn.
I didn't say damn. Trust me, Lucius, you'll be okay.
I wasn't a potty mouth kid. I'm a potty mouth adult.
That's great, man.
I didn't think I did say that, didn't I?
You dropped it.
Yeah, the Mike Cubbage pack was wearing you out, bro.
Yeah, old Cubbage. Dude, bring the demons out of you.
Bro.
like 40, 50 years ago. Gosh.
Would you like to apologize for that?
Yeah, I am sorry. Lucius, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
That was hilarious, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You got to apologize to a higher power than Lucius after something like that.
Yeah, you better holler at God.
There. I'm sorry to our Chicago Bear Pope.
Oh, speaking of that, I'm glad you said that right there. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. There's a blessing out here for you. And let me tell you what, don't spend all your time just chasing blessings. Sometimes you might be sitting right in the blessing and not even realize it. Keep your eyes on what's important, people. You don't know how much time you got on this planet. Use it wisely, fam. Use it wisely. Don't crash out. We got a church pastor right here. This has been sitting in my folder for a second. I want to get rid of it. This happened right before the NBA playoffs kicked off. We have a pastor shooting his shot from the pulpit.
If I can get an usher, give this lady here in the gray denim my phone number.
Oh.
And denim was denim in it too.
I got 2 tickets to the Hawks game tonight.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Wow. Get your little cotton candy or something.
Gosh.
Let me stop for that. Be a real clip. Pastor shot his shot from the pulpit. That's mess. Calm down, internet. That's my wife. Luke 13th chapter.
Eric was concerned, bro.
I was like, wow.
Eric was concerned.
He was milking it, too. He didn't even just get in and get out of there. He was stretching that thing out.
Yeah.
Yes. That was crazy.
Yeah, the cameraman was wild, though, because he said her in the denim, and the cameraman shot right over there to her cheeks, bro. Yeah, looked like a Beyonce commercial. It was right there at the cheeks. I was like, cameraman, chill.
Is it our champ, Wolchuk, as the Bully Melrose? Is it Buttard and Butler feeding off each other in the Warriors postgame? Is it Broadus? Is it Pastor shooting his shot for the pulpit to his wife? Well done. I was thinking, man, that congregation must be massive if he can't risk it, you know?
Yeah.
Got to make this connection now. And I don't know who to vote for, to be honest with you.
Jonathan Cox, a great Tolo, just sent me the Mike Cubbage.
Mike Cubbage.
Or Cubbage.
Yeah, a lot of repeats back in the day.
He's got those goofy old Dahmer glasses on. Did he play in the goofy Dahmer glasses?
He did.
Look at Broadus is clenching his fist right now as you say that, too.
Eric showed me the phone. I almost swiped it out of his hand.
Cubbage, bring the demons out of Broadus, man. I'll tell you what. I'm going with Bully Melrose.
It's tied at 1.
Yeah, I'm Bully Melrose, please.
Lucius?
Passer.
By a score of 2-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion, Zach Wolchuk here. Tune in every day, 5:30 for the G-Bag of the Day. And if you miss it, 2:25, we'll replay the champ for you before we get to the top 10. Okay, LA Live's coming up next. Where are you taking that, sir?
Looks like another legend was trying to buy NBC. We'll get into that right after this.
But first, Chiafalo here on behalf of my great friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction, Tolos, as we roll through the back half of May. Hail season here in North Texas begins.
Chick-fil-A, Friday, June 27th at Live by Lowe's. The stories will be flowing with roundtables featuring Elvis and some of his favorite former teammates. Get your tickets now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. LA Live in just a second. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, the Spa Wars Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout, 0% APR, no money down, quick delivery, new hot tub in your backyard this weekend. Plus, grilling season is here. 28-pound bags of pellets for just $12. Buy one, get one free. Meat Church Rubs. In the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
Well, all right, square, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
This is LA Live for Thursday, May 8th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first-time listeners. Welcome in last-time listeners. And welcome in long-time listeners. This is LA Live, sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. It's been a minute. Hold on. I got to switch the vibe because they coming for my man. They coming for Mr. Chinookum himself. Eric said it a little while ago. You guys, ooh, yeah, that's the vibe. Little Smokey Robinson coming at you, 105.3 The Fan. Smokey because of his eyes. A little cruising.
Yeah.
So you see that Smokey Robinson got hit with the allegeds?
Oh, yeah, pretty detailed.
The allegeds, bro. They need to stop trying to buy NBC. What's going on? Smokey and his wife sued by 4 former staff members. By the way, Smokey Robinson and Jeff Saturday look like Siberian Huskies on TV. Smokey might look like more like a cat.
The eyes, man, they're hypnotizing.
His Sirius channel is pretty good, actually. Soul Town.
Oh, yeah. Soul Town is really good. It's been around for a while, man. Good luck, Smokey.
Yeah.
Run, girl. They coming for you.
Yeah.
Yes, over some alleged sexual assault, abuse, wage violations. Allegedly, his wife was talking crazy to these people as well, being racist and stuff. By the way, Smokey was like, Smokey's a legend. He's been around for a very long time, crooning and whatnot. And then he disappeared for a while. And then I don't know if it's a correlation of some sorts, but when Viagra got big on these streets and, ED wasn't a problem anymore, Smokey popped back out.
I'm back, baby.
He popped back out. You can Google a recent Smokey concert, and he is upstairs, on the stage, air hunching.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's up there air hunching, bro. Real slow. Old man style, but he's up there doing it, man.
85 years old, getting it done.
85 years
Put in
old.
the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1987.
Well,
they say those folks in those old folks' homes are getting it done, though.
And he's Hollywood, too, so he's probably walking around with like the banana hammock joints.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cheeks out type vibe. Because it's so small. He's trying to get him, that type of thing. I mean, the underwear is small.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Very revealing.
Apparently had consistent sexual advances from 2007 to 2024 of April 2024. How many times can you have a sexual advance with somebody? Can you shoot at it once?
At most.
You probably shouldn't shoot at it at all, is what I'm saying. But if it is, can you just say
make it obvious.
one time?
Yeah.
Like she laughs at the joke. You're like, oh wait.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
mean,
cool. Just making sure.
How many years was that, though? What did you say? It was 2007?
To 2024.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Robinson repeatedly.
All right, Smokey.
This is alleged now. Alleged. Repeatedly touched them in inappropriate places. I'm talking about everywhere. Only things I can name on the radio is legs, lips, and face. But just use your imagination.
Yeah.
Run, Smokey. Wow. Run, girl. They coming for you, girl. They are coming for you. Smokey got to link up with Russell Simmons and find his realtor and get out of here and get to Bahrain. Or you don't, what is that? They don't do extradition? Get out of here,
that
girl.
where Russell Simmons went?
You better get out of here, girl. They're coming for you. Yeah, them house, I mean, when you got the people that work in your house, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, didn't he get caught up like that?
The nanny lady.
Yeah, the housekeeper. He had a whole baby with the housekeeper.
Yeah.
It was an interesting choice, but
yeah, I mean,
close proximity.
It's that convenience. Like I said about Bill Clinton. Oh, you come here. Oh, come here.
It's the old adage, man. And you have steak every day for so long, sometimes you just want a hot dog.
Hold on. And let me play a little bit more of this.
Wait, was Hillary the steak?
Here's a recent song that Smokey Robinson dropped. Listen to this.
And what I see is you and me together forever. I'm knocking on wood.
Whoa. Whoa.
Every kind of gasm in the book. Each eye has 'em. Every time I take a look, you give me gasm.
Wow.
I gasm.
Yeah, right.
You're the one
This is a recent song.
Run, Smokey! Run, Smokey! They coming for you, girl!
It's pretty incriminating.
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger, he knocked up his housekeeper. He had a son. I want you to Google that son. I think his name is Joseph something. And then Google the dwarf from Willow. Google those two together. I say that respectfully. I say that respectfully. It's uncanny. Uncanny, bro. I say that respectfully.
It's just like his normal sized brother is what this is. That's what this is, dude. It's unbelievable. That's a great movie, by the way. Good pull on Willow.
Wait,
Been a long time.
It looks just like that, man. Doesn't it look just like him?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely he does. The face is copy and paste.
Yeah.
I kind of want to be Arnold's son now, you know? Looks like he gets some pretty good muscles.
Yeah.
Not his illegitimate son, but kid's built.
Yeah, he is. He is.
His other son is a great actor, too, by the way. Great actor. Doing pretty good out here. Now, I had a whole lot of clips of New York Knicks fans crashing out because I'm loving the NBA vibes with the Knicks being decent, you know? I mean, they did this last year anyway, but, you know, a good NBA. I like the NBA with the Knicks being good because their fans are a bunch of crash out toxins.
Yeah.
In a sense. Let me see.
I think the Celtics fans pulled a fire alarm last night to try to get him to leave.
They
still
would
wouldn't leave.
They would not leave.
That security lady was hilarious. Did you see that video?
Hold on. You talking about this one?
Security! Yes.
Yeah, that's her.
They're just so toxic, dog. I love them.
Yes.
They just crash out. Let's see,
Yeah,
how
they're
about
the
this
best.
one? Hold on, man.
We have the most clutch player of the year for a reason. We have Jalen Brunson! Hey, okay, Cunningham! Suck my Suck my Cunningham! Detroit! And Boston too! And Boston too!
If you ain't with these New York Knicks, come this New York.
Okay.
Whoa, yeah, okay.
They're so toxic, and they're just full of it, man.
Energetic.
This is like one of the few times, though, where it at least warrants, like what they're doing right now versus this team and these comebacks.
Yeah.
It warrants a Berserko
pandemonium,
mode, you know?
Yeah, and that's why I like them, because they will go all the way up to the top, Knicks fans I'm talking about, and then if Knicks lose, they will crash all the way to the bottom. They will start eating the youngs in New York. I love it, bro.
Derek White, you look like Baraka from Mortal Kombat! You bitch! Porzingis' mom! Lock your room tonight, baby! We're coming for everyone!
Whoa!
This is only the beginning. We have to stay calm, cool, and collected. Hey, yo, my job, my boss, New York City, New York Knicks, everybody! Captain Crunch, Jalen Brunson, Knicks in 4, baby!
Knicks in 4.
Yeah. They're putting up their fours a lot last night. It's amazing. I wonder what's wrong with Boston. You know, are they broken? Are they not the same? Did the Mavs just get unlucky that the 1 year Boston played great was the year you met them in the finals?
That could happen. I mean, Jason Tatum has not proven to be that guy. And last year, their 3-ball, and even this year, it's been incredible. These last few games, it has just been non-existent. It's like the T-Wolves. When you rely so much on the threes and
live by it, die by it.
Yeah, absolutely. They are getting absolutely killed by it right now. And it's crazy because they've been up so big in these games.
Yeah.
And then the fourth quarter, it's just a complete collapse.
Boston's been bad in the clutch. That's the problem. Those last,
Brunson's
4 or
Mr.
5.
Clutch.
Yeah,
Sure is. Speaking of Boston and the Knicks, I have a very best friend of mine who's a Boston fan. He doesn't even know I exist. His name is Bill Burr.
Yeah.
And he does not like confident Knicks fans, which I love. I love Bill. But I get it. You're a Boston guy. You should feel this way.
Knicks fans whining again this year after all the every year, the level of that they talk. Hey, musicians, stop writing songs about New York. All right? These people's egos are way out of control. Just like that's one of the most fascinating things in sports. Overly confident Knicks fans. Talking Knicks fans. They haven't won in 52 years. I was out after Glengarry the other night, right? Signing the bulletins, whatever the you call them. And some Knicks fan said something about the Celtics. And I literally just stopped and go, what did you just say? You talking about the Celtics? We're the defending NBA champions. We have 18 world championships. You got 2. You haven't won in 52 years. Shut the up.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Shout out to the Knicks, man. Yeah. Shout out to them. Oh, yeah, and again, LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. My name is Lucius Alexander. I'll be here tomorrow. Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That's my time. I will holla. Peace.
There he goes. LA Live every night, usually 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. It's been a little different schedule because Rangers baseball earlier today. They got shut out by the Red Sox. Okay, just when it looked like their offense had turned the corner. I don't know what to say about the Rangers right now. I do know we have a proper round tripper coming up. We're going to hear some George Pickens audio and why he's excited to play with Dak and CeeDee and more. And then Chief will take you on a sports hodgepodge coming up, the 6 o'clock hour live from Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Grilling season is here. Come get your pellets. Come get your meat church rubs. Buy one, get one free. And check out the Spa Wars Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout now through the 26th. Biggest sale of the year. Factory rebates, 0% APR, nothing down. ShopSpaWars.com if you want to check it out online. But get to a Southern Leisure Spas and Patio location soon. And we're back with the final hour of the nation here on The Fan.
Throwing out sports knowledge bombs and sharing some laughs. You're hanging with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and...
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazelbreds.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Patio celebrating the big sale here going on with the Spa Wars Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout now through the 26th, 0% APR financing, nothing down, quick delivery of an installation of a new hot tub in your backyard this weekend at Southern Leisure. There's 3 DFW locations. We are currently in Flower Mound, okay? We're going to get to a proper round tripper here in just a second. Let me get you a couple George Pickens cuts. Okay, for those of you that have not heard, he did speak with the media today. We had some quotes earlier. Here's the cuts. We'll go to number 2 here on Playing with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. Here's George Pickens.
Some Gators, dude. They're serious today. They're not effing around.
She's been cranky today.
I'm great. I'm grateful. Like I said, I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to play with Dak. As far as like roles and stuff like that, I'm just here to work. Whatever role finds me best is where I'm gonna find myself.
I love it. I love it. And then on how he can bring the winning, here's some more, George. It's amazing.
Just working every day. Consistent work is always, the best answer for building any winning culture in any type of sport. So just working every day.
Yeah, I think everything that I've heard from this guy runs so counter to, one of the narratives out there that, he is a guy that you have to be worried about bringing into your building.
Right.
But, I mean, looking it up last night and going deeper down it, he's never done anything wrong. I think we have to be careful and draw a separation of, hey, these players have done things away from football that are a concern, and this guy just gets so worked up when he's playing that he fights people. And is it toxic? Yes. Is it ideal? No. But that's significantly different from, being a bad guy that you got to worry about being a distraction in your building or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the penalties will suck when he's fighting somebody in the middle of a play.
Question.
There's no doubt about that.
No question. I mean, it's kind of like we're used to that. We're used to when Luka used to do the same thing. It was so important to him, but and then he'd get a technical foul, and we're all like, "What are you doing, bro?" And then he's dropping 51 on somebody, but you don't get mad at him for getting the technical fouls because at the end of the day, he was going to hit a 3-dagger to end the thing. So I mean, everything that I've heard about the player, it's not a bad guy situation. It's a guy that it's just a young guy that just all his life he's wanted to win. I mean, that's just kind of the vibe that I'm getting. He's 24 years old, and it kills him when he's not winning or he's not part of helping the team win.
I mean, losing and failing, especially with that many people watching, can be quite disruptive to your energy, to your mind, train of thought and all that. I've been working on with the team, not focusing on the results, focusing on the process and what you can control. So it's made me aware of my reaction and how much it takes me to a completely different world. It's like I'm a totally different person once the other team takes the lead. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So the challenge is, how do I remain calm? And I'm damn near 50 years old, with a lifetime of reading self-help books and mindfulness and trying to reining it, in to some extent. But it's hard. So I think with athletes in their 20s, for the most part, sometimes they get a great sports psychologist that can sort of start pointing them in the right direction. But, I mean, I don't think it's going to change is kind of the point I'm making, not with him and not with Luka until they're well into their 30s.
This is your hope, and I think Chief brought it up earlier. Maybe we talked about it a little bit yesterday. If he's really in the last year of his rookie contract, then how is he going to act? Is he going to be on his best behavior to make sure that there's no things that carry over from the Dallas experience? Like everybody from Pittsburgh's talking about, well, is this, that? Well, he's always this and he's always that, and there's this kind of this tag that he has. Well, what if he comes to Dallas and then he's really that, his next, if it's not in Dallas, he's going to have to get a job somewhere else. And you do worry, like, well, heck, he's flamed out at 2 teams.
Sure.
Why would I want to bring a guy that's flamed out at 2 teams? It's a Pittsburgh Steeler tradition.
I mean, I guess the point that I just made would suggest that it's so powerful that I don't think if they go through adversity, especially if they start losing, I don't think he'll be able to totally eliminate it, but I bet it'll be better.
That's your hope.
Season.
That's your hope that he's going to put his absolute. When in Green Bay we had Andre Rison on our team, and Moon was kind of a hard guy. He'd been Atlanta, and he was Jacksonville, Cleveland. I mean, he was, and everybody's like, guy, I wouldn't touch that guy. And we got him halfway through the season in games he played in. We were 8-0 and won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he was a perfect teammate. Mm-hmm. And everything that
epic chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, everything that you heard about the guy as being a bad guy, a selfish guy, and all that.
BS.
Not at all.
Well, and it helps when you get on a championship caliber team.
That's exactly right. Moon came in and he's like, he sounded just like George Pickens. Like, hey, I'll do whatever. I remember one time Desmond Howard got nicked up and we were trying to return a punt, and we couldn't get a returner out there, and he just ran on the field to be the punt returner.
Nice.
This is the middle of the game. We're scrambling. Dez is, nicked up. He's over there. We're trying to kind of get him, and we just the second punt return. Moon just puts on his helmet and ran out there, and we called timeout. But it's still, he was just, all he was thinking about was get out there and try and make a play. That's the kind of attitude he had.
It is interesting, though, the narrative that is out there, because you had in The Athletic today some reporting, the word leaked during the draft that Pickens was available if anyone wanted him. Some teams that were sort of polled or asked by The Athletic at the time laughed at the idea of inviting Pickens into their locker room for any price, let alone a second-day draft pick. So there are at least a handful of teams out there that are almost like one of these prospects, like not even on my board for the draft, despite the talent. So there are a handful of teams in the league that feel that strongly. You would think his agent is trying to be like, hey, man, listen, you got to be dialed here, because there's already some teams that don't even have you as an option for their team, even if you have an awesome year.
It is really interesting how teams draw the line there on that. I feel like Jason Garrett was one of those. If you have a Jason Garrett kind of guy who's in charge and a decision-making power, he had Tyrann Mathieu. At one point the Cowboys put Randy Moss. And he called him a box player. I'm putting this guy in a box of names that we're not even going to consider. Or maybe that was Broadus that called them a box.
No, that's a box.
Garrett.
Yeah, it was Garrett. Yeah.
Okay, we'll have more on the Cowboys, more on the Stars. It's time now, though, for a proper round tripper here on your home of the Rangers.
Let's do it. Rangers fall to the Red Sox. They lose the series in Boston. They fly out for Detroit this weekend. Scooball is on the bump tomorrow. He's one of the best in the business, so that's going to be tough sledding for an offense that is still trying to find themselves. Jack Leiter, that I think it was that second inning where it's a walk, it's a hit by pitch, it's a balk, wild pitch. I mean, the first 2 innings were a little bit crazy, and the Red Sox took a 2-0 lead, but then he somewhat settled in. It didn't get completely away from him, and he was still able to go 5 1/3, four earned runs, 3 hits, 4 walks, 3 punch outs. The command obviously was an issue, but it didn't feel like it totally snowballed in a crazy way.
Yeah.
Not his best outing for sure, but I still feel like, I mean, he gave you a chance, and your offense consistently with dudes on base all over the place, and they cannot drive runs home. I mean, the R in Rangers certainly doesn't stand for runs, and it absolutely doesn't stand for RISP.
No, it's right now. I think they're their last 17 in the RISP category, so it's going to be really tough to win baseball games like that. But I like some of the things that we saw from Jack Leiter today, getting ahead in counts, throwing first pitch strikes. And Bassick was pointing out he's kind of is that a sweeper or a curveball or something or a slider? But
slider.
Okay, so he wasn't starting it out on the guy's elbow, on the hitter's elbow. He was starting it out more on the plate, so it was falling off the back of it. But once he gets that adjustment, just moving it in like 6 inches or so, it is going to be nasty on that outside corner against right-handers.
Agreed. And you've seen it at times.
Yeah.
When he's got that thing locked in, and then he's got the fastball slider thing working, and then he mix in a couple other pitches. But yeah, I mean, one of those games you're going to have them, but. Again, I think it's really the headline is the offense and the inability to drive in runs. It was nice to see Jock Peterson get the walks that he got today. I did love also the aggressive nature of Wyatt Langford. Like, okay, if I'm not hitting bomb skis, let me try to steal some bags here. I mean, you got to find ways when you're not slugging. How else can you manufacture some points here? I mean, he's trying to get some things going. But, I mean, Marcus Semien had a pretty awful day, just popping out left and right. And so this is where we find ourselves. We got to dig deep.
I guess Jock Peterson's killing it though all week long with a torpedo bat.
Yeah,
he finally got one of those, and it's paying off.
Yeah.
I don't know if it made him more confident, but it seems like he's seeing everything perfectly. I think Boone's made a very nice adjustment. They had another 6 walks today. And I think the frustrating thing to do is to be like, holy cow, they didn't score again, and I'm with you. I mean, I'll dial 1-800, anything. I'll knee jerk with the best of them. But I think what I saw this week is enough encouraging signs that I'm going to take today's shutout in stride, Chief. I'm going to try.
I'm proud of you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have to cling on to some hope here. We can't forget about a couple of those games where the offense really did get going. It's really just the power factor, and you have a lot of guys with a track record of great power, so hopefully that can start to ignite a little bit. But Rangers lose to the Red Sox, now off to Detroit. The Pirates have fired their manager, Derek Shelton. So, I mean, of
There's
course.
been so many pirate stories for like the last 10 days. You had the guy fall. You had the security guard beat the dude up and then whip him with his belt.
That's what I was wanting to maybe get to that because
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you guys had seen that video, but things are tough in Piratesville right now. And they did have a security guard who ended up in an interaction with an angry fan. He ended up having to resort to taking the leather belt off of his khaki pants, his work pants, and start whipping up on a Pirates fan who was being a total bleep hole.
Well, I mean, what you had was a multiple punch situation, which made the fan bleed from the mouth, at which point he started spitting the blood spit at dude, so dude couldn't get close enough to hit him, so he went to the belt at that point.
How's that ass feel?
Yeah, to give him a little bit better range to stay out of the spit range.
I like that.
He probably should have walked away. I guess he got suspended, but if I'm the Pirates, I think that's a suspension with pay, Chief.
Ooh, okay.
I got to empower my employees to protect themselves against drunk fans, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't totally disagree with that. We do have some audience members perhaps shaking their head no.
Yeah.
But I
you don't think so?
I kind of agree with you here. I mean, it's tough sledding.
With the belt, yes. Once the fight started, like the security guard's decisions weren't A+. Were not A+. He should have avoided conflict. But once the conflict starts, you're tapping into some pretty primal urges there. Yeah, I'm going to let him finish his breakfast.
And that guy was following him around too. Like he wouldn't let it go. Whatever it was, he would not let it go. And I don't know if it's true or not, but like I was reading the comments of the videos and they were saying like the guy was being belligerent to a lady down there and that's why the usher came over there in the first place type vibes.
Yeah, and the usher wasn't coming in with violence and aggression.
No.
He was coming in as a professional, and then he was met with bleep hole drunk fan, and it's like, okay, at some point I am going to have to take this into my own belt.
Yes.
His
He
pants
did.
were so saggy, I couldn't believe the belt stayed, like, his pants stayed on after the belt came off. I was looking for the pants to start kind of, drooping down a little bit.
That would have made it even funnier if
Yeah.
he's got pants at the ankles, he's in his boxers, and he's just whipping up on a drunk fan who's spitting blood back at him. I mean, you're right, dude. Pirates games are this is like Coliseum stuff out there right now, dude.
We might need to check with the
bodies are hitting the floor out there.
Yeah, literally.
And managers are being fired and
that guy was a manager?
No, not that
He's
guy.
about to
be. Their actual baseball manager.
At Waffle House.
Yeah. And Paul Skeens is taking a lot of heat because he hasn't been his perfect self like he was last year. So Pirates fans are down bad right now. I did see some mock-ups of the next bobblehead night, the belt-whipping Usher bobblehead night. Did you guys see the renditions of those? Look at that. He's got the spit blood on his white collar work shirt. That would be a fun bobblehead night. I'll tell you what, that's going to get some people out to the park.
I think if you mass produce those, you could definitely do units with Pirates fans.
Did you see what the Rangers are doing? Actually, I have two Ranger things. I saw a clip. This was from a few games ago when it was at Globe Life Field, but there was in those like in the under seats or whatever, right there behind home plate, the suites.
Yeah.
You see a little kid who doesn't realize he's on camera take one of the beers off the table and take a nice little swig out of it. This kid's like 10 years old, dude. So you had a Rangers kid caught red-handed drinking daddy's beer. And then I was listening to the broadcast today, and I guess is it on Monday of next week? It's Wyatt Langford bobblehead night.
Nice.
But they're honoring him hitting the cycle from last season, and and so they have him on a bike. It's Wyatt Langford bobblehead on a cycle.
Okay.
So I'm like, dude, I'm trying to get out to the yard for that, man. That's a good giveaway.
That's very creative, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of maybe a bleep around and find out bobblehead series with this guy being the first edition.
Yeah, in Pittsburgh, bro. I'm totally in on that.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here in Flower Mound. Spa Wars hot tub and swim spa blowout. It's now through the 26th, biggest sale of the year, factory rebates, 0% APR financing, no money down. If you are listening and maybe in Austin, San Antonio, you can check out some of these great savings at their other two locations in Austin and San Antonio. ShopSpaWars.com for locations and information here. But you can save also 50% off scratched and dented models. That sounds like, nobody's going to see those anyway. You put the nice little frame around it.
It's beautiful.
You could have a screaming deal on a hot tub in your backyard this week, and over 80 models are in stock and ready to go. The showroom's beautiful. It's pretty cool. Okay, so we're coming back with an evening sports hodgepodge, Chief. What kind of sports do you have?
We have a sports walk of shame and raw dogging at the Conclave next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Window Nation, though. Prepare for the summer heat right now. Energy-efficient windows from Window Nation are waiting for you. Staying cool in Texas isn't a luxury. It is a necessity. And when your home is your sanctuary, every detail should deliver comfort, elegance, and performance. And Window Nation's windows are going to do that for you. They will look amazing. They give your home an instant facelift if you're about to put it on the market. You can get a significantly higher amount of money if you put new windows in. So Window Nation's going to make that available for you just in case you are about to put it on the market. And check this out right now. Put in a whole house of new windows. Save 60% off right now. Pay nothing for 2 full years. Nothing down, no interest. WindowNation.com. Yeah, 60% off a house full of windows. Plus, they're going to throw in a free entry door for you. Window Nation's the best. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. You'll have them out to the house like I did, and they have a free, no-obligation quote that's good for 6 months. You'll sense it right there. The professionalism, the customer service for my friends at Window Nation. They will knock it out of the park. That's why they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Over 45,000 5-star reviews. Window Nation's windows do come with a lifetime warranty, and you're going to love them. So this sale does end soon. Do not overpay for expensive windows. It might not even be as good. Window Nation has the most energy-efficient windows at windownation.com. Salute.
Are you mind benders that will shock you or make you spit out your drink?
loss, and peak performance. Game Day Men's Health delivers real results. Get tested and start treatment same day. Book your free testosterone test now at GameDayDallas.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. Big hot tub and spa sale going on. Yeah, Spa Wars, hot tub and swim spa blowout. These guys are great. Southern Leisure, they're proper Tolos, locally family-owned business, 3 DFW locations. They're also in Arlington and Richardson, so we love them. And you can get a hot tub in your backyard this weekend with nothing down and 0% APR, quick installation and delivery, factory rebates, all sorts of manufacturers putting out their best possible deals here for you, and this is good through the 26th. Okay, it's time for a sports hodgepodge. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we
Now
go.
it is.
All right, now we're rocking and rolling. Okay, sports hodgepodge here. We had the Knicks beating the Celtics last night in epic fashion. They go up 2-0 in the series, and they've done it in Boston. How incredible.
Here's what I was wondering about. You remember last year when they had the Olympic team going on and Jaylen Brown was in there, and then they had to get rid of the one guy because he was hurt? Forget who it was. Might have been Anthony Davis. I don't know. But they went to Derek White, not Jason Tatum. Wasn't that weird? Because you're going to Jaylen Brown like, hey, dream team, who do you want?
Yeah.
And they end up going with Derek White?
Yeah.
When you have the Celtic there?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know. You know, I thought they were a perfect Batman and Robin type of pairing. But, you know, this season has been different. Maybe this is championship hangover. But, yeah, like I said last hour, it would be very unfortunate if Boston's only great year was the year you faced them, and Golden State's last great year was the year you met them in the conference finals. It's like, good Lord, you could have 2 championships right now.
Man. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, dude, because, I mean, Boston's they're going to have to blow it up. I mean, win or lose, this team, as currently constructed, cannot stay together with the way that the CBA is now and all these big contracts that they have. Somebody or multiple somebodies is going to be up out of there. So this is definitely, of this incarnation of the Celtics, really their last ride together. And now they're down 0-2 to the Knicks after the Knicks were struggling with the Pistons in round 1. And they've blown huge leads, the Celtics have. You mentioned Jason Tatum in his last 2 games, 12 of 42 from the field. I mean,
just missing shots.
28% from the field, 25% from the three-point line.
What a time to go cold.
At the end of the game, this is your guy. He's going for the kill, and he goes for a fadeaway on the baseline, and Mikal Bridges steals it from him. Back-to-back games where Mikal Bridges makes huge defensive plays at the end, but you have Jason Tatum just not meeting the moment in any way. Jalen Brunson's playing some good basketball. He leads the playoffs in fourth quarter scoring by a wide margin.
Yeah.
And you actually had Paul Pierce yesterday on his...
Did he have to walk?
His Fox show. Yeah, he was guaranteeing a Celtics win. He said, if the Celtics lose game 2, I promise you, I'm walking to work tomorrow in my robe without shoes on, just bare feet.
15 miles, right?
He said, put the house on this game. You got a better chance at walking out of this studio and seeing a dinosaur than a Celtics L.
Great take.
It's a great take.
There's no way he paid
and
off.
He was
looking
walking.
awesome. It was
no way.
He was walking, yeah.
It was looking awesome for him, too, as they're up like 20 points and feeling good about the way things were going. But the Celtics end up 25 of 100 from the three-point line in this series. They've missed 75 threes. They go on to lose the game. And so now it is time to go ahead and pay off on the self-inflicted bet that you put on yourself. And kudos to Paul Pierce, man.
He walked it.
He walked it. He did it in his robe. I don't believe he did it barefoot. So there's that's
understandable.
But that's fine.
Yeah.
It really is like a 20-mile walk for him.
Yeah.
I saw him. He was 4 miles in.
Yeah.
He was sweating. I'm like, is he really going to do this?
He kept giving updates. He started in the morning. It took him 7 hours to walk to work.
What a legend, dude.
And
he had his sunglasses on. He says, I guess I can't have everybody notice who I am out here.
Well, Kevin Garnett rolled up on him and just started talking S to him, dude, from his truck. It was pretty hilarious. KG always ready to trash talk. And then I thought the best moment of it all, though, was when he got to the studio and he arrived on set. they actually wheeled him in a wheelchair as a callback to his epic wheelchair moment from his Celtics days. So I thought that was actually pretty funny. He came through on it. This is like the most respect I've ever had for Paul Pierce.
I mean, that's legit like social media influencer type of, Jake or Logan Paul type of gag that you actually pay off to get the views. I mean, I bet his social media, I bet his chats were just on
It was
fire.
pretty funny because he's walking on the sidewalk and traffic is just rolling by him, you know, and he's just kind of I got to keep my sunglasses on. Nobody noticed me. Hey, was it Halliburton, the one that got hurt? I was looking this up. And that was, remember you were talking about the Olympics? Did Halliburton
get hurt?
Leg injury, during the tournament. And he only played 26 minutes. And so that over 3 games. So I was wondering if that was the guy.
It might have been. I think this was like pre-tournament, though.
Well,
maybe it was Kawhi Leonard.
I was going to say, was it Kawhi?
Well, Kawhi never had a chance, right? The guys that got hurt, Kevin Durant got hurt prior to the Olympics. Joel Embiid had illness and then rolled his ankle in the quarterfinal against Brazil. LeBron James had a cut above his eye from an elbow in the Brazilian game as well. And then Halliburton dealt with a minor leg injury during the tournament, which limited his playing time to 26 minutes over 3 games. So I wonder if it was Halliburton that got replaced on this thing.
I'm getting to the bottom of it here. AI let me down, but he potential replacement for Kawhi Leonard, who was practicing and appeared primed to remain on the team, but as they got to training camp, it became apparent that he wasn't going to be able to do it. Yeah.
So Jalen Brunson, 86 points in the fourth quarter this postseason. The next best is Jamal Murray with 46.
Yeah.
Brunson's been dynamite late in games. The Celtics have led this series for 81 minutes and 4 seconds. The Knicks have led this series for 12 minutes and 15 seconds of game time.
Yeah.
But they, of course, are 2-0. And I think I saw the Knicks are the only NBA team in the last 25 seasons to trail by 20-plus points in back-to-back games, both on the road, and come back to win both games.
I won't be surprised to all this if Boston wins games 3 and 4 in New York, and we're back to square one going into game 5.
I agree with you.
I would also say Jalen Brunson has to be the smartest basketball player in the history of the game with the best anticipation. It should be mathematically impossible on a court that small against opponents that large with short arms, the inability to jump or run fast. How do you get any shot off? And this guy's killing you.
Yeah.
Stopping and starting in the paint, flipping it off glass. It's just, and usually guys like that, like AI, have these long arms and they can jump, so they get to a spot in the air where the rim protector can't react and get to, right? And then they throw it high up off the glass. But Brunson can't do that. He still gets the job done with the balance and the change of direction and just bumping into guys a little bit. It's one of the most impressive things because he's really built like a rec player in a men's league.
Yeah. This
shouldn't be possible.
There's not a physical attribute that is a plus attribute for him.
Yeah.
And the fact that he still finds ways as a craftsman of the game, it is extremely impressive. And it breaks my heart, the fact that we let him go the Luka Brunson stuff.
I mean, I love the Kyrie Irving move.
Yes.
And that was great.
Yes.
But if you could go back in time right now, keeping Brunson and, obviously hanging on to Luka. But if you could go back and at that point say, let's move on from Luka, you could trade him for a ton of picks, have Jalen Brunson, and probably be champions by now.
Wow. I like that.
So many alternate universes that could have worked out well.
Okay, what do you guys think the cheapest ticket is for Game 3? This is in New York, Madison Square Garden. Knicks up 2-0 on the Celtics. Knicks-Celtics. What do you believe to be the cheapest ticket you could buy to get in the building?
$1,200.
Wow, that's big.
He really just ruined the game.
I thought I was going big. I was going to say like it's New York, so maybe you got to double the price of what you think. So I was thinking around like $350.
Okay. Well, it is. We'll meet in the middle somewhat. $734 is the cheapest seat in the house.
Okay.
The average ticket price, I believe, it's $1,000.
Yeah.
And the most expensive courtside seat,
$28,000.
Guess?
$10,000.
50 Gbos.
There you go.
What? To sit courtside for Game 3.
Where do these people come up with all this money to afford a New York lifestyle and also that? That's crazy.
The winner of this year's Academy Award goes to...
Yeah, it's all going to be celebrities and tech billionaires.
Yeah, exactly.
In the game. That's
nobody
crazy.
Nobody could really afford a seat down there.
Okay, let's go to our Pope correspondent. Brian brought us
Yeah.
live here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. We got a new one, huh? Is this in record time that we went from one Pope to, I mean, the body's not even...
The all-time
old
record.
yet.
The all-time record was 10 hours to elect a pope.
Okay, Pope to Pope, 10 hours. That's the all-time record.
That's the
but
all-time-
this one was pretty quick,
This
too.
one was pretty quick,
We got
too.
an American. We got a
American.
Chicago-born gentleman.
This gentleman is 9 years older than me.
Right on.
Yeah. How
So
about that?
are you in the demo?
I did say I wanted a younger Pope.
Yep.
We got him.
Well, this pope is from Chicago, Illinois. He has extensive work in Peru, is where he's done a lot of his good work. But it's what would this
More of a
be?
shaman.
Yeah. Okay. So it'd be 10. 5. Is this Leo the 14th? Would that be XIV? Would that be
Yeah.
right? Leo the 14th. He's the first North American pope, the first from the English-speaking country since Adrian this would be Adrian the Fourth in the 12th century.
First English speaker since the 12th century?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
He's the
I had
first.
no idea the Pope office was so foreign.
Yeah. He's the first pope from the order of St. Augustine and the seventh from the orders following the rules of St. Augustine. So evidently, I think he went to school, believe it or not. I think he went to Villanova at school. Yep, he got his education. So now you know why this is why the Knicks are having so much success.
Yeah.
They got all those Villanova players.
That's right.
But they got the Pope too on their side here. So
Unbeatable now.
yeah, but yeah,
Might
he's
get their
he's
first title.
Yep, he is. He got his BS degree from Bachelor of Science, I believe, but it's the BS, right?
Okay.
Not that he's a BS Pope, but yeah, he went to school at the University of went to Villanova. Yeah,
I think
going religion on us, Brian.
What?
Very controversial.
What? No, I said he's got his Bachelor of Science, right? The
Yeah.
BS degree, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
The BS
Robert
degree.
Francis Provost. How would you like to like known the guy? Like you're like buddies with him. You know, you're like friends. You're like
Seems
you know,
like something you would do.
everyday life. All of a sudden, it's like he called. You look.
I was just eating sandwiches at Portillo's with this guy. What do you mean?
Yeah, you look down at your phone and you go, it says Vatican City. it's your buddy. Hey man, you see I'm the Pope now. What? That's amazing.
You got to change the name in your phone to Pope,
Yeah,
right?
Like you got a
Pope's calling.
Pope picture pops up, But yeah, it is pretty cool.
Tweet of the day goes to Annie Agar. Chicago produced a Pope before a quarterback who threw for 4,000 yards. That's great. And then let's throw it to CBS, who was all over the coverage today, and they threw in a little something at the end of this clip here that was jarring for the entire listening audience.
So they sit the whole time? They don't stand up and
Most of them will
legs?
most of them will tell you that while that's going on, they're sitting reading their breviary. That's a book of prayers that clergy have, or praying a rosary, or doing. The one thing we know they're not doing is checking Instagram because their devices have all been confiscated.
I believe the kids call it raw dogging it if you're going to go through a long period of time with no electronic device.
Yeah. Oh, right.
All right.
had no sex.
just dropping a raw dog in it right there on live from the Vatican.
Live from the Vatican.
The definition of raw dogging has evolved so much recently. These kids. Yeah, it's raw dogging. Oh, okay.
Is that what that is?
Right on. Just like bussing a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Sports Hodgepodge in the books once again here with you on a Friday night. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. It's the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. An epic sports Thursday. I only wish we would have had a full 5 hours.
Me
Especially
too.
since if we would have, we wouldn't have had to endure a Ranger shutout loss. What is that, like the fifth or sixth time that's happened this year?
Fifth time this year.
My
They got
goodness.
a bagel on the
Wow.
scoreboard.
Okay, so hopefully that's the last time of the year we have to go through that. But we do have Dallas Stars Game 2 to talk about with you tomorrow. And before we get to Friday, we must cross-talk with the Fan After Dark. So we'll see what Fred and Blake have cooking for you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Jets color analyst Mitchell Clinton previews Game 2, Kevin Hagelin. And we'll have 2 more giveaways for Dirk Bentley in the 7 and 9 o'clock hours. It's a Friday morning on The Fan. Sean Sharif here for Own Well. Owning property comes with plenty of challenges. Overpaying on property tax should not be one of them. Did you know you can fight your property taxes and save thousands of dollars every year? Own Well believes that when it comes to paying property tax, you should only pay what's fair. Sign up in under 3 minutes like I did, and their team of local experts and cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront costs. Signing up was beyond easy. It takes 3 minutes to answer a few quick questions, and you are going to level the playing field. 86% of Own Well's customers receive a reduction with an average customer savings of over $1,000. Ownwell.com is the place to go. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. That's Ownwell, OWNWELL.com, Ownwell.com, and start saving today.
Firehouse Firefighter and Family-Owned Moving Company is a proud sponsor of Sean and RJ's 2025 Firehouse Tours live broadcasts. Firehouse Movers offers a full range of solutions from Dallas-Fort Worth and long-distance residential and business moves to packing services, storage and rearranging heavy furniture, appliances, pool tables and pianos. They're experienced, trusted, and reliable. Check out their favorable 5-star customer reviews and testimonials and contact them at firehousemovers.com.
LCG, the top recreational developer in Texas, will hold the grand opening of their newest lakefront property called The Landings at Richland Chambers Lake next Saturday, May 17th. 20 new lakefronts will be released to the public for the first time ever, priced from only $89.9. Yes, dockable lakefronts on the third largest lake in Texas, 1 hour from Dallas, from only $90,000. The property features wide paved roads, city water, lakefront park with multi-million-dollar clubhouse, pool, sport courts, boat ramp, and so much more. Come see why Richland Chambers Lake is so popular and why so many call it home. This lakefront grand opening will be held next Saturday, May 17th, with home sites starting from only $19.9. So call now, 800-675-1800. Get out of the city and come see this beautiful lake next Saturday, where home sites will be priced from only $20,000. Call 800-675-1800. 800-675-1800.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Hey, it's Colby. You know I'm a Tolo. Is your garage door ready for spring? Don't wait till it's too late. Call Tolbert Garage Door today for our garage door roller special. Smooth, quiet, and reliable, just like it should be. Call now or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
Get on your hog and ride at the Texas Rattlesnake Rally, May 15th through 18th in Walnut Springs, Texas. It's the closest thing to Sturgis South, with thousands of bikes from across Texas and beyond. Meet Richard Rawlings from the Gas Monkey Garage and John Clay from the John Clay Wolf Show. Custom bikes from Strokers Dallas, the Miss Rattlesnake Rally Bikini Contest, plus an MMA showcase, poker run, and biker games for both adventure and touring riders. Go to WalnutSpringsRally.com for info on lodging, RV, or campsites. The inaugural Texas Rattlesnake Rally in Walnut Springs, sponsored by GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell us your car.
One visit can change your life. Men's T Clinic offers a variety of men's wellness programs to help you meet your goals and keep you as strong as you've ever been. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit menstclinic.com. That's menstclinic.com.
Shop premium protein at Whole Foods Market. Prime members save 20% on no antibiotics ever New York strip steak through May 13th. Make a meal to impress with this juicy, tender entree. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
O'Reilly. You need parts? We got parts. Product availability? Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select brake pads for $10 more, or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey. Thank you for being loud and proud, Tolo.
Sean and RJ's top of the list. They get me going in the mornings on the way in. I love the dynamic between Sean and Bobby, but I cannot miss LA Live on my drive home. That's hands down the best segment on the Fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 and 2024.
He pulled it out.
Yes, sir.
Kick saving a beauty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here is our broadcast location. Thanks to everybody that came out. Now, this is their amazing sale going on, the Spa Wars. Go to shopspawars.com. You can see all the individual models and their sale pricing there. But, I mean, it's a great opportunity. Biggest sale of the year, factory rebates, 0% APR financing with no money down. And you're looking at the largest selection of hot tubs in Texas right there, Chief. That's what it is, right through those doors. And Southern Leisure has 3 DFW locations with this sale going on through the 26th. Okay, as we're ready now for the Fan After Dark, Fred and Blake. Evening, gentlemen. How we doing?
What's up, boys? Hola, amigos and amigas. It's good to see you guys. And me and Jake were talking about if we had a hairline, like said Eric Chiafalo.
You know what? No, I loved up Chiafalo's hairline already. So
okay, well, it's my turn.
Nice try.
I appreciate that.
If we
Freddie
had a hairline like that, then we would be also looking like a young Channing Tatum. It's nice to have the best looking staff in DFW.
I'm waiting for the rug pull on this one.
Yeah, no rug pull.
Something's
It's just
about to happen.
no rug pull. Just compliments. I will say, I don't know if you guys listened. I don't know if you guys listened yesterday. I know you guys got busy lives, but when we did Fair or Foul, what we did was read one of Blake's Instagram DMs that he got. And I got a DM from a somewhat acquaintance, someone who went to UNT, who's graduating this week along with Khaki Kev and Dylon. And he said, reaching out for a job, seeing if you got any people in the circle, blase, blase. He said, I love the work you do. Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk came out to my school. We talked about you. I love your work on the ticket.
Man, you doing a great job there, Blake.
What a great setup, Blake.
So-
That was well executed on your part. That is freaking hilarious, bro.
So we did fair or foul. Should I respond?
That's a great question.
That's awesome, dude. Sorry about that.
I didn't respond, by the way.
You did?
I didn't at first. I left him on open for about 8 hours, and then when I got home after the show, after we talked about it on the radio, I felt kind of bad. I said, "Hey, just looking out for you, brother. I think you're going to be great in this business, but make sure you fact check and reread your text. I don't know anything about the ticket because I do not work there."
And that's why you're a fatty.
That's why you're a fatty. That's exactly right. And not one time did he because the last time he had reached out to Blake was in October. So at no point did he ever congratulate Blake on the night show. "Oh, bro, I caught your show. That was great. Da 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 da."
He's never heard you, has he?
Never.
He's not a fatty. He's not a fatty. But yeah, he's going to try to love up Blake and talk about the ticket. So
apparently, Chief and Zach came out there and talked about me, and he just wasn't aware of what show was there visiting you.
Clearly not.
Hold you up on Twitter and DM'd you. I mean, you got to appreciate the go-getter.
That part we did. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But
and as
get your
Blake,
facts
you got to love the fact that you're already one of those guys, dude. What are you, like 1 year in, and college kids are reaching out to you saying they admire your work, even if they're totally making that up? It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. It's nice to be having people in college reach out to me for job opportunities, and I've shared a few with Tim, as far as producers and whatnot. But you got to get the job right. That's step one.
Anybody can take your job?
Now, see, anybody can take my job.
That's why we're so aggressive and why we bring it each and every night. Thanks to the wonderful lead-in by the boys at G-Bag Nation. Real quick, because we're talking about losers that listen to the ticket. Question I have for you guys: any chance that the Cowboys say, you know what, let's pull a Devontae Smith and see if Pickens would bite on a 3-year 75 or somewhere in that ballpark before we even get to the season starting and/or finishing?
I would love it.
We keep hearing about how great this guy is. And I mean, look, if he's football, why not say the hell with it and just go ahead and see what we can do right now?
Seems like, he's probably going to want to bet on himself.
I think that's where he's at.
I think maybe
$25 million, though. I mean, it makes people do a lot of crazy things.
I mean, you're probably not far off. I think if the Cowboys wanted to do it, like 3 and 85 might get it done. Somewhere in there.
We talked about this last night. Do you think right now is George Pickens a better wide receiver than Devontae Smith?
Probably more talented, but not more reliable.
Right?
I would say that Smith is a much better route runner.
Sure.
But I would say, as far as a weapon, I would say no. I would say Pickens is probably better.
Yeah.
Broadus, what would be the Cowboys' reasoning for not wanting to get this done? I think there is some speculation.
Because they don't always. No, I mean, I would love for them to try and get something done.
Yeah. They just don't have the cap space to pay 2 players. I mean, most teams don't.
I would like to believe they have a plan in mind. I'd like to believe that. I just haven't heard the plan.
They've got to, right? Like, I can't imagine. There's something about the rental idea that just doesn't. I have a hard time buying that for a team that is draft and develop. That you're gonna go ahead and spit the bid on a 3rd round draft pick and say, all right, hey, let's
Freddie,
take a flyer on.
They spit the bid on the 4s.
Well,
They've
you're
done
right.
The last 2
you're right.
years.
Yeah, you're not
Doesn't
wrong.
the comp pick make sense?
Well, but I was listening to you guys talk about it. I mean, based on the formulaic quality, and you drag, take whatever.
It's going to be about contract. It's going to be about playing time. And it's going to be about postseason awards. Because if a guy turns into like a Pro Bowl player, then, Sam Darnold fetched the Vikings a 3rd-round pick.
Okay.
That's how you got to kind of look at it. Right.
All right.
There.
All right. That's good.
So are all eyes now on Tyler Guyton? I mean, as far as look, we know what Dak, TBD as far as the leg is concerned, but are offensively, you like the tight end room, running back room you'll live with, wide receiver room now is as good as any in the NFL, at least your top 2 spots. Outside of Tyler Guyton at left tackle, this offense seems like you're pretty whole at this point.
Yeah, I think that's where Dawson brought it up, and I think he's on to something there. I'm taking that approach. Yes.
Great minds.
Well, Fred, Blake, what you have coming up on the show tonight?
Great question, boys. Let's see. We got a little Brandon Laurie action coming up. We're going to talk to him at 7:40. He broke down some stats and what have you. Friend of the program. He's always got something good cooking.
I think Albert Breer answered his question on his podcast.
Dang.
Good content.
Check out the big brain on Brandon. So, we're talking to him. Extra credit later tonight. New guy Jake making his new – actually, no, he's gotten beat once before, so he'll be taking on Blake later on. And then Ben Troop, friend of the program. We haven't had him on in a while. Kind of his post-NFL draft rankings, and we'd be remiss if we didn't ask him about his Florida Gators as well.
Yes.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Have a great night. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, boys.
There they go. Fred and Blake, Fan After Dark here, coming up 7 to 11. Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup back home at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. We're at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. Thanks to Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo, of course. And until tomorrow at 2 for everybody involved here in the production at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, we'd like to remind you the Spa Wars Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout is going on now through the 26th. Biggest sale of the year, factory rebates, 0% APR financing, no money down, quick delivery and installation included. 5 major manufacturers, over 80 models in stock and ready to go. Shop spawars.com. Until next time, you're going home with the nation. Addies.
Spread the word. Go ahead, do it. I'll wait. All right, there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the G-Bag Nation is the place to be. Afternoons right here on the Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
The guy NBA is a suspect.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have you on board on a thick Thursday night right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are all still living in the aftermath and just the good vibes from last night when Mikko Rantanen decided, you know what? Enough is enough, Winnipeg, and put the Stars back on his back once again. Another 3-goal hat-trick performance from Mikko last night as your Dallas Stars take a 1-0 lead in the second round of the NHL playoffs in the Western Conference. And again, Rangers, they're scuffling right now. I guess we can go ahead and halt the parade that we were going to throw for Brett Boone after Tuesday's game. After what was you want to talk about just a tremendous performance in the batter's box for your Texas Rangers on Tuesday. Well, they've gone back to being the Rangers we've all loathed and despised the last couple games. Why? Because they've been a just dreadful 0-for-17 with runners in scoring position the last 2 games, and that has a lot to do with the fact that they lost their 6th series in a row following a 5-0 defeat to the hands of the Boston Red Sox today. We've got a lot to get to today. I am Fred Davis. That gentleman to my right, rocking the white do-rag today. You know why they call it a do?
Talk to me.
You know where the do comes from?
Dude perfect.
Hairdo. The one, the only. Blake Elliott.
Hi, hola, amigos and amigas. Yes, I do have the do-rag on today. Got the white on. I'm feeling.
You waving the white flag today? Is that what it is?
No, waving
something
the
more.
Flag.
Are you just celebrating the new pope?
Celebrating life.
Let's go.
Black smoke.
I thought. Pope. No, it's white. It's white.
Black smoke is no bueno.
It just means we're still working on it. Means there's a trading process. Ding 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 ding.
Traded to the afterlife.
That's it. So we got a new pope. Pretty excited about that.
Rangers 5 hits, 3 of them from our boy Tucker.
Yeah.
So 2 hits if your name wasn't Tucker.
2 hits if your name wasn't Tucker.
If you weren't batting first, second, or your name was Tucker, you didn't get a hit.
You were. And that's. I don't think we learned anything new today about this Texas Rangers team that we didn't already know, and I think maybe we got a little over our skis a couple days ago.
That's what I'm talking about.
Boone. Look, we all said it. Hey, we're excited. Sarcastic. Here we go.
I thought the Rangers were going to the World Series after that.
But let's not, old habits die hard. And you've got a Ranger team that, once again, cannot score with runners in scoring position, and that's why for the last 2 nights you've fallen short and have lost 6 straight series.
What is this on the Twitch? Is this a vape that's sponsoring us? Do you see that? The ad, get lost in the game?
What,
Blackberry Vanilla.
Respawn?
Is that a vape? Is that
what, Respawn?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It says Blackberry Vanilla.
Does that sound like something vapish?
Reset mints. Maybe if you're playing video games, you need to reset. I feel like to get lost in the game.
My guess is it's probably got something with maybe caffeine.
Yeah, like a caffeine boost, like a 5-hour energy tablet.
I don't know. I prefer just drinking coffee and.
You said you're done with that, though, no?
I said after 9. I said after 9. I said after 9 o'clock. I was going to stop drinking. So it's 7:04. I've already had 2 cups. I'll probably knock out 1 more at 8, and then we'll call it a day. That's Blake Elliott walking around, probably forgetting that lever to the side is the reason why that chair won't go down. Meanwhile, behind the glass, the one, the only, feeling good because even though he's not Catholic, his girlfriend is, and he is from the Chi, the one, the only, Jacob Ray.
Oh yeah, it's a big day for Chicago Twitter. It's been going crazy.
How many more memes do we have to see of him dressed up like, the Bears Ditka super fans, for God's sake?
I'm loving it. They still haven't got to the bottom of the fact if he's a Cubs or a White Sox fan. So
is he born and raised like dyed-in-the-wool Chicagoan?
That's what I'm seeing. So
all right.
fingers crossed he's a Cubs fan. I don't know if I can claim if he's a Sox fan. So
where is this done at?
Well, he is. I mean, look, if he's for the poor and destitute, then he might be a White Sox fan.
He might be.
There is that.
Where is this celebration done? It's in like Italy?
Well, it's in the Vatican.
The Vatican, yeah. Where is the Vatican at? France?
It's in Italy.
Italy. Okay, I was right.
No, you're right. I mean, it's ballpark in it. So, so new Pope today. The Chicago memes are out of control right now. There was another meme I saw where he was wearing a Bulls jersey. There was another meme.
Somebody gave him a do-rag with earrings?
There was another one where I saw that he was wearing a do-rag. Another one that said they were going to put in a stained glass of MJ dunking. So, yeah, it is the Chicagoland is on fire today. It's about time Chicago had something to get excited about.
No kidding.
Okay?
No kidding.
So, and you know what? Shout out to America today as well, because I want to say this is the first American Pope as well. So, good day to be American, good day to be Catholic, and look, it's only going back. It's only going to go up from here for all my Catholics out there.
We've gotten 5 texts since the show started.
Okay.
817, Blake looking like a light-skinned little baby getting treated like Future.
Wow.
Gotten that a bunch.
Wow.
940, according to Steelers media, George Pickens turned down 4 years, $108 million.
Okay. So I guess my 3-year, $75 million offers off the table.
From the 601, about damn time. Let's go Fatties, best show on the fan.
Is that a 785 area code?
Okay, I will try again. 601, about damn time. Let's go Fatties, best show on the fan.
It was a joke. 785 is from Kansas. I was going to say.
Who was going to get that joke other than people from Kansas?
Sometimes it's all it's worth.
817.
The Pope. That's who would get it.
All caps. Okay, guys, I'm officially a FOLO, Fatty/Tolo.
Oh,
all caps.
FOLO. A FOLO.
Did we just get a new term?
I think we did just get a new term.
FOLO.
I love it. I love it.
Or is it FOLO?
Maybe it's follow. Either way.
And 940, guys, he's a Sox fan, confirmed by his brother.
Oh, well, what did I say?
That's unfortunate news.
What did I say? He is, supports the poor and destitute. So Chicago White Sox sounds about right.
Yeah, you hit that on the nail.
Do we know what his brother does, though? They give any insight on what the brother does? Could you imagine if your brother was the Pope?
Someone said, why does Blake look on the fan cam like he's Muggsy Bogues? Fred is a gigantic WWE star.
That does kind of look like what it's. We need to adjust.
I don't look like Muggsy Bogues.
I need it. Hold on. Don't touch it yet. I got to take a picture of that.
I don't think I look that small.
You look like Ashton Genty in his draft hat picture.
Do I look that tiny?
Oh, yeah. It's literally just your head. You look like, you know what? You look like Toad from Mario Kart right now is what you look like.
I go even lower down.
Oh, I'll tell you what. So, no, it's been a big day in the world. All right. It's been a big day in the world. U.S. and Britain have agreed to a trade agreement, figuring out the tariffs. So, look, it can only go up from here as far as I'm concerned. George Pickens talked to the media today.
Yeah, he did. Oh, please tell me you were on Twitter today to see our Cowboys family arguing with each other.
No, I have not. I have not.
It?
Here's what we're going to do today, too, by the way. We are going to go through, courtesy of my man Jake Ray. If you've noticed, I stopped calling him New Guy Jake because...
We have a new guy.
We've got a new guy. It's Dylon. And
call him Jacob now?
I'm going to call him Jacob Ray for right now. I'm just going to go ahead and use his full government name until something comes along better. Okay, so Jacob Ray, who is a fast rising star here at 105.3 The Fan. 13 pieces of audio from George Pickens. So you at home may be saying to yourself, my God, Fred, 13 pieces of audio. Are we really going to do this? Because sometimes we will play audio that goes on. Clips can get a little long in the tooth. Courtesy of George Pickens and Jacob Ray, we have 13 clips ranging in anywhere from 5 seconds to 25 seconds, and we're going to play all 13 of them for you next segment. All right? So I'm excited about that as well, as you should be too. So we're going to get some George Pickens talk here. We've also got to get into some NBA discussion as well. The Eastern Conference is a quagmire of epic proportions right now because
media was not nice to Tatum today.
Well, nor should they be. All right. You sent me that meme of him wearing a Rockets jersey. All right, which seemed on brand. All right, because that's about what he looked like the other night. And you've got, your top 2 seeds. You've got a Celtics team that apparently decides, hey, we're good for 47 minutes, and let's go ahead and sandbag it for the last minute. And then you got a Cleveland team that you and I have given a slight, albeit a slight benefit of the doubt. Now, look, they screwed the pooch in game 2, right? Like, that was all them. They got nobody to blame but themselves for game 2.
But I feel like you can come back from it. It wasn't like, man, how could they ever win a game after that? They just played bad down the stretch.
They played well, but you could argue that about this. I mean, we said that about the Celtics after game 1 too, though.
I feel like the Celtics, like the whole fourth quarter, you could see it coming.
Well, and they just can't stop missing threes.
They just can't stop shooting threes. I'm not even worried about them missing. Like, they are taking threes while they've missed like 9 in a row
all year, though, right? I mean, you're not going to change your strategy. It's just that, I mean, and you said something last night, a stat where, would you say they've missed like 50 wide 75. Open threes?
Oh, no, they were like 19 for 75 on open threes or something like that.
I mean, it's one thing to miss, like you can, I'm not going to say
they get good looks. They get wide open
that's
looks.
What I'm saying. Like, these aren't contested, like, hand in your face. Like, you're talking about guys that have been knocking down shots, 40% three-point shooters, professional shooters.
Yeah.
And they still can't knock down open shots. So, no, that team, there's a weird energy. And then, I was scrolling through Twitter last night, and Chris Mannix had a great point. He's like, what the hell's going on with Kristaps Porzingis and this illness that he has that keeps knocking him out of ball games?
All I know is the under hit last night.
So you're feeling good about that?
I had him on under 19.5. I got a little scared. He scored like 8 in a row in the third. I was like, oh, slow down.
And then he got sick and decided he was done for the game. So there you have it. So we've got a loaded show today for you, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, we're going to talk about our boy George Pickens, which we're all excited about. But we've got to bring back friends of the program, because that's what you know that we do here on Fan After Dark. Brandon Laurie, blogging with the boys, who I didn't realize until we heard from the G-Bag boys, getting loved up by Albert Breer. By the way, he's a friend of the program, okay? Because that's what we do. We traffic in stars here on Fan After Dark. We've got a segment we're going to do tonight. A gentleman from the NFL.com, I think Nick Shook is his name. He power ranked the 15 quarterback teams that are still on their rookie deal. Okay, he's got his 15. I am going to throw those rankings out to Mr. Blake and to Mr. Jacob and get your thoughts. Do we agree on those 15, on those rankings, and where do they lie in the eyes of Blake and Jake? We got a little fair foul tonight. A little extra credit. Now, Blake won last week. He beat Khaki Kev. So considering that he won, he's going to take a break from winning, and tonight he's going to moderate.
Correct.
Okay? And tonight's topic is going to be popes and Catholicism. Okay? Popes and Catholicism. Now, you may be saying to yourself, well, Fred, you're Catholic. That should give you an unfair advantage. Maybe, but here's the deal. Haven't been to church in a long time. Secondly, didn't pay attention very well in Catholic school because it was the only school that would accept me in the entire state of Kansas after I'd been kicked out from a public school. We'll delve into that more later on. I know that's not... look, I'm a product of my environment, boys. I'm a product of my environment. So we'll do a little papal and Catholicism themed extra credit tonight. Ben Troop, friend of the program, joining us at 9 o'clock. He's talking all things the NFL post-NFL draft, as well as he is a proud Florida Gator alum. So we'll get his thoughts on Florida as well as the SEC and kind of where things at. Because Florida is one of those schools that, from an NIL, from a revenue sharing and what have you, there's 6 schools right now. I saw a stat the other day that they're suggesting that 6 schools are going to have $40 million football rosters. Now, 2 of them are in Texas. Now, the one doesn't surprise anybody, being UT.
Wreck 'em.
Texas Tech, your alma mater, has decided. But, of course, it doesn't hurt that, old boy that just sold his company, Double Eagle or whatever the hell it's called, for like $4 or $5 billion, and he's a Texas Tech grad.
Yep.
He's y'all's Boone Pickens.
Also, the new co-commissioner with Nick Saban.
I saw that. Yes. So, which, you know what, from a Big 12 perspective, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's huge.
Big 12 needs that. Big 12 needs that because they kind of got lost in the shuffle last year. We know what the SEC's about. We know what the Big Ten's about. You don't want to get lost in translation, become another Pac-12. So while it hurts me as a Jayhawk knowing that we don't have cheddar like that, nonetheless, we know that our conference is going to be A-OK. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. We want to hear from you guys throughout the course of the program tonight. It is going to be a fun show on a thick Thursday. And don't forget, we're on tomorrow night as well. 9 to midnight. Is that correct, Mr. Blake?
Yes, sir.
So we'll be on 9 to midnight tomorrow. We'll be following up the Detroit Tigers we'll be following up the Rangers who visit the Detroit Tigers tomorrow as well. Coming up next, the newest Cowboy, George Pickens, spoke to the media today. We've got 13 clips of him talking about being a Cowboy, his reputation, his contract, and what are Cowboy fans going to expect from number 14. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
Late night for a reason.
A new way of life is evolving.
It's
You're on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit. that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, so
building any winning culture in any type of sport. So just working every day.
Love to hear it, George. I'm excited to cover you come training camp. One of the things we've heard is that maybe you had a fallout with your coach, Mike Tomlin, who some people think is the greatest coach in the history of football. What happened with the split in Pittsburgh?
Business, this game is just as much as a business as it is football. So it's kind of like out of my control. I'm just, like I said, I'm glad to be here at Dallas and able to continue to win the culture that they have.
Just focus what you can focus on, my man. I appreciate that. Back in the 2022 draft, did you have any contact or any conversations with the Dallas Cowboys?
I didn't talk much with them, to be honest. But, the draft is a little bit different than the situation that I'm in now. And like I said once before, just glad to be here, as a Cowboy.
Two totally different situations, George. I certainly get that. You've never played with anybody quite like a CeeDee Lamb. How is that going to improve your game?
Super dynamic. CD is a super dynamic receiver, super dynamic player. I just feel like schematically you can't, you won't be able to double everybody. So that'd be a great thing for me and him.
Can't wait to see it. As this thing has unraveled somewhat quickly in the last 24 to 48 hours, have you had a chance to talk to either Jerry Jones or your new head coach, Brian Schottenheimer?
I haven't talked to Jerry yet. Talked to some of the coaches, a few of the players, and like I said, just building a winning culture. That's mostly what the conversations were about, just building.
You're a big proponent of winning culture. We'd love to hear that here at 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned CD, though, like I said, as far as just being able to play off of him, but from just an overall, look, I mean, you've gone back in Alabama, back when you were playing, football in the street with your homeboys and what have you. What's the excitement level right now with you and CD?
Oh, yeah, it excites me a lot because in the game of football, we can work off each other. There's no, he gets the ball, I get the ball. We're working off each other. That's why I always come back to, building a winning culture, and that's kind of what we've been talking about in Dallas.
George, are we playing a drinking game called winning culture? Because if so, everybody is probably blackout drunk by now. What about playing with Dak? You seem pretty jacked about that.
Yeah, that was one of the first guys that I definitely contacted with was Dak. He just, just watching his game over the years, he's a very prolific QB and smart QB at that. So I'm just glad to be working with him.
We are too. And last but certainly not least, George, and like I said, we can't wait to do this again. Are you a number 2 or are you more of a 1B?
I'll probably most definitely say on the outside. You guys make it a 1A, 1B, and all of this. Honestly, that's the first time I've heard any of that stuff. I feel like 2 receivers are kind of normal. When I used to watch football, there was always a good receiver, and then there was always another good receiver on the side of him. So I just feel like we're going to work off each other very well.
Love to hear it, George. And like I said, we're excited about having you here in the Big D. Any thoughts from what you've heard so far with our exclusive one-on-one with George Pickens, even though he wasn't aware that it was an exclusive one-on-one?
He seems to be to the point. He seems to be head on straight. I would much rather George Pickens be boring. Give me boring George Pickens all day long, not bringing any drama, not giving it any reason for us. The fact that there's not a story out of today is a story. It's a good
Fantastic
thing. That there wasn't George Pickens did this or said this crazy comment. If you are not in sports media or not listening to the radio station today, you probably would never hear about this, which is a good thing. I don't need you making headlines. The Cowboys have enough headlines. So all the
Cowboys themselves are a headline.
All the respect in the world to George Pickens handling his business, getting in and out. It's football. You guys are making it a story. I'm here to play with CD and Dak and the guys. I'm excited.
Winning culture.
I love it. Maybe Brian Schottenheimer said, hey, buddy, we're going to bring you over here. I'm going to need that attitude. I'm going to need you in line.
Okay, and I'm glad you brought up Brian Schottenheimer. Doesn't this, after hearing George Pickens talk, don't you have a better feeling now that when we talk about culture and what Brian Schottenheimer's trying to build, there was conversation you and I had it a couple days ago that, okay, are we sure this is the kind of guy you want to bring into this in a George Pickens? Can be a little wily on the field. I understand it's just a press conference, and we know that, there are no wins and losses with the press conference. Now, of course, it never hurts when you win the press conference, but all that does is, heighten the expectation that much more. But to your point, following up, there was nothing he said just now that gives me any cause for concern.
Which is good.
And on top of that, his antics are on the field. It's nothing off the field. You've never heard anything about him doing anything to harm the football team. Okay, outside of, yes, penalties are killer. I feel very confident that once he gets around another capable group of football players, it's going to be a different conversation. I'll tell you what my conversation is, or the question I have. What's DK Metcalf thinking right now? You went from the Seahawks last year where you had Geno Smith, okay, solid, serviceable NFL quarterback. You had Jackson Smith and Jigba on the other side of you, all right? You had a serviceable NFL roster. You wanted out. You go to the Steelers, which maybe from a brand perspective, okay, maybe it's a bigger deal than playing in Seattle. You're going to have, as of right now, if the season were to start today, you'd have, Calvin Austin or something like that would be the number 2. So he's playing opposite of you.
Van Jefferson.
Who nobody cares about outside of Pittsburgh. And you'd have Mason Rudolph as your quarterback because we still don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
that's where you're at.
DK's definitely not feeling good.
And oh, by the way, you've got maybe one of the most blasé. I mean, look, if we want to talk about Mike McCarthy and how unoriginal he was as an offensive coordinator, okay, Mike McCarthy is Leonardo da Vinci compared to Arthur Smith. All right. I mean, you want to talk about he makes vanilla look spicy. That's how boring Arthur Smith is. So if you're DK Metcalf right now, I don't know what you're and you already signed. He signed an extension too, didn't he?
Yeah, big one.
Yeah, so he's. I'll tell you what, DK, be careful what you ask for. Even the football team they have now in Seattle. I mean, could you imagine a lineup of him, Cooper Kupp, and Jigba with Sam Darnold?
But they obviously don't get Cooper Kupp, probably, if they still have.
Probably not, but. Just for hypothetical sakes, I mean, at the very least, I'll tell you what, you'd be in a better spot even with Sam Darnold and Smith and Jigba than you would having Mason Rudolph. I mean, say what you want. Sam Darnold's a better look. We know Sam Darnold's going to piss down his leg come fourth quarter or / big game, but he's still a better quarterback than Mason Rudolph. I think we can all agree on that much. So either way, but overall, total takeaway is
super excited for the mature arc of George Pickens. Let the football and the talent speak for itself. I think he's saying and doing all the right things, and we've heard some pretty positive reports, and I'm hoping to continue to hear these. And I think they have a top 3 wide receiver duo as long as he can keep his head on straight. And who better to be locker mates with and be coaching you up than Dak? We can make fun of Dak for a gajillion things. One thing that I think we can all agree on is his leadership style, the way he goes about his business. So if that's rubbing off on already CD, we've seen him come into himself as, I think, as a leader of the team.
Yeah.
Hopefully CD can be
like kind of overrate. And I don't want to start a whole side tangent here, but I will because I heard the morning show talking about this. Do we kind of overrate Dak's leadership skills?
I mean, I'm just going off
a smidge,
going off of what everyone said, and our few times being in the locker room as well. He seems to be a good leader. I mean, I don't know him all the time in the locker room. I only see what we're privy to. But I think he's a pretty good leader. No one's really spoke down on his leadership.
I guess from an on-the-field perspective is what I'm getting.
On the field, less about. I mean, we just see when the sideline cuts there, what we can see from the press box. It's not like we're sitting on the side. We're not Christy Scales.
But I mean, I guess my point is that how many times have we seen, and I'll defer to you guys because obviously last year we didn't see a lot of Dak.
Quentin Post getting a start?
My question is, though, look, I've seen times where you've got a Tom Brady, and you got the entire team around him, and he's yelling at everybody, getting everybody fired up. I've seen the same thing with Pat Mahomes. My question is, have we seen that with a Dak where he's on the sideline reading everybody the riot act? And that's I guess that's what I'm getting at.
We'll see which arc of Dak. I like the competitor Dak more than the, hey, it's going to be okay, tapping him on the back Dak Prescott. I like the one that's getting in people's faces, got a little bit of fierce competitor. He's shown flashes of that where he's getting in people's faces. I want more of that.
I need.
I'd rather my quarterback be a jerk. I'm not gonna lie. If I had to pick one,
absolutely. I mean, look, I want to see him. I mean, look, you have 4 years left. Okay, like
if someone runs a bad route, whether it's Pickens, Lamb, Ferguson, or Trayshawn Holden, I want him getting on them the same way, and I think he does a good job of that. But I'm just saying that's the type of quarterback that I enjoy.
I think Dak is in the community, and again, we've heard it from reporters and everybody else. Teammates love Dak Prescott as a human being and is one of the most stand-up characters in the National Football League, and I'm not taking anything away from that perspective, but I'm just saying, could we could we use a little sharper edge from number 4 as we go into the twilight of his NFL career? Coming up next, friend of the program, Brandon Laurie, talking all things George Pickens trade, as well as now that this team looks to be, for the most part, about 99% complete, what's kind of the next step as far as what he's looking at is what positions need to be added going into the 2025 NFL season. He's Blake. I'm Fred. That's Jacob Ray. This is Fan After Dark.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Jets color analyst Mitchell Clinton preview.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Jay, that's his full name. We've been calling him New Guy Jake since he got here, but because Dylon.
Why are you so loud? I can hear you down the hall.
You know what? Because I do this. That's why.
Jacob, do you have
Because I do this.
Do you have to have our audio levels like completely flipped?
Yes.
Like Fred's is on the CA level. It should just say CA and Fred button.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Super loud on the mic button.
Radio legends. How about that? Well, I mean, CA is. I'm just happy to be in his. I'm just happy to be in his aura, if you will.
His aura circle.
I'll tell you what.
He's graced the place.
Sunday mornings, and take nothing away. I love doing radio with my young counterpart, Blake Elliott.
Oh wow! I'm about to compliment sandwich.
Compliment sandwich. You're about to get compliment sandwich.
Truck with
You're
it.
about to get compliment. But I mean, but it shouldn't be. You should take no umbrage knowing that we're talking about a radio legend here in not just the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
No, not just.
Chris Arnold is a radio legend in America.
By the way, it just hit. By the way,
Your parlay?
Yeah.
Tell you
2
what,
assists,
you're feeling good about
3
it.
points
You're
already.
Feeling
in the first half.
nicey right about now. Speaking of legends, how about online legends? Let's jump out of the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. From Blogging the Boys and the press coverage newsletter, the one, the only, Mr. Brandon Laurie. And you know what, Brandon? I appreciate the fact that you have not gotten too big to listen when the Fan After Dark reaches out and says, can we talk a little shop tonight?
Gentlemen, I will never be too big to appear on the show.
I love it.
You can guarantee that. I felt that compliment sandwich coming from all the way up here in New Jersey.
Yeah, you did.
I'm happy.
But you know CA, Brandon, you know CA. You've done radio with CA before.
Yeah.
You know he's a legend, so there is nothing wrong with being compared to the one, the only, Chris Arnold. All right, now speaking of being compared to legends, you had a little interaction with one of the heavyweights in all things NFL reporting, Mr. Albert Breer.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because he always puts out a weekly mailbag where he kind of fans questions from people who want to participate, ask all the questions around the NFL. And, of course, immediately after the George Pickens news comes down, he's asking, listen, there's also some George Pickens stuff he can talk about, too. So I jumped right on Twitter and asked, basically, is it all smoke, from the outside that if George Pickens was a problem in the locker room, or is it something where he was good and it's just a little bit one of those things where it gets kind of blown out of proportion? And the way Breer answered it, I won't give kind of the full context because I think you can either go check out his mailbag still on Sports Illustrated, and I also wrote it up on bloggingtheboys.com. He said the guys in Pittsburgh, for what it's worth, did believe Pickens' heart was in the right place the last couple of years, even with his frustration with the direction of the offense, or more specifically, his role in it led to emotional outbursts or uncharacteristic drops. And you guys were touching on it before. I think the situation that he had during his time in Pittsburgh, he was playing with quarterbacks like Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields. He's walking into a situation now with Dak Prescott where he is the most accomplished quarterback he's played with up to this point in his career. Pittsburgh has had great wide receivers over the years, but they had Ben Roethlisberger to be that guy and the facilitator for them. So I think he's stepping into a much better situation. And I think sometimes a lot of wide receivers is not just Pickens. You see it all across the league, that when they are not put in the best place to succeed, sometimes it can get a little emotional. You can see a little more outbursts from time to time. But as long as everything kind of stays in-house, it stays within the locker room, he has the respect of his guys in the locker room, I think we're okay. And it just remains to be seen what he's going to be like in Dallas moving forward.
What does a George Pickens offense look like for the Dallas Cowboys, implementing him, dropping him in? How different is it going to look, not only with Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, but adding Pickens? I don't want to say removing Tolbert, but Tolbert's not going to be as a bigger factor in the game planning now moving forward, and we'll see what role he plays. How much different will the offense look from last year to this year?
Yeah, I think it's going to open up the offense a lot. We know that the Cowboys invested a lot into Dak Prescott, and going into this offseason with them drafting Tyler Booker in the first round, having a little bit more of a say as far as Clayton Adams being an offensive line guy, a run scheme guy by nature, I really thought that they were going to lean more towards being a efficient running team, really being run dominant, run heavy. And Brian Schottenheimer has talked about that a lot this offseason. While I do think that is still in play for Dallas, the passing attack has now just opened up to another level because I think Pickens is going to be a great outside guy. It allows CeeDee Lamb to do what he does best, which is work in the slot. And CeeDee Lamb and Pickens can kind of be a little bit interchangeable. but I know you guys talked about it last night too. I think this is great news, not only for CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, but I think it's outstanding for a guy like Jake Ferguson. I think there's going to be so many opportunities for him. He's looking to get a bounce back year because he's going into a contract season. We know how well these players perform when there's some money to be made on the table. So I think Jake Ferguson is going to have a lot of success. And I don't think also, too, this diminishes Kevontae Turpin's role in the offense as well. They signed him to a 3-year deal this offseason, and Brian Schottenheimer last year talked glowingly about how they were going to try and implement Kevontae Turpin into more of a running back type role. We saw that kind of branch out last year, but maybe with Brian Schottenheimer calling the plays, maybe he wants to integrate that a little bit more into the offense. So I think just with Pickens, it just takes a big stress off the shoulders of the Cowboys passing attack, and now they can kind of approach it any way possible, whether
Brandon?
Got me?
Oh,
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah. Dropped for a second.
Hold on. I think my man's got that Cricket Wireless or something like that. Either that or he got his Wi-Fi got picked up somewhere else. All right, we'll get Brandon back on. Just go ahead.
I had a real good question,
we'll
too.
get him back. We'll get him back. Tell you what, do this. Go ahead and have him just call us back on the next segment, because that way we'll have more time at 8 o'clock. So we'll get to some of that here. Actually, you know what? If he calls back, go ahead and take it. If he calls back, just go ahead and take it.
This is Fred's brain, right?
This is my brain. This is
the
my
next
brain.
segment. This segment.
Well, then I realized, we can go 6 minutes.
That's what she said.
Hey. Because we need to get Brandon's thoughts on the Pope.
Do we?
No,
how do you know Brandon's not still here? And he's just playing possum.
I mean, why? Why would he do that?
Maybe he wants to see what we really think about him.
Well, I dropped the call, so I hope he wasn't sitting here still. So.
Hey, we just deployed.
Ain't got no choice now.
You can't call back if you don't drop the call.
That's right. All right, so we'll get his thoughts. Because I'm dying to hear from him on this whole Kevontae Turpin as the number 3 now, which I think is just foolhardy.
That would be sublime.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
What am I quoting?
That would be sublime. I don't know, sublime.
Michael Scott, season 6, Office Party.
Oh, God.
When asked to be pool partners with Jim.
Here we go.
I just want to say that's the best. That's probably the funniest episode I've seen of The Office. Was Office Party. When he gets up, when he goes.
I mean, there's so many.
No, I agree.
It's hard to. It's like picking your favorite child.
No, I agree. But that one, I was rolling the whole time.
You haven't got to season 8 yet, have you?
I probably seen. We're not watching it in order. Like I said,
you're not.
Shorty will just click a random episode.
So you haven't. What about with Robert California?
No, haven't seen any with him.
You haven't seen any
not
episode with Robert California yet?
Not a single one. But I'm telling you, that was probably my favorite episode, though.
I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to say, look, he's not, Robert California isn't funnier than Michael Scott. I mean, that's just blasphemy to say. But for people to say that the show fell off, I mean.
Can I give a hot take?
I want the hottest of hot takes.
I don't know if I love Kevin's character on there. I know he's fun and lovable, but Kevin to me...
Who, Fat Kevin? That's always like, bah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, gets on my nerves.
I don't know. It's just like, it's not... After one time, it's just not that funny to me. I'm like, I get it. He's going to act like a 9-year-old and make noises.
I don't know. That's kind of funny, though.
It's all right.
I'll tell you who I don't like. Andy.
Andy's funny to me.
I can't stand Andy.
Okay, well, he was dating the receptionist.
He gets worse as the show goes on.
Right now, he's just now introducing the world to his relationship with the receptionist. I forget her name.
Aaron.
Yeah. He's like, what do you think would happen if we played the dance game? They'd be like, oh, you guys get a room. Like, I hate drama.
Andy is funny until he becomes manager. Okay. Once he becomes manager, then you're like, okay, I'm over this guy. Like he becomes obnoxious. Like when he goes on the sailboat for, half the season of season 9.
And I will
thank
say,
God, it was so much better.
A jump has happened. Dwight has become number 2 over Jim for me. Dwight is hilarious.
Dude, I told you, man. Dwight's
on
another level.
When he's flirting with Isabella and Angela's walking behind him, he's just flirting with her right in front of her face.
I still think one of my favorite parts of The Office is when they're interviewing Robert California, and he says everything's about sex.
I just love that. I will say,
do I look like someone that would waste his own time?
I don't know if I had appreciated The Office until I started really watching and hearing what they're saying, and everything that comes out of Michael Scott's voice. There hasn't been a non-funny part.
The other funny part is when I will say the other funny part is when Andy wants Christopher Columbus Day off, and he wants to get out early, and he goes to Robert California.
I'll say Pam has gotten funnier since she's been pregnant. That's what just happened. She
you know
just got
what
pregnant.
though? I'm tired. Her, dare I say, her and Jim get on my nerves after a while. Like we get it. I'm sorry.
I would say those are probably two more of the favorite characters.
That's something I expect Blake to say.
No, I know Dwight. Dwight's number 2 for me. Michael Scott and Dwight are easy 1-2, and there's a gap now. Jim is all right to me. Like I think Jim's
funny.
Jim's all right.
Jim's funny,
but Jim is like saying what we're all saying as the audience. Like he's like speaking for the audience most of the show.
I was gonna say like Jim's kind of like a laugh track.
Yeah,
in a way, right? Whereas Dwight, you don't know what you're gonna get out of him.
You have no idea.
All right. Oscar. I don't think Oscar gets enough love for how funny he is.
He was funny in Office Party.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because when he's trying to hang out with Mike or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, I don't know if me and Mike are the type." And he said, "You want to play hoops? I'd love to play hoops. I love basketball." He's shooting the basketball off his head.
I'll tell you,
a sleeper too, man.
All right, so we are going to get Brandon Laurie back. Did you text with him?
Yeah, I told him we're gonna call him back.
All right, so we're gonna get Brandon Laurie back. I don't know what the hell happened. Again, I'm guessing it's Cricket Wireless, but whatever the case is, we'll hear back from him at the top of the hour. We've also got our boy Ben Troop that's going to go down at 9:00. We've got some NFL quarterback ranking. We've got some playoffs to talk, a little fair or foul. So much to get to here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you go anywhere. He's Blake. I'm Fred. That's Jacob Ray. This is the Fan After Dark.
Time to put the kiddos down.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on a Thursday. Shout out to the new Pope, Robert Prevost. Great day to be an American. Great day to be a Catholic. As Stringer Bell says, tell everybody back on the street, Catholics, we're back up. Okay, we are back up, Catholics. All right.
So are the Timberwolves, man. They're back
23-7 Minnesota. 2.5 minutes left to go. It seems like the home teams
break double digits?
are starting to reassert their dominance, at least in the Western Conferences. It looks like, Now, look, there's still a lot of basketball left, so let's not get too carried away just yet. But Anthony Edwards got roasted after Game 1, and rightfully so. All right, if you're going to be one of the faces of the NBA, not the face of the NBA, but one of the faces, because I think that's the tack that the NBA is going to take, is that, right now we don't have, Wemby, but we're still trying to figure out if this guy's going to play next year. But Anthony Edwards, who we all know, taking the Bulls by the proverbial horn tonight, and it's 25-7 Minnesota after what was a just dud of a performance. Speaking of dud of performances, I'm looking at you, Brandon Laurie, and your cell phone. Let's jump back out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's see, was this a bad cell area? Was this your Nokia bar phone ran out of battery? What are we talking about here?
No one teases a segment better than when a call drops. And then, you know what? I also blame it on there's a lot of cell service being used in America right now after the newly elected
That's right.
Pope. So, listen, we don't want to blame anything on the Pope, but I'm just thinking a lot of people are talking right now in America. So we'll lean it towards that.
Papal hijinks, boys. Papal hijinks, like we've never seen before. Okay, you were, and Blake was going to follow up. Let's go ahead. Settle something for me and Blake. We need you to be the kind of, break this tie.
Arbiter?
I don't want to see Cavante Turpin as your number 3 wide receiver. Okay?
Blake is fine with it.
I have zero interest in seeing Cavante Turpin as your number 3. I think you've got a gazillion guys now competing for the number 3 spot, which you can live with, right? You already got your 2 settled. You're good there. I can live with Tolbert, Brooks, Flournoy, Mingo. Who's the kid from Oregon that you're? Trayshawn Holden. Like, I'm good at, hell, Turpin as well, as far as being a gadget guy. Where do you see Turpin's role in this offense realistically in 2025?
A great middle child answer. I've always stayed in the middle, born in the middle my entire life. I'll say we were worried about wide receiver 2 problems a week ago. I think now that we're talking about who's going to be wide receiver 3 is a much better world that we're living in right now. I think for me, I would say I think Tolbert and Turpin are the 2 that are sort of interchangeable right now. I think there's packages to where Tolbert can get on the field with Pickens and Lamb, and I think there's packages for where Turpin can get on the field with those guys too. To me, if you're kind of trying to figure out between the 2 of those guys who's going to be getting on the field more, it's a great problem to have. I think I would lean more towards Turpin only because he presents a different skill set from someone like a George Pickens and a CeeDee Lamb. He is that speed guy. He is that gadget guy. I think, listen, maybe you can have a package where Tolbert, Lamb, and Pickens are the wide receivers and you have Turpin in the backfield. I mean, why not have both guys on the field?
I don't mind that.
I just think right now it's something where it could be a little interchangeable. And I think Mingo gives you another red zone kind of big-bodied receiver that can pair well. And you just got to see what shakes out. I think competition has been talked about a lot through Brian Schottenheimer's first few months as head coach of the Cowboys. And I think for him, he genuinely wants to breed competition. Nobody's job is safe just because somebody's been here for a long time. And Tolbert doesn't mean that Turpin or Mingo can't come in and take that job. So I think that it's going to be a lot of competition in Oxnard, in training camp, in the preseason, and then we'll see where it shakes out come September.
Yeah, I'm just a negative Nancy. I'm not a Tolbert fan, nothing personal. I just want guys that I haven't seen their ceiling. I feel like Turpin still has another gear to unlock. I feel like we've seen the best of Tolbert. Maybe I'm wrong. But like you said, it's good to have wide receiver 3 conversations. But
real quick, I'm going to ask both of you this.
Okay.
What is Turpin more important as? A gadget wide receiver or in the return game?
Both. Why
no. You got to choose one. You got to choose one.
If I had to choose
what's he more
one,
valuable at?
As my
return
returner.
game or number 3 wide receiver?
As my returner, but teams don't really kick off like that. How many times did Kevontae Turpin just have a touchback? He returned like 8 kicks all year, 7 kicks.
Won a game because of it.
Agreed, but teams usually don't even kick to him. But my question for you, Brandon, going back to George Pickens, why do you think George was the receiver that they went after? What kind of archetype, if you will, or type of receiver that they want, and did they execute what you think is the best game plan for how the Cowboys offense is laid out?
I think he checks a lot of boxes. He is first cheap. He's still on his rookie deal, so I think that is kind of where it starts for the Cowboys. He is still a young player. He's I think one of the younger players, especially on the Cowboys right now in the wide receiver room. And then also too, he brings a skill set that they haven't had in a while, which is sort of maybe a bigger bodied wide receiver, kind of pure outside guy. The one thing I really do love about Pickens' game, especially watching it from afar, is that he's a contested catch guy. I put out a stat today that per NFL Pro, in 2024, George Pickens recorded 471 receiving yards on targets with less than 50% completion percentage, and that was 4th most in the NFL. So he's a contested catch guy on targets that within less than 1% of probability. He was among the best in the league as well too. So I think anywhere Dak is going to be throwing him the ball, he's probably going to come down with it. And I think over the years we've seen that the Cowboys have had issues in the past with drop passes, with guys not coming down with the ball. And, all the talking heads on some of these morning shows would say, oh, Dak Prescott's the problem. Dak Prescott's the problem. No, the receivers and pass catchers weren't helping him. So I think over time we've seen that improve. So I think Pickens is going to also elevate that too, that in maybe a difficult situation, Dak just needs to throw the ball up in the air. I think Pickens is going to come down with it, and that's something they haven't had in a while.
Brandon Laurie, Blogging the Boys, joining us here, talking all things Dallas Cowboys and the newest addition to your Dallas Cowboy team, George Pickens. This leads me to believe, Mr. Laurie, that right now, while the running back group is probably the least established now, as far as, not having that clear cut winner, the one guy that is all eyes are on him would be Tyler Guyton as we look forward to this 2025 season.
I agree. Last season, I think we kind of asked the same question where Tyler Guyton's development would kind of be the linchpin for the Cowboys season. And we saw that there were good times, and we saw that he struggled at times. He's still a young player that is very young at playing the position. So his growth, where he's going to be in year 2, I think is very important to this team, because I know people, I believe the morning show, Sean and RJ, they were talking about where things stand right now. And you have across the board, you have known players at almost every position. You know what Jake Ferguson is. Despite not having the star power at running back, what Javonte Williams is going to be a couple more years removed from that ACL injury. Jaden Blue is going to be a great addition, especially from an explosive standpoint. Miles Sanders, if he cracks the roster, you know who he is. And then along the offensive line, Tyler Smith is a lock. Tyler Booker, you hope the evaluation is that he is the best offensive lineman in the class, like the Cowboys led to believe. Terrence Steele, you hope, is elevated under the new coaching staff. And then Cooper Beebe had some great moments last year. So really the only question mark remains to be where Tyler Guyton's development is. If he takes that next step, which I believe all signs point to it being a possibility, we'll see what happens in training camp. But, he's with great coaches. Connor Riley is as good as they get when it comes to an offensive line coach, and he also has Clayton Adams. I think also Brian Schottenheimer is very excited. He's a big motivated guy. So I think having guys who are championing for him in the locker room is very important, and just making sure that his spirit is up so he can kind of take that next step. But I agree. I think he's sort of the linchpin, like he was last year, to this year's success.
Let's go overarching themes here, Brandon. And obviously these answers will continue to be resolved for us throughout the offseason, especially as games are being played. But where we're at right now, what have you learned about the Jones family and maybe their new attack to this offseason? And what have you learned about Brian Schottenheimer as far as the guys he's drafting, guys he's bringing in? Obviously, it's the whole front office is going in this, but obviously Brian Schottenheimer being the new face.
Yeah, I've learned that the Joneses, specifically Jerry Jones, like we heard from the very beginning, from the get-go, like Brian Schottenheimer, if you will be this generation's Jason Garrett. And I mean in the sense, not the coaching style, not who he's going to be, because that's yet to be determined, but he's a Jerry Jones guy. Like Jerry Jones handpicked Brian Schottenheimer to be the next coach of the Cowboys. He's the one that called Adam Schefter to break the news that, Brian Schottenheimer is no longer the offensive coordinator of the Cowboys. He's the next head coach. I think he really believes in Shoddy and what he could be for the Cowboys. And so they're trying to set him up for the most success possible. You know, they needed some help at linebacker. They went out and traded for and signed for a decent amount of guys. They went out and signed Dante Fowler to be a rotational pass rusher. They drafted a lock at right guard in Tyler Booker. They took all the best players available in the second and third round on their board, and Donovan Ezeraku and Savone Revel. You know, they've been giving him all the tools to set him up for as much success as possible so he can really just coach and not worry about having some sort of lackluster positions on the roster. I also believe that with Shoddy, he's really trying to put a huge emphasis on the culture. They drafted a lot of leadership guys, a lot of captains. Even through their undrafted free agency class, they took a lot of guys with high character. And I think when you kind of build that culture, start from scratch, good things come from it. You know, you look at a team like the Detroit Lions, right? When Dan Campbell came in, not a lot of people knew what the expectations were because he was an interim head coach, but he's a guy that didn't really have as much skin in the game as far as being a head coach in the NFL. He comes in, they don't really do well their first year. Second year is an improvement. Now the Lions are talked about as one of the most elite teams in the NFL. And that all started by Dan Campbell preaching culture 24/7. And so I think if the Cowboys can develop that, if Schottenheimer can develop that with a lot of the core guys, I think that really creates a nice foundation. Now you got to nourish it. Now you got to kind of foster these players, get them to buy into what you're selling, and then you can start winning games, stacking games. And then maybe this could be a 10-win team when maybe a few weeks ago they were a 7 or 8-win team.
I couldn't agree with you more on that. In fact, I'm going to take it one step further. I was talking to my boy Ted Johnson, who does afternoons over at WEEI up in Boston, former Patriots linebacker. And I told him, and of course, we were chit-chatting back and forth, and I said, look, I got a hot take for you. What would you say if I told you in 2 to 3 years, and I'm going to say this with my boy Jacob Ray here as well, that Brian Schottenheimer would be the best hire of this cycle?
I still need to see a little bit more. I can't get there with you all the way because again, you're just defined by wins and losses.
Absolutely.
But I think when Brian Schottenheimer was hired, I think there was a big disappointment among Cowboys fans. I don't think I'm going out on a limb and saying that.
No, not at all.
You had guys like Ben Johnson, like Mike Vrabel out there as potential candidates, and they didn't get to interview those guys. So I think when Schottenheimer was named head coach, there was a big sigh of almost a disappointment. But everything to this point, the one thing we heard from the get-go was he's going to win the press conference. Every time Brian Schottenheimer got up on the podium on Mondays to talk to the media, you could tell he's enthusiastic about football. You know, he is almost like a Dan Campbell type guy where you could just tell he just loves the game, eats, sleeps, and breathes football. And so I think that throughout the course of the offseason, every time we've gotten to hear from him, you just buy in a little bit more each and every time. Then you look at who they've drafted. You buy in a little bit more each and every time. The one thing I loved about Schottenheimer and kind of what sold me on him is that when he was building his coaching staff, he talked about that he called the guys across the NFL, guys across the college landscape, and said, you know, who's an up-and-coming guy? Who's somebody that you like? He trusted on sort of some resources to facilitate guys who might be up-and-comers, guys who might need a shot, you know, given their shot, like the college guys and Junior Adams and Connor Riley. He didn't go and just go out and hire people that he knew or friends that he had. He was able to kind of just bring in the best coaches possible. And I think that says a lot about his character and his personality. So if he can kind of keep that going, I think, again, that breeds success. But I just need to see the wins and losses, let this go a little bit further into the offseason to really feel like that he's going to be the best hire of this coaching cycle.
Where are we at as far as what the Dallas Cowboys still need to accomplish in the offseason? Or are they set on their roster? You like all the pieces as good as they can get, and you feel like just work on this team until training camp?
I think exactly that, Blake. I think that they're pretty much set. The biggest question mark coming out of the draft was your wide receiver 2, and they solved that. And Pickens is really, like he even said too, he's not really a wide receiver 2. He's a wide receiver 1B to CeeDee Lamb's 1A. And so I think that, you know, check the boxes. We were talking about Amari Cooper as a possibility, and he would be a little bit more of your wide receiver 2. I think Pickens is a lot more of a high-end caliber player, even if he is on a 1-year rental. We mentioned running back. I think that they're going to give Javonte Williams the runway to be that guy. Jaden Blue, we'll see what he has. They have a lot of guys right now at the running back position. I would say that's the one that is sort of a little thin right now as far as star power, but you can't have blue chip players everywhere because it's tough in the salary cap era. I would say corner is another possibility because you just need to see where things are at as far as Trayvon Diggs, Savone Revel, and I know they traded for Kaiir Elam, but I know Jane Slater talked about it yesterday on Twitter. She kind of threw some cold water on Breece Hall being a potential name in trade rumors. She also threw some cold water on Stephon Gilmore, but that she went back and said that, and this is her quote from Twitter, I don't think it rules out Gilmore out in the future, though, if still available around camp and they get a better handle on that room. So I think Stephon Gilmore might be in play because he has the familiarity with the team, but it sort of has to be seen how this room shakes out with an Elam if he can step up. I think Bland is going to start as your slot guy. If you get someone like a Stephon Gilmore, because then you can have Kaiir Elam on the outside, you have Gilmore on the outside, Bland in the slot, and I think you feel pretty good about that. Or you have Savone Revel on the outside, Elam on the outside, and then Bland in the slot. I just think they need a slot cornerback right now, but all signs to me would point towards Duron Bland right now because he's the most proven guy at that position.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of where I was going to, last one for me here, beating the dead horse about the corner. So if no trades were made and the season were to start tomorrow, and let's just say Revel's healthy, Revel being your outside corner, you think Bland at your nickel, and then your other outside corner is probably going to be Kaiir Elam if nothing were to change today?
Yeah, I would say Kaiir Elam. We'll see if Kalen Carson takes the next step in his development. Because week one he was solid, but then of course the shoulder injury kind of hampered his rookie season. But I think that there's going to be a competition for the outside corner spot. I think to me, when you're looking at where they didn't really address as far as a position, it's that sort of nickel corner, and maybe they feel like Bland is going to be that guy. We've seen Bland have success on the outside. We've seen him have success on the inside. So if you're going to do your best three, I think he gives you the best spot for success in the slot. And we've seen how important that nickel position has become in the NFL. They tried signing and getting Jordan Lewis to come back, but Jacksonville just gave him a better offer. They wanted him to come back and play for them this year. So I think that just Bland, that's his best spot right now, given the current state of the roster. But if they find an opportunity to get another guy to be in the slot, I know Mike Hilton is still out there. He was a former Pittsburgh Steeler. If we're going to, in the theme of bringing in on former Steelers, why not bring on another one? If they bring someone like that, who's a veteran presence, who was a slot corner, then I think Bland goes to the outside. But for right now, I'd put him in that position.
What you got coming up on Blogging the Boys? What pieces are you working on? We tease that you got a big interview that you're efforting right now, so we're going to put up good vibes for you on that. But what's the latest and greatest from our boy Brandon Laurie?
Yeah, hopeful for a big interview coming up. Should have a piece and potential kind of podcast audio episode on that, so look out for that in the future. But really, Blogging the Boys, I think the one thing that we need to think about is, Will McClay, Stephen Jones, they've talked about that. The first 3 years of a rookie's development, that's when you kind of start to know where they're at. I think Mozzie Smith, Luke Schoonmaker, these guys are entering a very important season for them. So where they take their leap in this sort of year three will really dictate not only for their tenure in the NFL moving forward for the Cowboys, but also their NFL future in general. I think if we see, just like we talked about Tyler Guyton being a linchpin for the offense, if Mozzie Smith can develop into that sort of one technique, that dominant offensive lineman the Cowboys were, or defensive lineman, defensive tackle they were hoping for when they drafted him, I think that already elevates the defensive line even further from what they have right now. And again, takes a huge sigh of relief off of the team. So I think Mozzie Smith and his development, I'm going to start looking at where this sort of class from 2021 stacks up as they head into their third year.
Mr. Laurie, always a pleasure having you on the program. You have yourself a fantastic weekend. Let's do this again in a few weeks.
You too, guys. And listen, like I said, never big time for you. Always available to talk football with you guys.
We love to hear it, Mr. Laurie. You have yourself a wonderful time, and keep that head on a swivel with that phone.
Got it.
There you have it. See, there he goes again. He's losing it right now. All right,
it's got a battery.
That's what it is. It's what that Nokia bar phone. All right, coming up next. Top 15 quarterbacks that are still on their rookie deal, where the NFL.com has them ranked, and where would our NFL gurus, a.k.a. Blake Elliott, a.k.a. Jacob Ray, have them ranked, as well as your text messages and more. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our time.
forget something else, to remember that Uber Eats has loads.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Experience today. We've got Ben Troop coming up at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Do you want to do the quarterbacks or do you want to do the free agents that are available? Because while he was talking, it got me to thinking. We'll do this segment later. Well, we're not going to do it tonight. Top 5 Cowboys with a target on their back heading into 2025.
Mm-hmm. We'll do it when the YouTube can be posted.
Well, yeah, I was going to say. Carter Freeman's. Was he at a Taylor Swift concert tonight?
He's in Arkansas, man. I don't know what he's doing.
That dude, I'll tell you what, Carter stays traveling. All right?
And traveling big. Like, he won't be like down the street. He'll be in a different state.
I mean, look, it's not like he's paying for dates.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that coming. I saw the well, and I knew exactly where this is going.
We love you, Carter Freeman.
Not listening, so we can say that.
We know he's not listening. And he is a fatty. Let's make that clear. Carter Freeman is a fatty, but like I said, he's over in, what's he, in the Hot Springs? What's he doing? Is he in Bentonville? Spending that Walmart money or what?
I got his location. Let's see what he texted last.
Why don't you have his location? Not all producers stood together.
I'm not in there yet, Blake.
You're not in the, does the producers have a group chat?
No, we should, though.
You guys totally
Y'all really should, especially when it comes to Rangers games.
No one's invited me into their group chat, though.
No,
so.
It's okay. We have one with Carter, you and Carter.
He's in Kansas.
Oh, he's in Kansas?
He's in Kansas.
Doing what? Did he say?
That's a great question.
What's he doing in Kansas?
I don't know.
877-881-1053. What do we think Carter Freeman is doing in Kansas? And how come? And he knows I'm from Kansas, so I'm a little perturbed and somewhat insulted that Carter, who we actually talked to today, when he told us, "Oh yeah, sorry guys, but."
I know what he's doing in Kansas. I just checked his Instagram story. Do you want me to say it, or do you want me to keep it to myself?
Keep it to yourself.
Okay.
What do we think? We'll guess it. Is he going to a concert? He's going to a concert.
No, it's zero to do with entertainment. It's more of entertainment just for himself on a personal Carter level. And actually, to give a hint,
Anime Con.
To give a hint, to give a great hint, think of his last name and how it relates to the USA. And then that's
is he, a Freemason?
No. What is his last name?
Carter Freeman.
Okay,
that's
never
what
mind.
I just said. Is he a Freemason?
I meant his first name.
Carter.
There you go. That's your one hint.
Was he at a Jay-Z concert?
No. That's good, though. I like that. No concert, like I said. No concert.
Carter.
We're not spending this segment guessing what Carter is. Carter's looking at Presidential Museum. That's what he's doing.
Oh,
That's
so
what
Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not going to be in Kansas, though.
Part one of the Great
No,
Presidential
are you
Museum road trip starts now. Then he was in Little Rock, Arkansas.
So I was going to say, so if he's in
Then he posted
the Jimmy
part
Carter
two.
Museum, I would think would be in Georgia. If he's in Arkansas at a presidential museum, it's going to be Clinton's.
He was at William J. Clinton Presidential Library.
Thank you.
I'll look
And
at Fred
now-
knowing his presidential
I
landmarks.
mean, it's definitely not going to be Jimmy Carter.
Now he's headed to in between Branson and Shreveport is where he's headed on his Instagram.
That's Missouri.
That's what he has.
No, that's Louisiana.
No, it's below Missouri. I think it's Louisiana.
Branson's in. Oh, okay.
Branson's in Missouri, but it's below that. It's not even in Missouri.
So it's got to be Louisiana, right? Or Arkansas. Well, I mean,
How did you say he was in Kansas? He said
He
that?
texted and said he was in Kansas.
Okay, well, maybe he's in Kansas now. Maybe he went.
He actually said, I think he said, I'm going to go say hi to Fred's parents.
No, he didn't.
Let me see.
No, he didn't. I will punch Carter square in the nose. Unless he's going to the Dwight D. Eisenhower Presidential Museum, which could be a very real thing.
Oh, no, he said I'm going to say hi to Fred.
I tell you what, Carter Freeman, I take that back. I'm just going to slap you instead. Okay, here we go.
How about we do the free agents here in your 15 the next segment?
We'll do that. Well, we're doing fair or foul. So we'll do the look, we're on Friday. We'll do the quarterback thing on Friday.
Okay.
We're on tomorrow or Saturday.
I'm just going to read off some names that I'm looking at over the cap that are still free agents, and you tell me if any of them grab your
If
eye.
you get a bell ring, it means yes, I'm here for it. If I yell out Carter Freeman, it means you need to take that somewhere else.
Okay. Safety, last team he played for the Bengals, Von Bell. Okay.
No.
Steelers, cornerback, Cameron Sutton.
No.
Lions, wide receiver, Allen Robinson.
No.
Okay. Let's go to the next group of guys. Linebacker, Cowboys, Nick Vigil.
No. I mean,
Okay.
if you need a body in training camp, then yeah, I'd say so because he knows your system and he knows how it works. But I mean, I'm not beating down the door to go get Nick Vigil.
Jets, cornerback, Jalen Mills. Okay.
What did he do last year? How many games did he play for him last year?
Let's see. Jalen Mills last year. He played, what was this, 2024? It just got his money up here. Where's his stats? Statistics. Here we go. Jalen Mills played in 9 games.
No. Move on.
17
Next.
tackles.
Next.
Okay. Now I've got to redo the list. Okay.
Next.
Next. Keenan Allen, wide receiver, Bears.
Next.
Amari Cooper, wide receiver,
Next.
Bills. Okay. Von Miller.
No, you've got 6 DNs. I'm good.
So we don't need Matt Judon, Zadarius Smith. Both the Smiths, Zadarius and Preston, both free agents.
Those are guys that you're going to kick the tires on. Some championship, contending team and or team that loses like 3 of their DNs in training camp or something like that. Okay, like Carolina, they just cut Jadeveon Clowney today. I could see I guarantee you the Panthers will sign somebody defensively before training camp.
Matt Judon and Jadeveon Clowney, like you just mentioned.
Yeah.
A name that's still out there, Sam Hubbard from the Bengals. Still a free agent. Did he retire? That's
I thought he retired.
No,
No. That's Trey Hendrickson who said he was going to retire, I thought. Or did he want to trade?
No, he just wanted to trade.
No, Hubbard. Hubbard is the guy. You're right. I'm sorry. I forgot. Hell, I mean, everybody's trying to get the hell out of Cincinnati. Because Hubbard's only like 29. Like, he's a relatively young dude.
Safety, Falcons, Justin Simmons. Thought to be one of the best.
Kind of surprising he's still out there.
Yeah, one of the top 5 safeties by, I would say, pretty consensus. And he's still a free agent.
He's another guy that
played 91% of snaps.
Yeah, no, he'll latch on with somebody there. He's a guy that if somebody got hurt for the Cowboys, if you lost to Malik Hooker or Donovan Wilson, yeah, I'd go ahead and kick the tires on I'd bring him in for a visit.
Corner, Kendall Fuller. Corner, Stephon Gilmore.
Well, I mean, Brandon Laurie just talked about it. I mean, I think he said Gilmore's not necessarily completely out of the running. And I think was it Broadus who was saying that they saw him, that he was at the Star a couple weeks ago? Gilmore was.
There was a bunch of people saying that he was just there, but it wasn't there formal.
Right, but
or corner Mike Hilton. Out of those 3,
Mike Hilton. What he played
for the Bengals 64% of their snaps last year.
I don't know. I mean, short of Trey Hendrickson, I don't know. If there's anybody that I'm just beating down the door to that was a Minnesota, or excuse me, that was a Cincinnati Bengal last year.
So you're not a fan?
No. I'm kicking the tires on either Kendall Fuller or Gilmore. Because you've got to go get another cornerback. Like there's no way. If there's any position that's left, like look, you feel great about your offensive line. I'll ask you guys this: what's the one position group that you feel the absolute best about right now for your Dallas Cowboys? Hands down, like I'm good. Wow, don't all agree at once.
I'm not gonna talk over Blake. You got it, bro.
I'm trying to think of a good answer. I was wanting to say D-line, but one tech I don't feel good about. Yeah. I can be hopeful, but I don't if I just go to sleep happy now. Probably just a wide receiver room.
Offensive line you don't feel good about?
Still got questions at both tackles. I know you're more sold on Terrence Steele.
This Terrence Steele nonsense. Like, what are you talking about?
You asked me. I'm just giving you my opinion. I can't go to sleep thinking, the Cowboys are just set offensive line. Anything they want to do.
4 of your 5 positions are locked.
That's
locked.
They're locked just because of contracts, but they're not locked because I feel good about them. 3 of them I feel good about. I told you, I'm not sold on half a season from Terrence Steele.
He was good the year before. Like, what are we talking about?
He was not good the year before. He was terrible the year before. That's when everyone wanted to cut him the year before.
I'm telling you right now.
He was
Watch Juwan Taylor. Watch Juwan Taylor, and you'll have an entirely new appreciation for Terrence Steele.
I'm not comparing him to the Chiefs tackle.
I'm just telling. I mean, why not? It's only what I mean. They've only been. They're only the best team in the AFC for the last decade.
This guy's Chiefs bias just coming out. I'm not talking about Juwan Taylor right now.
I'm just telling you. Watch Juwan Taylor. You'll have a whole new appreciation for Terrence Steele. Is all I'm trying to tell you.
Well, just because Juwan Taylor isn't good doesn't make what's his face good.
You could do a lot worse. That's what I'm saying. Like,
you probably can.
I mean, what are we thinking? We're gonna have Anthony Munoz at right tackle? I mean, people's infatuation.
You said what position do you feel?
Steele is absurd to me.
You said what position do you feel good about? And I said my answer. You didn't like it. I don't think
I don't like the Terrence Steele slander. I'm sick of it.
That's just my opinion.
I've finally acquiesced to your hate of Jalen Tolbert, but I'm drawing the line in the sand on Terrence.
I told you I don't like players that I've seen their ceiling.
Okay,
that's just my GMing. I want young players, or I want special traits.
I mean,
one of the two.
This isn't Madden, bro.
One of the two.
I mean, yeah, I'd love to have a 6'8", 340-pound right tackle
Didn't
too.
say that.
It's a brick wall.
I don't remember saying that. I said young players or special traits. One of the two.
Yeah,
he gives me neither.
Okay, welcome. I mean, exactly. You want that at every position.
You can make that happen.
You can. Yeah. Are there 32 right tackles in the NFL with special traits and/or whatever?
I don't like
that
32.
Are young or have special traits.
I don't like 32 right tackles. You asked me what I think about the Cowboys offensive.
That's what I'm saying. Like when you compare them to the rest of the league, like
comparison is inside, not outward.
Okay.
Not outward.
Okay. Who would you say would be the number one quarterback, honest quarterback, on a rookie contract?
Rookie card. We're doing this next. I don't want to rush this.
No, we're doing fair foul next. I'm just throwing out one. Just throw me one name. Tease it. Give me one. I mean, there's only one right answer.
Brock Purdy.
Really?
I'm playing.
Be your number one?
He's terrible.
They've got him at number 3.
Oh, I was actually completely joking.
No, they've got him at number 3.
I mean, Jaden Daniels is pretty good, but he's just a rookie.
That's what I'm saying. He's on your.
I know what I'm saying. Like he's 1 year in. I'm trying to think of someone who's like kind of at the end of it. I think it'd be better if I can guess all the people on a rookie contract. I'm trying to think. Our division, it would just be Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. NFC South, Baker. What's his name? Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. You ready to see where they got him at?
7.
Where would you put him at?
How many are there? 15?
15.
7.
They ranked the top 15. 7, they have Bo Nix.
Don't hate it. Bo Nix is a good one. Drake May is obviously going to be on there.
Bryce Young is number 4 on this list.
Yeah.
Which is a ballsy move.
Trevor Lawrence has already got a new contract. Caleb Williams is probably towards the back end, like 11.
Number 6.
Wow.
Number 6.
So
you have him ranked number 6 though. You feel good about that.
Who's number 2 that I missed? Don't tell me. What conference?
It's
easy, bro.
You'll feel silly after I tell you.
I'm just trying to think of all the rookie quarterbacks.
Rookie contracts.
Yeah.
Remember.
The same state we're in right now.
Yeah.
Oh, CJ.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, God, he's still on a rookie contract.
Still on his rookie deal. You figure they got, and if you're the Texans, you figure, all right, you can get year 3, which obviously you'll get year 3 out of, probably get year 4, and then you'll have to go ahead and do a new deal.
So who was 3?
Brock,
yeah, you said that.
Brock Purdy. Number 4, Bryce Young. Number 5, you already mentioned his name.
Drake May.
You did. 6, we said Caleb. 7, Bo Nix. Number 8.
Who else is on
Think
there?
recent. Think super, super recent.
Cam Ward.
There you go. Exactly. Wow. Number 9, ATL Shorty. Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah.
Number 10, now you'll agree with this. I won't. Number 10, J.J. McCarthy.
Yep. Who they got 11? I think that's important.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I almost said something I shouldn't have. Anthony Richardson.
I would have him lower.
I would have him off the list.
My Anthony Richardson stock has been sold.
Aiden O'Connell, number 12.
Okay, well.
Kenny Pickett, number 13.
Never mind. AR can stand there just for throwing the ball further than those guys.
Malik Willis, number 14.
Never mind, then.
And Jalen Milroe, number 15. I would put Malik Willis over Anthony Richardson right now.
Probably. He's the more competent.
I'm telling you, what Malik Willis has done since going to the Green Bay Packers, and I get it, it's a short sample size.
I would agree.
I just think it goes to show when you go to a competent quarterback coach, anything's possible. That's why I'm telling you, your boys are going to be scary this year. Now that you got Ben Johnson, you've got an actual legit offensive coordinator who knows what the hell he's doing. If Caleb can stay right between the shoulders, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a scary time in the shot. I mean, look, you got a Pope, all right? Cubs are balling. Kyle Tucker's having an MVP-like year. You got Ben Johnson. It is a good time to be from the Shy. Coming up next, you guys know what time it is. A little fair or foul. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, puck around and find out, besides Mikko, who is your key player for Game 2? And whether Alec likes it or not, the ultimate dog segment. Is it time for Corey to get a new buddy? It's possible. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institute.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Oh, excuse me. Jonathan Kuminga has 10 points. So there is a Golden State Warrior in double digits, but you hear that music. You know what time it is. This is Frederick's favorite segment, one of the segments he brought from wherever he came from, fair or foul. I'm going to give you a segment right here. I'm going to give you a scenario, and you do one thing and one thing only. Tell me if it's fair or foul. What if I told you? Was that pretty good? Was that a pretty good intro? Did you find your... So, Frederick, tell me if you've heard this before. Frederick has a fair or foul. The segment starts. He hears the music. He realizes he has no idea where he put the fair or foul. Then has to scroll and scrub his phone to try to find said fair or foul. 881-1053. I think the Peaches, the Folos, the Tolos, the Fatties, I think you guys are asleep because I haven't seen Fred Durst on the text line. I haven't seen Jagon on the text line. Haven't seen Richie from Ennis on the text line. I know all of you guys are out there, so just let us know what you're doing today on this Thursday. Today's Thursday.
It's a thirsty Thursday, bro. They might already be out.
Thirsty Thursday. They might be out. They might be out watching some basketball, soaking from the Rangers losing 5-0 today. Not what we wanted from Jack Leiter. I expected a 6 innings shutout. Didn't happen. I think what did he give up 4 earned runs in today's setup? Let me double check that before I give out false information on the radio waves. He goes 4 innings, gives up 4 earned runs. Yep. 3 Ks, 3 hits, 4 walks. The Rangers leave 10 men on base, and that's ultimately what came to their demise. As I think Frederick said earlier, 17 men left on base in the last 2 games. The Texas Rangers have gone not scoreless, but have lost back-to-back games. 6 straight series the Texas Rangers have lost. They have not looked like the baseball team we projected them to be this season. 972. I live in Ennis as well. And then 817 saying, this is Richie from Ennis. What's up, Richie? 469, Matt and Alvarado. I think maybe Matt and Alvarado driving and delivering pizzas. I love that. 469, Matt, you're delivering pizzas. Do you work for a Domino's, a Pizza Hut, a Marco's, family-run business? I think that's a fun job that you can get into, delivering pizzas. I think I would love to do that in a separate life. I would love to deliver pizzas, bring into people's houses, because you're just bringing joy. You're bringing warm joy in a box to people's front door. And who wouldn't want that? From the 972, I'll go track down and find and check up on Ricky. Ricky? That's from the 972. I appreciate that. Make sure you guys are tuned in because tomorrow we're going to be on from 9 p.m. to midnight. So we're going to be on after the Rangers game, after they take on the Detroit Tigers. That's a 5:40 pitch. So we'll be on a little bit later. So spread that with your friends so you're not asking, where's the Fan After Dark? I thought Fan After Dark was going to come on at 6. I'm here in baseball. Well, that's because you weren't listening. So share that around. 469, this is our delivery driver, Domino's and Alvarado. Okay, I love that. I wonder to let us know what the craziest order you've had to deliver so far is. 682 J Fatty Batty. I'm listening. Is that your name, or are you giving that name between us? J Batty Fatty. Another 469. I'm at school. This is pretty late to be at school. So I'm guessing you're either in college or you have to be some kind of college or some kind of what's it called when
maybe he's or she working on a master's degree. PhD.
Finals week, too. Finals week.
It's finals week. That's right.
In the books.
That's right.
559. Read between the lines, Fred. You suck.
What?
Read between the lines, Fred. You suck. Period. Was a text.
Who's that from?
For 559.
559. I don't know.
903. Tim and Carthage listening in the garage.
Okay.
That's vibes.
That's kind of. I mean, that was the original man cave. The garage.
817 said Steele was definitely good 2 years ago, but not anymore, Fred.
Again, let's talk about the last half of last season. So, I mean, what are we talking about here?
Did you find your article that you?
I couldn't find it, but I went ahead and found a backup as well, and so this will just have to work.
You could have just asked me to do one. I could have done one.
Wait, what word? You could just said, "Hey, I got one, Fred." If you can't find it,
I assumed you really wanted to share that one. So
well, I thought I found it, but I didn't. Go ahead and do yours. Since you got
I didn't look for one. I said you could have just asked me. I could have been finding one.
Well, I was trying to find one, but you were doing.
Did you want me?
You were filibustering, so I was like,
Did you want me to filibuster and be trying to find it while you're trying to find one?
When you said I thought you said you had one.
I could find one quicker than you. I could find one in a quick moment.
A hungry 7-year-old boy somehow drove his little sister 9 miles to get a McDonald's breakfast, with their shocked mom saying he's probably grounded for the rest of his life. Police in Ogden, Utah were first alerted to a reckless driver at 8 a.m. on April 27th, holding off on a chase when the caller said that the driver appeared to be a young child. The white SUV finally came to a stop when it hit a parking strip, and responders found the 7-year-old driver and his 5-year-old sister unscathed. Officials then realized that the pint-sized duo had made it 9 miles from their home.
Wait. Did you say pint-sized duo just casually?
Exactly what it said. It's exactly what it said. had made it 9 miles from their home in Clearfield with cash in hand to buy Happy Meals at McDonald's. Their mom, Whitney Bush, only found out her kids were missing when cops called on her and told her that the wild way they found two.
How many days? L-Mom.
How many days?
Or kids.
Or hours?
No, there's no hours. They just called her that morning.
No, but I'm saying how long were they driving for? She only realized once the police called. Were they? Don't tell me it was more than a couple hours that the kids were missing, and she didn't.
Well, I
realize.
can't imagine that it took them 2 hours to drive 9 miles. I'm impressed.
9 miles.
I'm impressed the kid found it. Quote, I absolutely had my heart in my stomach. I had no idea what was going on, the single mother told ABC4. Quote, I don't think anybody wakes up in the morning or goes through their day thinking their 7-year-old is going to play Grand Theft Auto with their vehicle. Given his age, Bush's son is not in trouble with police, but most certainly is with his mother. Quote, I'm not proud of him by any means, Bush told the outlet, saying she will make the youngster perform community service-style jobs for neighbors to serve his time.
Well, okay, let's stop right there. What community service does a 7-year-old do around the neighborhood?
I mean, what are we talking about?
They can't mow the lawn. That's too much machinery.
Oh, no, he could have... Look, if he can
drive a car.
No, if he can drive a minivan or an SUV, my man can push a lawnmower.
Okay, you're right. So,
quote, he's in a world of trouble. He's probably grounded for the rest of his life. Bush said her 7-year-old had some behavioral issues and may have been inspired by his desire to become a truck driver. I told him if he's not going to be today, he's got to wait.
Okay, I think it's fair. Shout out to the kid for having some ambition. I got no problem with it.
This kid's going to be a fatty one day.
No problem now, for all we know. I say fair his ambition. Foul, what was mom doing?
That she was so distracted. She didn't realize her keys were getting jingled and walked out the front door.
I mean, you didn't notice when your car was getting backed up? I don't know.
And I feel like when you have
Seems
a
kinda
7-year-old,
wild
you
to me.
kind of know where he's at all times, no? Like, for the most
you
part.
would think,
you're in
but
the
she
house.
does have 4 kids, and she's a single mother.
Oh, was she locked in her bedroom and the kids were downstairs in the living room?
Well, it's funny how that was auspiciously absent from the story. What? I mean, 7 and 5-year-old, they're kicking it, watching cartoons, the 7-year-old says, you know what? Enough of this. I'm done with this post-toasty crap. Let's go get some hotcakes and sausage. And little sis is like, I'm in. Let's go. How did they find out where they were going? And how the hell does this kid know how to drive a car?
Apple Map.
Like, well, I mean, I'm impressed on a lot of levels.
I'm surprised they didn't get in a wreck.
Exactly. And how big is this kid, too?
Yeah. Okay, what community service are you making your 7-year-old do in this scenario? What can he do for neighbors?
I don't know.
Other than mowing a lawn?
I don't know. That's a great question. Laundry?
I think you want a random 7-year-old who just drove the car to...
I mean, but it sounds like this kid... I mean, what can't this kid do at this point?
Power wash? Or you power wash a driveway? Pick up some weeds?
Vacuum.
You know,
vacuum is crazy.
Yeah,
Can you vacuum my upstairs? Can you mop?
Pick up. You said pick up weeds,
Okay,
right?
pick up weeds.
That's a good one.
That'll teach him. Imagine picking up weeds all day as a 7-year-old.
He needs gloves though in the event that there's poison ivy.
But imagine picking up weeds all day as a 7-year-old. I feel like that would teach you after one day to probably never.
Well, either that or he's going to jump in the car and drive off and never come back. So it could, drive him to
parental supervision.
What's the mom doing? And I thought it was interesting that they went ahead and also threw in the fact that she was a single mother of 4. So, what's mom?
What are the other 2 doing?
That's
what the other kids, man.
What were the other 2 doing? Do they live with them? Are they somewhere else? What I mean, Whitney Bush has some questions to answer.
Maybe taking care of animals, cleaning up dog
doo-doo, going around being a pooper scooper,
walking the dog.
Yeah, neighborhood dog walker.
I'm trying to think of something that would instill in the kid not to do it again.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. How about a good ass whooping?
She said, I'm just going off of what she said. She said community
you know
service.
What I'm saying? I mean, not to get all 1980s on anybody, but that was always a good deterrent back when I was a kid. I just got beat with a belt? Gee, I wonder if I want to do this again.
I think if you were beat with a belt in any capacity, you could consider yourself lucky in my household. Like, I would have loved to get beaten by a belt. That meant that was the lesser of. A switch, soap in the mouth.
How about the fact that
soap in the mouth sucks?
The soap that's diabolical.
The soap was a usual for me.
Yeah.
Smart mouth Blake.
Tell you what, is there anything? Dawn has got to be the nastiest soap in the history of
Blake,
soap.
did you get a brick or did you get the liquid?
Oh, I got a bar. Bar
I
of soap.
liquid, bro.
I got a bar of soap scrubbed on my tongue.
I hope people are watching this on the fan cam.
I didn't do any motion. A bar of soap was scrubbed on my mouth I mean, Nana was real. RIP to her soul. She would make you go grab the murder weapon.
Exactly. That's what they did. Hell, Richard Pryor does a skit where he said, a joke back in the day. What's more like psychologically demeaning than I'm about to beat your ass, and I want you to go pick the switch that I'm going to go beat your ass with, and don't make it a small one.
Don't make it a small one.
Because then I'm going to have you go back out there and get an even bigger one and beat your ass again with that one.
Don't make it a thick one. The skinnier,
exactly.
the more.
Hish.
Yeah, and then you guys just act like nothing happened walking down the street.
Boy, welts all up on your leg.
Yeah, it was fine.
Hey, my mom. Can't wait to go somewhere else.
Yeah, it was me. Yeah. I acted up.
Oh, 100%.
Mood switches real quick.
Tell you what, the sharpest.
Almost like washing baseboards.
Yeah, that is a pretty miserable job. I tell you what, I need to do that in my apartment. Worst thing I ever did, I'll never forget. My mom pulled out a belt. Ghost hit me with it. I jumped to miss it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll give Marla credit. I didn't know Marla had it in her. She whipped that arm back again, hit me, knocked me down, and then just went to town on me. And look at us now. All right, coming up next, Ben Troop joins the program, talking all things NFL post-NFL draft. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere.
Fan After Dark means wheels off on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Attention, Dallas. Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-renowned Spearmint Rhino, the leader in adult entertainment. Now serving free lunch at Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas. That's right, free lunch. Join us at 10920 Pedal Street and enjoy the best in entertainment and hospitality. Want to know who's performing? Check out our live visual roll call at SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com. See the entertainers before you even arrive. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com now. Spearmint Rhino North Dallas, the sexiest place on earth.
Corey Majors here for my friends at Best Buy Windows and Siding. Your house has dated windows. They need to be replaced, and not everybody's being transparent about their prices. At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we keep it simple. 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. No tricks, just great value. Don't get fooled. Call Best Buy Windows and Siding and get honest prices, expert installation with a lifetime warranty. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. At Kroger, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Kroger, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Bone and Ribeye Steaks are only $6.99 a pound in the family pack with your card. Limit 2. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Are you a caregiver who needs a break? Respite Care offers assistance through child daycare or adult daycare, in-home or overnight services, allowing caregivers like you to rest and recharge. Explore resources at TakeTimeTexas.org.
Brought to you by Texas Health and Human Services.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. I got a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell. You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. And this is across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. It is not just a coincidence, it's a commitment. And now, at this unprecedented moment in automotive history, who benefits from Ford's commitment to America for over 120 years? You. Restrictions apply. Go see Anna Vinci. Start the process right now. PlatinumFord.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
1037.
D&M Leasing Studios. This is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the program happening right now. I'm Fred. That's Blake. We got our guy, Jake up. Ray.
That was smooth.
Why did I couldn't decide if I wanted to call him New Guy Jake. I couldn't decide if I wanted to call him Jake. Then I thought, well, I've been calling him Jacob. So either way.
A lot spinning in your head.
There is a lot spinning in the old brain tonight. But that's okay. We got 2 hours left to go in the program. Let's jump back out to the D&M Listening Hotline. Welcome to the program. Former NFL tight end, host of the 84 Reasons, No Weddings in the Fall podcast, and just one of the best at talking all things National Football League and college football as well. The one, the only, Mr. Ben Troop. Ben, it's been a minute since we've caught up with you, my man. How are we today?
Man, I'm doing good, man. We done hoisted up another national championship. Not football, in basketball. I will take it. It's always good being on with you gentlemen.
Look, man, and as much as it pained me to see my boy Kelvin Sampson and U of H spit the bit the way they did, I'm thinking, all right, well, after Bill Self gets booted out this next year, Todd Golden's going to look good, real good in Lawrence. But y'all just locked him up for what, 6 years, $40 million?
Yeah, I mean, he got that extension, and that's the thing, right? I mean, you know, a lot of coaches was cashing out because of the tournament. Now it was coaches not winning the tournament, finding themselves on new teams. So everybody in the tournament was finding a way to use it as a, you know, to catapult them to different, to better situations. These lateral moves, as they say with these coaches. But Coach Golden, year 3, national championship. There are coaches in the Hall of Fame that don't even got national championships. He's in very, very rare company. I hope that he ain't peaked too early. I hope that this is a sign of things to come.
And, you know, he had kind of an inauspicious start in Gainesville, given kind of the alleged DM creeping and what have you. A national championship is a nice way of, you know, kicking that to the curb.
It is. I mean, and then, he had his situation, then Torian Green, former national champion with Florida, you know, when they went back-to-back guard, he had his situation, but y'all know how it is. You start winning national championships, it's not that these things aren't taken as serious. If anything could happen, you know, as far as like settlements and different things, you know, those things are going to be, you know, they definitely going to use those outlets. But I'm just happy that everything worked out for both Torian and Coach Todd Golden, hopefully, because, you know, Walter Clayton Jr., I know he ain't got no eligibility left. I wish he did, because I've seen some players come through Florida. He is definitely one of the best on the hard court.
I want to flip a little bit and look at the college football landscape. We saw today something that hasn't happened before when it comes to Fran Brown being the first coach to sign with an NIL agency. The agency named Network will give Fran an opportunity to capitalize on his own brand and help elevate recruiting. Kind of talk to me about if you see this being the future of college football coaching, if you think this is an anomaly, and kind of what it means for Fran Brown and NIL.
I hope it is the future, because I think sometimes when you start talking about these coaches and how they can, you know, obviously most of them are taking advantage of their brand, but a lot of them are, they talk NIL, but they're really anti-NIL. They are part of it because they have to be, not because they want to be. A coach being a guy saying, listen, man, I'm going to take full advantage of mine, and hopefully this will show my players or future players. So I hope it is right now it is a trend, because it's hard to be the first, but I look forward to a big, you know, an even bigger name coach getting into the NIL branding of things, because it's here to stay. Everybody thought transfer portal gonna kill college football. NIL gonna kill college football. Look, NIL is only big when there is no football being played. Once we kick off in the fall, ain't nobody gonna be talking NIL. It's a slow news day. When there's no football going on, you're gonna be talking NIL. I'm happy that coaches or a coach is throwing his hat in the ring.
Piggybacking off that point, we've already seen or heard rumblings that next season we're looking at upwards of 6 teams that are going to have $40 million rosters. Is that good or bad for college football?
It's both good and bad.
Yeah.
It's good because it shows you know, what certain teams can do, but it's bad because those 100 and some other teams, or, you know, FCS, NAIA, Ivy League, HBCU, they're looking around saying, hey, what about us? NIL, to me, has to work for everybody, or it doesn't work. I get it. Certain teams and players and coaches or whatever, it's going to work for, but and this is coming from a person that went to the University of Florida. I think about the USFs and the UCFs and the FAUs and the FIUs. I think about the Bethune-Cookmans and FAMUs and Ed Waters. I'm either a college athlete or not, male or female, and it got to work for everybody. No, everybody's not supposed to get the same, but everybody is supposed to get something.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you look at us now, okay, and the Gators aren't one of those teams that are going to have a $40 million roster. You're talking about the Texas of the world, the Texas Tech, which is kind of a new deal. But like I said, they got a guy with deep pockets now. Oregon, I think Ohio State was two of the others as well. So your usual suspects when it comes to that. Where are we at? Florida's kind of had it an up and down, but again, your boys finished strong last year. You had the situation with the quarterback who never quite was it Rashid or whatever his name was. Where's that at, and where's kind of the fundraising going right now in Gainesville?
Well, right now Florida's at 98% NIL as far as like the football team, so they're getting it done. It's just a lot of money is always going to be tied to either a team like Texas or Texas A&M who got oil money, right? Which ain't nobody mad at them, or Texas Tech, somebody in Texas who probably has oil rigs who they giving them the money. But it's always tied to either a team that's been competing and want to stay competing, or a team like Texas Tech that want to throw their hat in the ring because. People throw money at something that they see winning it all or got a shot to win it all. Florida got billionaire alumni, but they saying, look, I'm not putting my money towards something that's going to be subpar. I'm not putting my money towards something. We don't do the shoulda, coulda, woulda. The return on investment is what a lot of these boosters are going to start doing because $40 million sound good. But if you ain't competing for national championships or at least one of the last teams standing, that money could plummet very, very quickly. So these boosters have been doing it for a long time, but they want to be able to brag on the money that they're giving out. Not just that they're giving it out. I hope they continue to do it that way, but I will die on this hill. I will always be a person that loves NIL. But guess what? If it ain't working for the teams who no one knows about, the best running back in college football this year was not an FBS. He was FCS. You talk about Ashton Jeanty, who went to Boise State. My nephew is about to go to Kennesaw State, who's in the Conference USA. I'm always thinking about the teams who no one knows about, and the player got to be the Doak Walker Award winner to even get noticed. I think I don't. That's the part of college football I don't like because you either can play football, or you can. The greatest wide receivers who ever put on cleats went to Mississippi Valley State. I wonder if he was in college right now, how he would view it. Even with the player he became, it's got to benefit everybody, fellas. Because if it ain't and when I say benefit everybody, we put our heads together and come up with a way. If one team can get 40, another team can at least get 10. I'm just saying.
Yeah. You talked about return on investment and kind of what these new teams are trying to jump into NIL. I want to stay there, but flip to the NFL. When you look at this most recent draft class, there was talked about how it wasn't a super star-studded class, but there's a lot of B+, A- type players, a lot of starters, a lot of guys that can help your team. What team do you think was not in a spot to compete or maybe right on the edge of competing as far as the playoff bubble goes, championship bubble goes, but after the draft, they're like, hey, I like the pieces they put together. I could see them taking that next step.
I hate to give this team love because they're in the same division of my Falcons. I'm going to say the freaking Carolina Panthers. They needed a receiver. And the thing about it is, to get Ted McMillan where they got him, when everybody thought, they're going to go defense. Well, when you look at that division as a whole, Baker Mayfield, obviously, he got Mike Evans, he got a guy when they get the kid out of, Ohio State. No one really cares about the Saints at this point because we don't even know if Derek Carr is going to play. Right. And, Michael Penix didn't play enough meaningful football, even though he got, Drake London. We'll see if the real Kyle Pitts will show up. Ted McMillan shows Bryce Young, hey, dude, we betting on you. We think you good enough. We think you are a couple of pieces away. And then they go out and get Hunter freaking Renfrow. That is what put them over the top to me because you adding to that offense. So for me, a team on the outside looking in a division that don't really scare nobody, even though Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Bucks have had a stranglehold on it, I think the Carolina Panthers, I think they really, really help themselves. They can get a healthy Derrick Brown. They can get some help on defense with J.C. Horn. I think they could be a team on the outside looking in. They got a shot, even though I do like what Chicago did.
So real quick, just piggybacking off the Carolina Panthers take. So where are you at on Bryce Young? And obviously this David Canales connection seems like what we saw from this dude 2 years ago and what we saw from him after he took over for Andy Dalton. This might be the quarterback that we thought he was going to be when he went number 1 2 years ago.
I believe he is. And the reason why I believe he is for a different reason. Sometimes you got to go through adversity for the whole world to see how you handle it. When he got benched and they put Andy Dalton in, the young man never made waves. He never said anything. He never said bulletin board material. And when they re-signed Andy Dalton, that lets him know, look, you're going to be the guy. Bryce Young he was the best player in high school. Listen, the kid went to Alabama. He's not ducking smoke. He's the only Heisman Trophy winner, at quarterback in Alabama history. He goes number 1 overall. The only reason reason why Bryce Young hasn't met expectations is because of the previous number 1 overall pick that went to Carolina. Stop comparing that Young to Cam Newton. They are not the same player. Yes, both of them won the Heisman. Yes, both of them won the national championship. I mean, not national. I'm saying both of them were the number 1 overall pick. But Bryce Young and the way he played at the end of the year last year, look, my Falcons wasn't making the playoffs. And you know who sealed the deal? Freaking Carolina. They said that we ain't going, y'all ain't going. And I'm really impressed by the young man, no pun intended. I think he's going to make a big jump in week 3. Everybody wants to see how you handle adversity. When he got benched, he handled it the right way like a pro. I think he's ready to jump out there and, potentially win the NFC South this year.
Now, Ben, I'd love to get your 2 cents on how you think the Dallas Cowboys have handled their offseason. They've had a very different, I would say, offseason than most people expected, making a lot of moves, whether it be trades, picking up acquisitions. Might not be the star-studded names that everybody wanted, but as of a couple of a day or two ago, we see the George Pickens trade gets done for a 3rd-round pick. How do you think that changes Dallas's offense? Does this make you think of Dallas differently, or they just have a better receiver room and they're still the same old Cowboys?
I do view them differently, and here's why. I think George Pickens learned a lot last year. I think he realized if George Pickens didn't know that he was leaving Pittsburgh when DK Metcalf came, he ain't been in the league long enough. They're not going to have – no team has 2 number 1s. No team does. But if George Pickens is the player I know him to be, and it's all football and no antics, oh, my God. Him and CeeDee Lamb, it's going to be ugly because CeeDee Lamb had no help, and that's nothing against Gallup and company. If George Pickens can play the way he played at Pittsburgh, but only play and don't do that, sometimes I want to play, sometimes I don't, I got to give Jerry Jones a lot of credit. I give him a lot of flack. He said we got a big trade. We got big trades coming either before the draft or after the draft, and he was right. That George Pickens trade is huge, and I just think that it's not the same old Cowboys. I don't agree with DeMarcus Lawrence. Listen, if you're no longer a Cowboy, just talk about your new team, man. I ain't with that going to another team. You ain't had nothing to say, and they paid you for 10 years. Don't go to another team talking trash. It's not the same old Cowboys, but they are gonna have to deal with them Eagles. I like who Washington was last year, but the Eagles got Jihad Campbell. I think they got the best player in the draft at pick freaking 31. You're gonna have to deal with them Eagles, but it's not the same old Cowboys. I hope Dak has lost a lot of weight. Hopefully he can stay healthy, man, and compete for that NFC East.
Well, and not to mention, too, real quick on the Tank Lawrence thing, it's like, bro, you went to the Seahawks, okay? So it's not like you went to the Eagles or the Chiefs or somebody like that. Like, you went to the Seahawks, who not even the best team in their own division. So anyway, I'm with you on that. Are you concerned at all, though, on the George Pickens front, considering that when you look at this Cowboys team, you've got a laundry list of guys you're going to have to pay next year. All right. You haven't signed Micah yet. You know he's going to get a fat contract. You're already paying. Smith. Tyler Smith is going to get a fat deal. And again, these are all first world problems because you've done a great job drafting. Is it worth giving up a 3rd-round pick for what could just be a 1-year rental for George Pickens?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Because George Pickens is what the NFL is. Hey, man, I want to know what your potential could be. I don't believe his best football he's played it yet.
No, I agree wholeheartedly.
Because in Pittsburgh, he was him. George Pickens, and this is nothing against Tyreek Hill, George Pickens is the best deep threat in football. He is the best 50-50 ball guy in the league. He's more like 80-20. If you put it up to him, he's coming down with it. I mean, because George Pickens is one of those guys, he real similar to CeeDee Lamb in the sense to where they're not going to be running past guys, but just get the ball to him. They're going to find a way to come down with it. And I think now, because he realized I could be traded, hopefully that humble pie is what he's eating. Listen, I'm going to say this. Everybody wants to play for Dallas because of the star. Yeah. They don't want to deal with the circus. They want to play for Dallas because of what comes with it. He was a star in Pittsburgh. He got a shot to be a superstar. In Dallas, he just got to handle adversity the right way. And no better mentor than a guy to CD. CD like, look, man, I wear number 88. I ain't ducking no smoke. I know who you are as a player. If you come in and you put your head down, dude, we got to listen. Everybody seems to think that the best tandem of football is in Philadelphia or not in Dallas. I got to tell A.J. Brown, I find it, Batman got his Robin and George Pickens. And dare I say, if they can put together, they got a shot to be the best tandem as far as like receivers in the league if they can put it all together.
Are we starting to look at Mike Tomlin a little bit differently now? Homeboy hasn't won a playoff game, not a championship. Hadn't won a playoff game in 8 years. I get it. He's a great motivator, and I love what he's done over the course of 20 years, but at the same time, and he's never had a losing season. But at what point do we start to say, all right, look, you didn't win when you had Big Ben, Antonio Brown before he went crazy, and Le'Veon Bell before he flipped out. You didn't win squat with them. Right now, you got Mason Rudolph and maybe a broken down Aaron Rodgers. Like, where are we at right now with what Mike Tomlin, this Pittsburgh Steelers team's doing?
Good is the enemy of great. He's really, really good. I mean, Mike Tomlin is really, really good.
Yes.
Anytime you want to coach a clinic or different things, you're going to invite Mike Tomlin. He said it's not what you're capable of, it's what you're willing to do. And right now, they ain't willing to get it done. They are not going to get it done in Pittsburgh. And their problem in Pittsburgh is quarterback. Look around you in your division. Joe Burrow, right? You're talking about Lamar Jackson, right? And here's the thing. What's really going to hurt, let's just say Cleveland does end up having Dylan Gabriel or Shadur Sanders, and they beat Pittsburgh. They're going to be like, dude, we losing the rookies now? Right. I'm telling you, while I love Mike Tomlin, 18 years, 19 years in the National Football League as a head coach, I don't care who you are. It's incredible to never have a losing season, but you got to put it in context. I mean, at the end of the day, right, you ain't never had a losing season, but you only got one super duper. Mike Tomlin, and I hate to say it, Mike Tomlin is the Aaron Rodgers of coaches. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, but they ain't got but one.
Yeah.
And they keep living off what they've done, not what they're doing. And who is he waiting on? Why would you put your entire franchise on hold for Aaron Rodgers? You better hope Aaron Rodgers calls you back, because if he don't,
you're in trouble.
Boy, you're going to be in a world of hurt.
No, you're absolutely right. And then on top of that, you brought in, and it just seems like from an offensive standpoint, and Mike Tomlin might be the perfect example of, and again, to your point, he's a phenomenal head coach, but it's that is the proverbial downside when you're a defensive guy and you rely on a different offensive coordinator. And let's call it what it is. I mean, it's been a turnstile at offensive coordinator since Todd Haley left.
It has, and I think it's just. Listen, Ben Roethlisberger solved a lot of problems when he was in Pittsburgh, and no one wants to give him a lot of credit because he had a lot of guys around him, but he was consistent. Whether you like the way he played, didn't like the way he played, the thing about Mike Tomlin is maybe his message has grown sour. Yes, you got T.J. Watt and company. Yes, you got Cam Hayward and company. But guess what? Most of your players are 20-somethings. Most of your players are saying, "Hey, coach, we respect you. We respect what you've done, but we can't forget competing. We can't even sniff Baltimore right now. We can't get nowhere. They embarrassing us either in the playoffs or in the regular season. Joe Burrow and company, he got the whole band back together. And like I said, Jameis Winston, these are the type of players who you was losing to. I love Mike Tomlin, but at the end of the day, Mike Tomlin could be he could be in Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh don't make head coaching hires, but they're going to be like, hey, Mike, we love you, but, man, sometimes either you're going to bow out gracefully or we got to move on, because sometimes while you used to be able to resonate with your players, the NFL is to update your resume yearly type thing. And just because you say, hey, man, I didn't have a losing season, but you ain't winning either. Because we talking about winning the last game, not a game. We'll see if Mike – I think 2025 is going to be a microcosm of 2024, 23, 22, and 21. They're going to have some good moments and some incredible moments for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the fact that Mike Tomlin in year 19 or 20, you're going to put everything on Aaron Rodgers, come on, man. You got to be better than that.
Get you out of here with this. Shadur slides to the 5th round. We've heard all sorts of things as far as how he went about handling his pre-draft process, interviews, how he went about doing things. And, look, I'm sure a little bit of humble pie goes a long way, but shouldn't Dion catch a little more flack for considering that, you've been there, done that, and you would have thought he would have prepared his son a little bit better for the biggest moment of his life?
Absolutely. And I think that the thing I'm going to say about the Deion and Shadur Sanders is Deion Sanders could have been right. Problem is, he wasn't right. Mm-hmm. And the thing was, Deion and his son, because you was at Jackson State of Colorado, you had more access like we've never seen before. Well, here's the thing, right? What hurt Shadur Sanders the most is you was walking around with Cam Ward. They was like, hey, dude, look at these dudes. So this guy right here, and I think that hurt him more than anything else.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I'm just saying, Cam Ward said, look, dude, you always got to act like people watching. When you say things like, I get paid for that, I get paid for this, I get paid for that, I would tell Shadur this if I was in his face. Youngin, until you get the job, you ain't got the job. You got to get the job first. Then, because your daddy is solidified. Your last name is Sanders, but your first name is Shadur, not Deion. I think people love redemption stories, and hopefully he can go in Cleveland and do something incredible, but And I know right now his brother was supposed. I think the commissioner approved his brother to walk around, and Deion Sanders Jr. said, "Well, you ain't walking around with no fifth rounder." So that's out the window. I'm rooting for the young man. I know Cleveland is, but hopefully Shadur Sanders will be a cautionary tale to every single future athlete coming out to the National Football League. The National Football League said, "Listen, you either do it our way or no way, because if not." Hey, not only will you be a memory, you still got to make the squad. Because I know he's the number one selling jersey, but you still got to make the squad as a fifth-round pick. And Joe Flacco vying to be the starter. Kenny Pickett got traded. Dylan Gabriel got win the third round. Mm-hmm. And we're going to see if Deshaun Watson. That's a lot of quarterbacks in one room. They only keep 3. They got 5. We'll see what happens.
All right, one more thing real quick. Cam Ward, your former team, just what have you heard? And I got to believe from what you've seen from his conversation, what have you, you got to feel good about, at the very least, what he's got going on between his shoulders.
Listen, Abdul Carter went out and asked LT, could he wear number 56? They said no. He asked Phil Simms, can I wear number 11? He said no. Warren Moon gave Cam Ward the number 1. He walked in and
now, he never played with the Titans, though. That's my only pushback on that.
But nothing says, boy, we believe in you, than Warren Moon giving
That's
you.
Fair.
I call him one. Listen, from 1 to 1, 1 of 1. The only way you can get a Gator to root for a Hurricane, they got to get drafted the same two-tone blue. I'm rooting for that young man.
I love to hear it. Tell the folks at home what you got going on in the world of media these days.
Man, still doing 84 Reasons, No Weathers in the Fall. Got another podcast that I do called The Fan in the End. And just enjoying this ride, fellas. Being a former athlete and being able to talk on these airways, as long as people like yourselves will always have me, I'm always willing to come on. And like I said, man, I'm going to be talking trash behind the mic near you real soon.
I love to hear it, Ben. Well, keep us posted when you do, man. You're definitely one of my favorite people, and we love to hear from you, and we're always smarter when we do it. Have a great time, my friend.
Appreciate it.
Always. The one, the only Ben Troop. We ran a little long. Uh-oh. What we got coming up next there, Jacob Ray?
So we just got the new season-long lines for the newest NFL rookie playmakers, and I got a Pope parlay next on the Fan.
Hope the bosses aren't listening. It's another wheels-off edition of Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Lanny went to college.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
some words in now. We are going to get some words in. I thought he had a great point when talking about Shadur. And Cam Ward, man, all eyes are going to be on him this year as far as, really, you got a bunch of, look, who else outside? Jackson Dart isn't going to be starter week 1. Maybe Tyler Shuck in New Orleans, maybe.
Am I the only one so confused by his draft stock went from like 6th rounder, late fifth guy to like 2nd round, pick 40 out of literally nowhere. Even at the combine, literally when they were talking about, I could see this guy going late 5th, and draft comes around like 2nd round.
There's always some dude that just makes some abnormal climb. And look, I watched him, and again, I'm no Brian Broaddus when it comes to this, but you watch him play, it's like, all right, he's good, but 2nd round, plus he's 25 years old and the guy can't stay healthy. I
did not see a lot of good at it.
If we're going to knock Quinn Ewers for being injury prone, at least he gave you a full season on more than one occasion, right? At a high level. What the hell did Tyler Shuck do?
What was he at, Louisville? It wasn't even
but he played at Texas Tech, Oregon. Look, the kid he's got all the trait to Blake's point, those special traits that you like. Okay,
he was the only quarterback to run at the combine. I do remember that.
So was Sam Howell last year. So
there you go.
Sam Howell's still making it in the league.
What's the GM's name for the Saints?
Mickey Loomis.
I thought that was it too.
Who apparently I don't know if he's got like dirty pictures on the Benson family. This guy's been around for 20 years, and they're usually $80 million over the cap every single year. Haven't been viable since 2011.
Since Drew Brees.
Okay. And yet, dude doesn't lose his job. Never. You have not heard about him being on the hot seat ever.
Yeah. And their team is horribly constructed every year.
Like, the Saints are just one of those teams where it's like 9-8. Could be 9-8. Could be 2-15. Who knows? We'll see.
If it's weeks 1 and 2, Alex Salas and the Saints are doing real good.
They celebrated a championship after the first 2 weeks of the season.
And if you're a Saints fan, that's fine. I'll give that to you for how bad your team's been the last 15 years.
Just the king of mids.
It's hard to not jump on a team when they score 50 points on the Cowboys.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. What a time to be alive.
What if it's you think it might be the opposite this year? Cowboys, they won week 1, then they got smoked week 2. So maybe this year they start off really bad, or I guess would it be starting off really good?
Let's wait and see what the schedule looks like before we start putting cart before horse there, GM.
Yeah,
GM Blake.
I'll continue with my defensive driving.
Please do it. Please do it. Okay, let's now hand off the broadcast baton, courtesy of the G-Bag Boys, to Mr. Jacob Ray.
Let's do it. So last week, my favorite betting app, Prize Picks, came out with the newest season-long lines. We don't have game lines yet. Obviously, the schedule isn't out yet. But season-long statistical lines for the newest quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, and even a defensive player and a two-way player. Both teams there. Speaking of Cam Ward, 31-74.5 over under. What's your pick?
Ooh, I'm going to say under. What did your boy Caleb Williams have this year?
3750, I think. I want to say 3750.
I think I also heard a stat, and I don't know who we had on the show that told us this, that the Tennessee Titans what did they lose, like 15 games or something, like 14 games?
Something like that, yeah.
That 10 of them were by either by a score or less, or they lost the lead in the fourth quarter.
Well, I know their defense was number 1 in the NFL in yards allowed until like week 15, so that sounds about right.
Give me the over.
I like it. Now, if you had to guess, what do you think? What do you think?
Will Levis was terrible.
Will Levis was terrible. He was great on the internet, but
was awful.
It was bad.
And the fact that nobody else wants him tells you all you need to know.
So I think somebody will pick him up.
Oh, I'm with you on
Not
that.
Gia Dutting.
But I'm saying, like, if they thought he was worth a damn, somebody would have already went ahead and in a quarterback-starved league, the fact that no one's made a trade for him yet tells you all you need to know.
Yeah. Your Blake's right. Not even Gia would tell you. When she saw the future, she had to sell her stock.
I saw a
she dabbled with my boy CB for a hot minute,
I saw a Twitter post, where it's just like a random person posting, and they said that she was out with Savondre Sweat, teammate.
Big boy.
Texas.
Big boy.
It's a big boy.
Yeah.
I think Will's sleeping at night. Knowing that
I mean, he's eating mayonnaise and doing God knows what. I'm sure he's all right.
All right, so you're taking the under on the passing yards. What do you think?
No, I'm taking the over. I'm taking the over. Like I said, 3,100 yards.
Okay.
Calvin, you got Calvin Riddle and Calvin Ridley, and then who?
Yeah,
there was
Calvin Riddle. I like him.
You like him. But Treylon Burks. There was somebody else too, though. I thought that they signed. I could be tripping.
They traded for somebody, didn't they?
I was going to say,
didn't they get Trey Harris, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss?
Look up on our lads. Look at what the depth.
All right, continue. I'm taking the over. I'm taking the over.
All right, you're taking the over passing yards. What do you think a good touchdown line would be? Like, where would you make the line if you were
11.5.
11.5. All right. Well, Vegas has it at 17.5. So you and Vegas got a long way to come.
I'm not near as much of a degenerate as you are.
I'm guessing you're taking the under.
Well, I was going to take the over 11.5, but I'll take the under.
You take the under 17.5?
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
All right. The newest second highest paid running back in the NFL, Ashton Genty. Does he break 1,000 yards year one behind that Raiders offensive line?
Come on, bro. You tell me you don't think he can get 1,000 yards in 17 games?
I think he could have behind the Bears O-line.
They can do it. Look,
I'll tell you what.
No,
I came to this studio for draft night 4 hours before our post-draft show.
Yeah.
And I made a makeshift white T-shirt with Sharpie drawn on it, an Ashton Genty jersey. I smelled Sharpie for 9 hours for him to just go exactly where he was predicted to go.
All that being said, yes, he will get over 1,000 yards.
Okay. What do you like? 7.5?
That's free money. That's free money to me.
You think
Genty
so?
over 1,000?
Yeah. Bro, look. Okay, real quick. I'm no mathematician.
We don't have anybody else over there running the ball. So.
I was going to say, dude, like Zahir White or whatever. Okay, let's see. Hold on. 1,000 divided by 17. You mean tell me you don't think this guy can get 59 yards a game?
Oh, he definitely can.
I mean, come on. And here's the thing too.
People are talking about drafting him in fantasy top 3.
I think he'd be a first round. Look, a couple things. One, that the Raiders offensive line, good, not great. Maybe even a little less than good. But here's what you do know. You've got a little bit of legitimacy now at quarterback with Geno Smith. No one's saying that this guy's the end-all, be-all, but at the same time, too, he's better than what you've had since probably Derek Carr in 2017. Then you've got Pete Carroll, who loves to run the ball except for, game-winning situations at a Super Bowl. And Chip Kelly is a mad wizard with the rock when it comes to...
Oh, I forgot they had Chip Kelly.
Take this. Look, I'm no... new guy Jake when it comes to being a degenerate. Hammer the over on this.
I'm going to degenerate all over that. All right. 7.5 rushing touchdowns. Over under.
That's a good one right there. 7.5. Give me the over.
I think so. I think
I'll take 8 or 9.
Yeah, because he's going to have a couple multiple rushing touchdown games.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's going to have too many receiving touchdowns. I don't think he's a receiving back like that, but I could be wrong. All right, now we got a 3-legger here.
Okay.
Travis Hunter.
Yes.
Over 1.5 interceptions.
Over. Come on. Over. I would have taken the line at 3.5. Over.
Okay, so here's the thing though: is he starting at is he starting wide receiver or cornerback?
We don't know.
I think he's doing both.
Both right now.
That's what Liam Combs said.
Just take the
Give
over.
me the under. Give me the under.
Of course. How did I know?
Give me the under.
How did I know that Travis Hunter himself? Give me the under. I got to see it. Haven't seen it.
Exactly.
Hasn't been done for a reason. Hasn't been done. Travis won't be the one to do it.
It happens.
Travis will not be the one to do it.
I'm not holding my breath.
I'm not going to be taken aback by all this stuff. I'm going to wait and see.
I mean, when most NFL players are
over,
suspect.
He's not most. Over, he's not most.
No, we haven't seen him yet, so we don't know.
He's not most. Old head.
We've seen one player do it, and he did it for 9 games. So
we see where Blake's allegiance lies. All right, another defensive player. I don't know who made this line. I don't know if it was the kid driving to
the 7-year-old driving to McDonald's with his 5-year-old sister.
Carter, 6.75 sacks. I'm slamming the over.
They just got a lot of guys.
That's my thing. They've got a ton of guys.
Like he might be there every play, but it might not be him getting the sack.
Oh, you don't ask for Lawrence Taylor's number and get less than 7 sacks.
I think he'll want to. Will he get
There's just a lot. I mean, that's just a lot of
mouths. A lot of mouths to feed.
God, there is a lot of mouths to feed on.
They can't all have 12 sacks.
No, they can't all have.
Well, I don't think Thibodeau plays a lot though. Like I think he's a trade deadline guy.
I think he could. I could see him getting moved before training camp. I don't disagree with that. You know what? Dadgummit, Jacob Ray.
Over.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's take the over.
All right,
Let's
and
take
then
it.
my favorite bet.
By the way, what number is he going to be? Has he figured it out yet? Because Phil Simms poo-pooed him too, didn't he?
Well, yeah, because Phil Simms was 11, right?
Yeah. So Lawrence Taylor, which you already knew Lawrence Taylor was going to tell you no.
Yeah.
Okay, Lawrence Taylor gives zero you-know-what.
Low-key psychopath to ask Lawrence Taylor for his number.
Yeah, because Lawrence Taylor.
Crazy.
Look, I'll just real quick. My homeboy Henry Thomas was in the league at the same time as Lawrence Taylor. They were training together down in Houston. Okay, now Henry is just coming off his rookie year. Lawrence Taylor had been in the league 3 or 4 seasons already. They're in Houston. This is the late 80s. Everybody's going out. Henry's getting ready to go get with, dressed up, thinking he's going out with Lawrence Taylor and the boys. And Lawrence Taylor says, "This ain't for you, young blood. You ain't coming with us."
That's wild.
And Henry said, when Lawrence Taylor says no, just listen.
Yeah, you don't talk back to that.
You do not.
All right, this is my favorite thing I found today. I don't know where I found it. Actually, I know exactly where I found it. I don't know how this is a thing. The Lions punter, Jack Fox, over 0.5 passing yards.
I think we saw that one day we were doing parlays. It's the punter for the Lions. We're like, is the Lions guy?
We did see that.
Is his uncle run Prize Picks?
What a bizarre. Give me the over.
I love it.
Give me the over.
It's just one
throw. Because I'll tell you what, well, our boy Bones Fossils in Tennessee, because if he was in Detroit, I'd say, hell, take over 10.5 at the rate he's going. My man will have him drop back, just throwing things all day. All right, give us 2 more and we got to get the hell out of here.
Well, I'm not going to give you 2 more. I'm going to give you my parlay for the Pope.
Okay.
Shout out Kevin Walker. He sent me one of these. I'd seen a couple of these on Twitter today because Twitter was going crazy.
Yeah, they were.
So we have a 3-leg parlay right here. Chicago Bears, Super Bowl winner, plus 3,500. Chicago Cubs, 2025 World Series winner, plus 1,600. Villanova men's basketball, national champions, plus 10,000.
Did he go to Villanova?
He did.
Okay, because I saw something. So I saw the stained glass of MJ. Then I saw another stained glass of Chris Jenkins hitting the game winner against North Carolina.
I saw that one too.
Why are they showing Villanova? So he is a Nova grad.
Yeah, he's a Nova grad. I was going to throw.
If you're a Knicks fan, you're loving that right now.
I saw that too. I almost threw that.
Dude, do we go ahead and double down on the Knicks?
Especially
now that the Pope, bro, now that the Pope is both American and a Nova grad? Switch me to
Jalen Brunson might show up 50.
Dude, I'm telling you, he's got God behind him right now.
Maybe. This all ended up adding up. Now, if he is a White Sox fan, this ruins my parlay.
It does a little bit.
I mean, I could turn.
His brother said he was, right?
According to this comment, 2 posts underneath, it says he's a Sox fan per his brother. LOL. So his brother is hopefully a liar. Otherwise, shame on the parents.
Would you lie about your brother, though, in that sense, knowing that they frown on that in the church? Because obviously he's Catholic, too.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. Fair or foul, growing up as a Pope and being a White Sox fan. I say foul.
Oof. Well, I'll tell you what, at the very least, he likes pain.
Yeah, he likes pain and sadness. All right, this would all add up to be, actually, I can't even tell you. It's a plus 6,181,100. So I could probably turn $100 into, I don't know, enough money to buy Twitter. That's all I got.
All right, there you have it. Jacob Ray. All right, what's coming up next, Blake?
Oh, it's extra credit time. Let's figure out if Fred and new guy Jake know their Catholicism next on the Fan After Dark.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a short show Friday as the Rangers are in Detroit to take on the Tigers. Pregame at 5. Eric Nadell is going to join us at 4. Nation starts at 2 on the Fan.
It's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. May marks the start of rising temperatures. Beat the heat with Window Nation Semi.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All the time for us and being part of a family.
That's hands down the best segment on the Fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Back to the Fan After Dark, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Definitely ready for some football trivia. This should be good. Jay Gunn and Terrell. So if you missed, we have a
Jake Gunn.
We have a new pope that is from Chicago.
The Shy.
So if
him and Kanye.
Big day for Catholics. So we are going to do.
Kanye's also Catholic.
I did not know that.
There you go.
I feel like with celebrities, you can never really trust what religion they say they are because they kind of change every week.
Well, he said that before he went off the rails. So
he says a bunch of stuff.
No, but I'm talking about like this is before. This is early.
Before?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
This
feel
is
like it's so hard dating
college
back.
dropout.
Like if you
Kanye.
look up, is this person Catholic, Christian, Muslim, whatever? It'll have like 9 different answers. Well, they were in 2013, but in 2016 they took a heel turn and decided to be atheists. So we're gonna be talking about all things to do with the Pope. Extra credit today will be sponsored by Pope Francis. Actually not. I should.
I thought it was Pope Prevost.
What was? No, I was talking about the old one. Wasn't it Pope Francis?
Yeah, but he's dead.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's sponsored by him. Because he can't sponsor anything because he's dead. Just cue the music. Ring the bell.
Fred
and Blake.
It's a merry-go-round, you dumbass. Do you need the dumb in front of the dumbass?
I did his homework. Not like he bullied me. It's kind of redundant.
Okay.
I've never even heard that word in my life.
But as my own personal form of punishment, I figured out how you're going to earn that extra credit.
All right, let's go. Here we go.
I'm excited. The Pope's excited. We're letting white smoke out of the 105 Through the Fan studios to let them know that a real one has arrived.
That's right.
And it's Fred Davis, Blake Elliott, and Jacob Ray. I almost called you new guy Jake. I had to re-rack my brain.
No, that's what I'm saying, man. We're going to start brushing our teeth with our left hands and saying affirmations while we're doing it.
I already do brush my teeth with my left hand, so.
But you're left-handed, aren't you?
I am.
See.
What if he was ampy?
So you need to do it right-handed.
Ambi or ampy?
Ambi.
Are you calling
ambidextrous?
me an amputee?
Is that what you're trying to say?
Not an
Ambidextrous?
Okay, first question here before we get canceled, before we even get into this extra credit.
Is this multiple choice, by the way?
You'll see. Let's go to Jacob first. What does the word Catholic mean?
Catholicism?
Okay, I'm gonna butcher a bunch of words, so I do not want any disrespect. Blake is trying to throw. I'm gonna butcher.
You butchered the word butcher.
I'm gonna mess up words. A, apostolistic. Did I say that right? Apostolistic. Okay. B, universal. C, holy. D, Christian. What does the word Catholic mean, Jake?
A.
Incorrect. Frederick.
What were the other three words?
Universal, holy, Christian.
Let's go with.
Here's my bell.
Let's go with universal.
That's a tough start.
First one on the board for Frederick. Fred, which sacrament hopefully I'm saying it right.
Yeah.
It's considered the source and summit of Christian life. A, baptism. B, conformatism. C, Eucharist. D, matrimony.
Let's go with the Eucharist.
That is correct, Frederick.
Wow.
Jacob, what is a term for the belief that bread and wine become the body and blood of Christ? A, transfiguration. B, wow, this is a word right here. Transubstantiation.
Careful.
C, consubstantiation. D, transformation. Transfig, transub, consub, or transform.
D.
They all end in Asian. You said what?
D.
Transub.
What a comeback. What a pull by him.
That was a word. This is more of a extra credit on me on just reading.
Seriously.
Which prayer, Fred, is traditionally said at the beginning of the rosary?
Ooh, I should know this. Let's go with the Our Father.
Incorrect.
Son of a gun.
Jacob?
Do we have multiple choice, or is this just a guess?
Our Father, Hail Mary, Glory be, Apostles' Creed.
Hail Mary.
Incorrect. Correct answer
really?
is Apostles' Creed.
Oh, okay.
See, I would have thought it was going to be Apollo Creed.
Okay.
Apollo
Jacob,
Creed
what
is
is
the
the
answer
period
we're
of
looking
preparation before Easter called? A, Advent. B, Lent. C, Pentecost. D, Ordinary Time.
Lent.
We are tied up, folks. 2-2.
I was hoping he would spit the bit on that one. I was like, I know that.
I know that one. Fred, which day commemorates Jesus' entry into Jerusalem?
Oh, son of a gun.
I think it's funny when I go to Fred and I don't give the multiple choice. I don't know why.
Good Friday.
Incorrect. I got to give you the same thing. I can't give you the multiple choice. I didn't give it to Fred.
Palm Sunday.
Doesn't matter. He doesn't need a multiple choice. He takes the 3-2 lead. I dropped my bell.
There goes the bell.
Drop the bell.
New guy, Jake.
I thought that was the day he came back.
I'm just reading the chat GPT.
I thought that was the day he came back.
What is the term for the teaching
I
authority?
guess he came back to Jerusalem, didn't he? Hello.
What is the term for the teaching authority of the church? A, magisterium. B, catechism. C, canon law.
Catechism.
There you go. What Fred just said. C, canon law. And D, papacy. I feel like I'm messing up all these words. Papacy. There you go.
Look up papacy.
Incorrect.
Catechism.
Incorrect. It was a magisterium. Okay. Fred, which sacrament involves confessing sins to a priest?
Confession.
Let me read. A, baptism. C, confirmation. C, reconciliation. D, anointing of the sick.
What was the question? Say the question again.
Which sacrament involves confessing sins to a priest? A, baptism. B, confirmation. Okay.
Yeah, no.
C, reconciliation. D, anointing of the sick.
Go see reconciliation.
Okay. Frederick and Jake tied up at 3. Jacob, what is the term for the
confession?
What is the term for the community of all baptized believers? A, parish. D, diocese. Or B, diocese. Okay. C, laity. And D, church.
Church.
Correct. Fred, which virtue is not one of the theological virtues? A, hope. B, faith. C, charity. D, prudence.
A.
Incorrect.
Can you reread the question?
Which virtue is not one of the theological virtues? A, hope. B, faith. C, charity. D, prudence.
Charity.
Incorrect. The answer we were looking for was prudence. We'll go to new guy Jacob. What color is traditionally worn during Lent? I'm not going to give him multiple choice.
Ooh.
We go green.
Incorrect.
We go white.
Both incorrect. The correct answer was purple.
Oh, wow. Could have put a rainbow in front of me. I would have picked that one last.
Wow.
Fred, which feast celebrates the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles? A, Ascension. B, Pentecost. C, Trinity Sunday. D, Corpus Christi. I swear that's what it says.
Let me go with A.
Incorrect.
Damn it.
What were the options?
Ascension, Pentecost, Trinity Sunday, and Corpus Christi.
Trinity Sunday.
Incorrect.
Well, he said that with his chest, too.
Pentecost was the answer.
I was kind of worried. I was like, did he get that? Is it 4-3?
It is 4-3. Jake is out.
Son of a gun, dude.
Jacob, what is the first season of the liturgical year? Am I saying that right? Liturgical?
Liturgical, I think.
I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
A, Lent. B, Advent. C, Easter. D, ordinary time.
Advent.
I was about to say, you should get this. Advent calendars. Okay. 5-3.
Was that right?
That was correct.
Okay. I didn't get it.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I was too busy. You got the lead. Frederick. Which day marks the beginning of the Easter Triduum? 2 U's. Triduum?
Okay.
A, Palm Sunday. B, Holy Thursday. C, Good Friday. D, Holy Saturday.
It's got to be Thursday.
So you're going with B, Holy Thursday?
Holy Thursday.
That is correct, Frederick.
I would have guessed Good Friday.
Just deducing it down, people. Just deducing it down. Let's see. It can't be Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Let's go with Thursday. All right.
Jacob, what is the liturgical, same thing, color for ordinary time? Will not give a multiple choice for the colors.
Ordinary time?
Ordinary time.
Can we get an explanation on what ordinary time is?
I'll let Frederick. I have no idea. Okay.
I haven't been to Catholic school in 35 years.
I don't know, dude.
White.
Incorrect. I think the colors are so funny to see guess colors.
We've already said white. We've said purple. Let's go with red. Was it purple?
Was it yellow?
It was green.
Oh.
Okay. Whose turn is it?
Fred's.
Fred. Which solemnity celebrates the belief that Mary was taken body and soul into heaven? Immaculate Conception. B, Assumption. D, Annunciation, but it's spelled with like an A.
Yeah.
Or D, Visitation.
Let me go with B.
You tied it up, Fred.
Tie game.
Next one that gets one right. What is the name of the prayer said at no more multiple choice? Next one right wins. What is the name, Jacob? What is the name of the prayer said at noon and 6 p.m. commemorating the incarceration?
Look at it. Sure question.
Fred, you know.
I have zero idea. I was going with Hail Mary on the last one.
Is it the Holy Prayer?
Incorrect. Fred, you want to try to steal?
Prayer?
I don't know.
I'm going to go with Our Father.
The answer we're looking for was Angelus.
Okay.
Angelus.
I don't know. I've never even heard of that prayer.
Okay. Fred, what day is known as the birthday of the church?
What day is known as the
You got 7
birthday of the church? I should know this. Let's go with the birth of Jesus.
Incorrect. New guy Jake, you want to steal? We have said this word already today in the segment.
Boy.
I'm sure we have.
Is this going to end 5-5?
This is the first ever tie in the history of extra credit.
The answer we're looking for was Pentecost.
Sunday.
I see y'all were super close to that.
He didn't have us.
I said Sunday.
Okay. New guy Jake. Oh, I did it again.
What is NFL draft?
What is the term for the 3-day period leading up to Easter?
Oh, God, I should know this. We're both gonna be like, oh, I heard that before.
I'm guessing there's no multiple choice for this one.
Nope. No multiple choice to take us out.
This is tough.
Who knows ball for one last question?
This is tough.
You know anything? Either one of y'all can just shout it at this point.
What is it again?
What is the term for the 3-day period leading up to Easter?
The 3-day.
At this point, there's no turn. Just whoever knows the answer, just shout it out. Well, this is super engaging. We're going to let them think. We're going to give them the answer on the other side and figure out who is the real Catholic of all Catholics as we close out the final hour here on the Fan After Dark.
Late night for a reason.
A new way of life is evolving.
It's Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Alt 1037 presents
Ulterium, featuring 3
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Really? No wonder they never told us.
Which saint is known as the Little Flower? Anybody?
St. Augustine.
Incorrect.
Sarah.
I've actually heard of this saint, so I'm kind of surprised you guys aren't knowing this
He
one.
said Sarah.
I don't know.
Saint Teresa of Lewis.
Okay, just stop.
Am I saying it wrong?
I don't know what you're saying. Next.
Who was the patron saint of lost items?
The Patron saint of lost items?
Joseph. Jack. It's a J.
Jude, Anthony D. Padua, Christopher, or Joseph?
Jude.
You guys suck. Saint Anthony of Padua. You guys still suck.
That's literally my girlfriend's saint. I should know this.
Okay, which saint is known for her visions of the Virgin Mary of Lourdes?
Mary Magdalene.
Incorrect. Dude, you guys, since I've started taking a multiple choice,
Augustine,
have not even been close. Not even a letter. Saint Bernadette Sabois.
Oh, Bernadette.
That was my second guess.
Who is the patron saint of impossible causes? You've named almost all of them, so at this point you should be able to get it.
Impossible. The Saint Blake. I don't.
No.
I mean,
you got any guess?
Augustine.
Saint Jude.
Oh.
Which saint founded the Jesuit order?
I'm gonna go with Saint Anthony.
Incorrect.
Saint Christopher.
Saint
Ignatius.
Yep.
Damn it.
Yep. Who is the patron saint of mothers? Pretty simple one. Pretty
Mary.
entry level. Close. Starts with an M. For the win, Fred.
Martha.
Starts with an M.
Dude, you guys are terrible.
He said Mary. You said that was wrong, but it starts with an M?
Yes.
Magdalene.
Saint Monica.
Oh.
I shouldn't ask you. I think y'all will literally get every
Santa
saint
Monica?
question wrong.
The pier?
Which saint is known for founding the missionaries of
You're
charity?
thinking of Lewinsky. Go ahead. I'm sorry, what?
Which saint is known for founding the missionaries of charity?
Mother Teresa.
You've guessed that 7 times in a row.
I have
And
not.
it's been wrong every time.
Saint Augustine.
Y'all have guessed the same two. You're just flipping them. Augustine and Teresa. Is that the only two
I
saints y'all
said
know?
Teresa.
I'm going to let you know Augustine, and that is
Teresa?
not on here. Not on here. I promise you.
Who was it?
Saint Teresa of Calcutta.
I just said Teresa. How's that not
You
right?
said
Is that the right one?
He said Mother Teresa. Blake, don't give him the point.
That's Mother Teresa.
Sister Teresa or Saint Teresa of Calcutta. That's not what I heard.
Calcutta. Yeah, where do you think Mother Teresa came from? That's her.
Nah.
That's me. That's my answer. That is my.
Let me go to
Google
the
it
board.
right now.
Let me go to
Google it
we're-
right
I'm
now.
going- we're
Tell
going
me
to
that's not her.
We're going to the board.
Don't worry for throwing a tantrum, Blake.
We're going into the board. Okay. Understand.
Yeah, check the
All
New
right,
York.
we're talking to the board. Hey, there's no outside.
I'm right. Mother Teresa was from Calcutta. Are you kidding me right now?
Board's not passing it.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I'm about to throw this bell at somebody's head.
The board,
I'm right.
The board's not passing it. You can't.
Based off what, dude?
The Catholic board has spoken.
No, they haven't.
We've spoken. So many wrong answers with every
Mother
saint.
Teresa of Calcutta. That's who that is.
Mother Teresa died in Calcutta.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, while that may be true,
dude, I won. You know what? I win under protest. I'm winning under protest. Done.
While
Done.
the
Done.
last 2 minute report,
I won.
Last 2 minute report came out, and maybe you were right.
No. I was
But in
right.
the moment,
I was right. Fred wins.
we don't go back on our answers in the Catholic Church.
I don't care. Oh, trust me. Yeah. Fred wins. Thank you.
Okay, if you can get this one, who's the patron saint of travelers? Mr. I know what I'm talking about.
Who's the patron saint of travelers? I don't know. Carmen Sandiego.
Santa Claus.
I mean, what are we talking about here, bro? I already got it right.
Saint Augustine.
You said Mother Teresa for every answer and finally got one right. And you're like,
exactly.
It was Saint Christopher.
No, I would guess him every time.
Yeah, you were close. You were close, but I won already, so it doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
Are we giving him? Should we give him the Tolo? Should we give him the win?
Yeah, because I was right.
I think now.
That's the correct answer.
I think now.
I mean, what are we talking about here?
I'll leave it up to the
It took
Tolos.
a Catholic 2 segments to win it.
It did. It did.
Took you 2 segments to get one right.
It did. It did. Look, I wouldn't my finest one. Maybe this is a sign I need to go back to church. Maybe this is a sign I need to go back to church. And I'm not. I'm not
talking about Mark. That was a Ranger segue. Mark Church.
Well, I'll tell you what we can talk about is the fact that your Texas Rangers are 0 for 17 with runners in scoring position the last 2 games. They've now lost 6 straight series after what looked to be kind of a turning point on Tuesday. Bats went crazy, 16 hits. What was it? 8 runs on Tuesday. Everybody was looking good. Fast forward 48 hours later, and Jack Leiter, not great today. Battled though. Got you what? 5 innings and
4.
Was it only 4? But meanwhile, once again, your bats
No, he gave you 5. Excuse me. He gave you 5. He had 4 earned runs.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I was listening to the post game. So, from a pitching perspective, hey, we'll take that. But your bats, once again, your offense is non-existent. Jake, you're doing a lot of laughing back there. Do you want to share with the class what's so funny?
I was just giggling.
Is it a text message?
No, I don't actually have access to the text messages, unfortunately.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Yeah, way to be a bully, Fred. He's just having a good time with his producers. You want to share with the class what's so funny?
I want to laugh.
Go ahead and bring it to the front of the class.
I want to laugh. I want to laugh.
Fred's laughing that Blake didn't know who Mother Teresa was.
Fred's a substitute. Let me see the note. Let me see the note. I want to laugh too.
I want to laugh too.
Did you actually want to know what was funny, or did you?
Yeah, because I thought he was reading text messages. So
everyone's just saying you're right.
Yeah, exactly. I know I am. Thanks.
I wouldn't be laughing at that.
Thanks, fatties. Yeah. I appreciate you.
They said Fred is right. He obviously doesn't know his Catholic, but he's right.
He doesn't.
Guessing Mother Teresa every time and getting it right once does not mean you win. I said that's what I'm saying.
No, but it does.
Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa. I won.
Because eventually she was the right answer.
What was it? What did she stand for? What was the question I asked?
World peace, baby.
No.
Charities.
No. What was the question I asked for Mother Teresa to be the correct answer?
St. Christopher cared about travel. I know that.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember?
It was charities. Yeah, exactly. It's charities.
Missionaries.
Okay. Charities.
Like, you should have thrown me a Santa Claus question. That would have killed it.
But he's not Catholic, though.
He's a saint.
St. Nicholas. I'm more of a Krampus fan. Krampus?
Yeah, who's that?
What do you mean, who's that? That's like the evil...
Oh, that's evil. That's evil Santa Claus.
Yeah, it's like the urban legend of who Santa Claus really was.
I did not know that.
You never heard of Krampus? You never seen the scary movie? Man. Fred wins. He said missionary. Richie and Ennis. What do you think people think of our show?
They love it. They can't get enough of it.
It's 10:11 on a Thursday.
It's 10:11 on a Thursday because you know what they love about us?
And they're listening to us say Mother Teresa 10 times over.
I'll tell you that's exactly what they love. You know what it is? We are a throwback to old school radio.
Are we?
Yeah, we absolutely are.
Do you think I'm a throwback? Am I vintage?
You are.
So I can say I'm vintage.
Because you know what they love about us is that you're a throwback. I mean, I'm already old. And you get old school with the new.
I feel like that's too broad, though. What is our dynamic other than old school with the new? I think, yeah, you can say anytime there's an old and young person.
But you know what? But here's the thing. That is a real thing. Mm-hmm. And see, but see, and you're poo-pooing it.
No, I'm not. I want further. I'm not poo-pooing. I think it is true.
I'm just spitballing right now, but I'm telling you, it's the genuine nature of it is what makes it
Fred
ideal.
Is so funny.
Yeah.
He's I think doing radio with Fred is just funny just because his mannerisms are so
demonstrative
from anyone else I know. It's the nature. It's the nature of it.
He's getting sentimental because the Tolos gave him the win.
He really needed that. The Tolos know I am
I'm right. What is there to say?
Have you seen Mother Teresa? I've never seen her.
Yeah.
Have you? Did they show you that
not
in Catholic
person,
school?
But I mean,
did she come visit the school?
Dude, Mother Teresa was hot in the 80s. And I mean hot in the sense of like
popularity.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you could use a different word.
No, I'm going to say
trendy.
Trendy hot. She was hot in the 80s, okay? I'm using lexicon today.
Poppin'.
She was popping in the 80s. You couldn't go, I mean, Mother Teresa was everywhere. She was viral before viral was being a thing.
Was she the first viral person? Probably Jesus.
No, she was definitely not the first viral person. But I'm just saying from like a religious standpoint, you know, there was no Twitter. We had no social. Look, I'll put it like this.
Just scribes.
If Mother Teresa had a Twitter account, she'd have 4 or 5 million followers. Easy.
How many would Jesus have?
Easy.
12. Was that a good dad joke?
That's why people like this show. That's why people like this show for that answer right there. Top 5. What are we doing? You said you're going to think of it.
Top 5. Did you see Shaq? He was saying how much he hated fraternities and sororities today. He went on a whole rant about it and how dumb they are. Okay, let's think about everything we've talked about in the show today.
Yeah.
We've talked about receivers. We've talked about Brandon Laurie. We've talked about beefs.
Do we want to do top 5 free agents we'd like to see the Cowboys sign?
We can, but do the Tolos care? That's what I want. I want the Tolos to care. I want the Tolos to care.
Because they know we still need bodies. You mentioned Carl Lawson. That's a fun conversation right there. You know, I say now you're good on defensive ends, but you said no. Look, can you ever have enough pass rush?
I was saying that more jokingly. Like that's not my priority one. You've got to get another pass
I'm just
rusher.
using it, but that could be maybe that's your number 5.
Yeah.
Right? You still you for some reason are hell bent on Amari Cooper being the number 3 wide receiver. So for you, Amari Cooper would be your 1. He's not even on my honorable mention.
No. He's not my number 1.
I'm
being facetious.
Yes, I am. I'm embellishing.
You're embellishing.
Yes.
Should we just use big words the rest of the show?
Top 5 big words coming up next right here on What About You the Bet. They do.
What's the biggest word that you know the actual, like you could use it in a sentence?
Circumlocute.
Whoa. You got me there. You circumvented me with that one. I don't even know where we're going. Your vernacular's off the chain today.
Well, it has its moments.
What does that word
top
mean?
Top 5. It's where you got a bunch of stuff that you're thinking about, but you're trying to get one thing in particular that you want to discuss and or point out.
And what was the word again?
Circumlocute.
So locute means, I guess, pinpoint?
Circumlocute.
So locute would probably mean like pinpoint?
Yeah. Well, so like circumference and then locute. So, when you break it down, like you said, there you go. Boom.
Okay, I'm learning. You guys, Jake.
And I'll tell you, you want to know real quick. You want to know where I learned that word? Frank Zappa. And you guys both look at me like you have no idea who that is.
I've heard Zappa, but I don't know about Frank.
Well, Frank Zappa's the original Frank Zappa.
What about top 5 email names?
That's just making up names. That's terrible. Next.
Top 5. Okay, what were we about to say?
He said that's terrible. Next.
Top 5 Fredisms.
That's stupid too. Next.
Okay. Top 5 hockey moments.
I can think of 2. Next. Mikko in Game 7. Mikko last night. Next.
Top 5 jerseys worn in the playoffs.
We've done top 5 jerseys so many times, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you mean top 5 jerseys worn in the playoffs? I mean, that's just top 5 jerseys. Like, that's at that point, we're just players. Why don't we just do top 5 for you? Because you even did a segment on it. Top 5 guys that you'd like to see the Cowboys sign.
I don't want to list 5 guys.
Because what? Because you can only think of 3? I mean, you had 4. First time in top 5 history where Blake didn't even just punt it on a 5th one. Well, I've never actually watched 5 show finales, so whenever 5 is open. Ross, go ahead, take it away.
Is that what I sound like in your head?
And then here was number 4, Game 6 of the 2011 NBA Championships. It's like I'm done, bro. Just mute his mic until we come back to number 3.
I did say that.
I know, I was there.
Is this how you view me, Fred?
Huh?
Is this how you view me when I'm talking over here on this side?
This is why they love our show right here.
You know what's
the friendly, combative banner.
It's an interesting dynamic because you see me, you're seeing me right now from over there.
Yeah, I've got eyes that work. Yes.
No, hey, don't disparage.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Just because I can't read doesn't mean I can't see.
All right, Helen. I wouldn't go too far with the vision. I wouldn't go too far with the vision. But
I can hear though.
You get an interesting perspective that me and Jacob don't get. You get to see both of us in your little Fred world.
What do you mean I get to see you both? I mean, what are you talking about? What? What does that mean?
I think it's pretty simple. You get to see. Do you not? Okay.
Where are you going with this?
Tell me I'm tripping and we can go to break.
What's the top 5?
I thought we just said a top 5 positions or whatever.
Oh, so now you're good with that?
That's cool.
Because 30 seconds ago you didn't like it.
It's cool or whatever. But what I'm saying is you're never walking down the street and you go, wow, there's whole different perspectives going on. The stuff that's in my head goes in their head is completely different.
Because here's where, and
what if I was in their body? You don't ever do. I do that when I'm walking around. I'm like, wow, if I could be in old guy in the trench coat walking down, that's a whole different body.
Old guy in the trench coat. That's the body you want to be in. That's the body. Old guy in the trench coat.
What I said.
What are you streaking and flashing people on the street?
I said OLE.
Old guy in the trench coat. What are you wearing under the trench coat?
You're wrong. I said OLE, not old.
Oh, so that makes a difference.
I'm just saying old guy that happens to have a trench coat.
In a trench coat.
Okay,
of
in
all
a suit,
the things you could come up with.
In a suit, whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, he's got a whole different problems than I have. Whole different mindset.
Yeah.
He's listening to different music.
But I don't think that way with you two because I have children your age. So I'm already kind of well versed
into what's in our head.
In y'all's, yes.
So what's in me and new guy Jake's head then?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are we doing for the top 5? That's Blake. That's Jake. I'm Fred. Coming up next, top 5
Catholic trivia questions.
Free agents that we'd like to see the Cowboys go get. Who are they? Stick around. We'll tell you next.
Time to put the kiddos down and turn your radio up. It's
The Cool and the Crazy.
Experience and excellent service. At D&M, we'll save you time and up to 50% off your monthly payment. 817 or 972-35 Lease. Start a relationship that lasts a lifetime.
Make leasing easy at D&M.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I have a feeling that maybe I'm getting a little too comfortable on the radio because I'm really just talking to you guys like it's just Jacob and Fred in here. So I understand we're on the radio airwaves and all you guys are listening. And I hope you guys appreciate Blake's style of radio, but this is who I'll always be, unfortunately. Just going to be acting like you guys aren't here in a good way. I'm just talking candid with you guys. So hopefully you guys are enjoying that. We're going to be doing top 5 at 10:20. It actually is at 10:20 today because we're not on until midnight like we will be tomorrow. 9 p.m. to midnight, we'll be following the Texas Rangers postgame show. They are going to be in Detroit. They're in Detroit, right? Or are they just playing Detroit?
No, they're in Detroit.
That's what I thought. Okay. So they're in Detroit playing the Tigers tomorrow, who have been rallying.
They're riled up.
They're good.
They're a good team.
That's what I'm trying to say. Detroit Tigers are a good team.
They got to face Scooble tomorrow, too.
Ooh. Who's on the bump for the Rangers? DeGrom? Evaldi? Probably Evaldi. Probably
Might be
Evaldi.
DeGrom.
No,
Corbin.
Patrick Corbin. Oof. Not feeling too crazy about him versus Tarek Skubal, but either way, we'll wait and see. Do you have 5 guys? What a goal by Edmonton, by the way.
I got 6 guys.
You got 6 guys, so that's always a sure bet. I've got a bunch of guys. Fred, do you still want to start us off, or do you want me to start off while you look up some more names? Okay, so Frederick is still looking up names. He's having trouble. I just got over the cap here, and I'm just looking at free agents, and I'm just going through the list, seeing if I like the guys and if I want to add them to the list of players for your Dallas Cowboys. My number one, he got 27% of the snaps last year with the Carolina Panthers. Interior defensive lineman. Give me Deshaun Williams. Just give me another big body to compete at that nose tackle position. We got Jay Toya out of UCLA. We got Mozzie Smith. I'm all for competition at the defensive tackle, nose tackle position. You don't have enough bodies. I just need big boys. Eat up a double team. You can have 0 sacks all year. Eat up a double team, and Blake will be happy. Number 5 for Frederick Davis is
Nick Chubb.
There you go. I like it.
Nick Chubb. It's one of them deals where you could never have enough running backs. It's going to be, obviously nothing's going to be guaranteed at this stage of his career. You can give him an incentive-based contract, and if he makes your roster and, hey, if you went into training camp, because let's think of it this way. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, because one thing about Marty Schottenheimer, and this is where I think we're, for any of my old school Chiefs fans, and this is where the real Chiefs fans are going to come out.
Almost the top 5 guys wearing trench coats.
Dylon Blake. But Marty Schottenheimer, one of his hallmarks back in his day was, I think it's I can't remember if it's Monday or Tuesday. I think it's Tuesday, where NFL teams can bring in guys every week to try out for different positions, right? Every week, Marty Schottenheimer would bring in a different position group.
That's still a thing?
I'm sure it is. I just don't think it's near as pronounced as it used to be, right? But yeah, you can bring it. I think it's one of them deals where I think now you can just bring in guys whenever, right? It just depends on what your schedule is. But I think in the NFL back in the day, it used to be like a set day, on Tuesday or Wednesday. Late
goal by the Vegas Golden Knights to take a lead as Edmonton just tied it up.
Well, you still got a minute 50 left to go in the second period. But my point is that Schottenheimer would do it when practice was still going on, and so guys would see guys trying out, and so it was to try to kind of do a little mental maneuvering where it's like, all right, maybe your position's next, maybe you got something to worry about. So you go in with the running back group that last year we knew nothing about, outside of you were hoping you'd get something out of Rico Daddle. You knew Zeke had nothing left in the tank, and then it was a bunch of guys that you never heard of. This year, if you went in with 2 draft picks, Javonte, Miles Sanders, and a Nick Chubb, that's a productive, competitive group, and you're going to get a lot of competition, and you're going to feel good about whoever emerges from that group. So give me Nick Chubb at number 5.
Number 5, Jacob.
So my number 5, I went with a little bit of a veteran in the linebacker room. I went with C.J. Mosley. Maybe lead those guys along their way. Maybe help bring Overshown back from an injury.
I like it.
Good guy in the room.
I was kicking the tires on throwing him on my list as well.
CJ.
All right, you're number 4.
My number 4, they don't really need a safety, but this guy's a stud, Justin Simmons.
Too good to be on that list.
I was going to say.
Yeah. I didn't put him on my list, but he'll be an honorary on my list. Yeah, he would be your best safety on the team, I think. I think he'd be the best safety you have on the roster if you sign him. Unless he took off some huge drop-off that I'm unaware of.
No, I don't think you're wrong for that. I don't think you're wrong for that. My number 4, John Jenkins, defensive tackle. All right. This guy's he was a 3rd-round pick in 2013, 2014. He gives you kind of Linval Joseph vibes, okay? Linval Joseph was a guy that you added late in training camp and played all 17 games for you this past season. And again, was a spot rotational guy. You could use that, take up blockers, so on and so forth. John Jenkins, good locker room guy, professional, been there, done that. So give me John Jenkins at number 4. Plus, to your point, Blake, it gives you a position in that interior defensive line that you could always use a little depth at.
My number 4, you've already said it. You gave all the reasons for it. Give me Nick Chubb. Bring in another guy. We can cut Miles Sanders. We can trade him for a 15th round pick, whatever it costs. Give me Nick Chubb, Jaden Blue, and Javonte Williams. I feel a lot better about that running back room. That at least 1.5 of those guys would turn out.
Hands down. All right, what's your number 3?
My number 3, because he's going to be wide receiver number 3.
Amari Cooper.
To the Dallas freaking Cowboys. Imagine if your wide receiver 3 was once your wide receiver 1 5 years ago. He left, comes back, is still a top 5 route runner, and can make, if you've got double coverage on CD. You got single on Pickens. You got single on Ferguson. I mean, who's covering Amari Cooper? Fred Davis out there? You've got a nickel corner who's gotten 3 snaps all game, and now all of a sudden he's got to cover Amari freaking Cooper. Amari Cooper might have 12 touchdowns if he was your wide receiver 3. Give me Amari Cooper for the buzzer.
That's the most long-winded explanation for a guy that be lucky to have 20 catches next season. My number 3, Kendall Fuller. I like Kendall Fuller. He's kind of what Stephen Gilmore was when you got him a couple years. He's what Stephon Gilmore was a couple years ago. All right, solid, great, and plus he's great, solid, dependable, and knows the division. So there's something to be said for that.
Can we settle down on something? I corrected you on it, but I think I shouldn't have had to. Stephon, why is that a name that people do rather than Stephen? I think that's a problem. And I can't talk too loud because I know someone that his name is Stephon that continue. But why do we use that name, Stephon?
I mean, you'd have to ask somebody that's name is Stephon.
Why do we allow that in society?
I mean, my cousin Steve, a.k.a. Steven.
Steven.
I've never even thought about calling him Stephon. I might start doing that now.
But it's usually Stephan when people say Stephon. What if instead of Stephen Jones, we call him Stephon Jones?
Stephon Jones. But again, I think he spells his with a PH, though, doesn't he?
I think that PH is usually where the Stephon comes from.
Yeah.
But why?
Again, 877-881-1053. If you're a Stephon, 877-881-1053. Why are you a Stephon?
It just feels like one of those things we just allowed, and it's just kind of crazy that we allow people to be walking around named Stephon.
I mean, is it really that wild that we allow them? I mean, you allow them. I mean, what are we going to do? Drag them into a dungeon? I mean, what do you mean we allow them to be Stephon?
It's Steven.
Okay, well, tomato.
Stephon just feels extra.
There's not enough Stephans out there either.
Stefanski.
That's the only one I can think of.
Stefanski.
Yeah.
What's your number 3?
So my number 3, I went with wide receiver also. Took everything out of me to not put Kadarius Toney on this list because he did retire to become a rapper. I went with Keenan Allen.
Okay.
Kind of
a hometown bias there, but I'm not mad at you.
He's a fossil, but I mean, he can work a little drag route every once in a while, so why not?
Fossil.
And what's your number 2?
Oh, my number 2,
Snake draft.
absolutely no reason to have this on here, but I thought it'd be fun in case Donovan Ezeroku doesn't work out. Von Miller.
There we go.
Okay, I like where your head's at there.
DeMarcus Lawrence guy, let's bring in Von Miller.
Hey, seriously.
DeMarcus Ware, too. Might as well.
I mean, if we're not worried about culture, the hell with it. My number 2, already been mentioned. I went with...
It is not a black thing. I know both of the Stephons I'm referring to are white. They just said it's a black.
It's funny you say that because I know a white guy named Stephon.
They're both white.
From Houston, so absolutely. My number 2, Justin Simmons as well. You've already mentioned it. Look, look, clearly the Cowboys are dead set on making the playoffs this year. Like last year was an anomaly for them. Hey, they're going all in. You don't move. You don't make a move for George Pickens and expect to go 7-10. So if we're taking it that serious, let's go ahead and add Justin Simmons to the mix.
Number 2, I've been clamoring for this guy for a hot minute. Give me son of a great. Give me Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah.
I think he gives you some versatility in the defensive back room.
At the cornerback spot.
It gives you another young.
I play wide receiver too. I don't know. You just have to wait and see.
It gives you just another young personnel in there, and I think it's in that George Pickens where you've seen the talent. He's not the George Pickens talent, but you've seen some of the flashes. Had some immaturity. Had some.
He just gets hurt a lot.
Gets hurt a lot. But give me Asante Samuel Jr. for a 1-year rental, and if it turns out great, give me him. Cheap.
Because you're going to need
bodies.
Some defensive back help.
I still think you just need bodies in the defensive back room.
I don't disagree. What's your number 1?
Because how many bodies do we have? The healthy bodies. Diggs? No, can't say that.
I mean, if
Bland.
healthy, why do you keep saying it?
I said Diggs.
No, Diggs. No, listen. Healthy bodies, Diggs. No, you said it yourself. It's not healthy.
I was correct. So healthy, Blake. Bland. Kyer Elam.
Do we think? Are we convinced Kalen Carson's healthy?
I don't know.
We haven't heard squat about Kalen Carson.
Is he starting? Is he a backup? Is he hurt?
877-881-1053. Let's get Kalen on the show.
Josh Butler. Apparently, there's like murmurs about him being somewhat important in this room next year.
Yeah.
Is he?
He's made a comeback,
Izzy McQuamu. Yeah. And is anybody else?
Chevelle, who's currently would be on the PUP list. So yeah, so he's not
like
healthy.
in a perfect world, Ravel and Diggs being healthy, we're not having this conversation. We're like,
No.
you've got 3, you've got some young guys,
at
and
that point,
Elam and
that
Carson.
point, you
and
can grab somebody. Yeah.
We're not having this, but 2 of the guys that we have penciled in as starters are currently hurt.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you.
So my number 1 is Mike Hilton, another corner.
Okay. I don't like
For all the
I
same
don't hate
reason
that.
I just gave.
My number 1 is James Bradbury, former Philadelphia Eagle. A couple of years ago, was one of the best cornerbacks, one of the highest rated guys. Now, of course, he's coming off an injury as well, but again, knows the conference, veteran guy, been there, done that.
So James Bradbury?
I did say
get
James
him
Bradbury.
far away from my football team. I just have a hard bias because I've seen him in the division for the Eagles and the Giants, I want to say, both teams. Yeah, I want to say he's played for both.
James Baldberry.
I want to say he's played for both, and he's gotten cooked in both times in that division by CeeDee Lamb, by any receiver. So
I mean, who hasn't been cooked by CeeDee Lamb?
I want him far away from my division.
No, I like James
I just seen him
Bradbury.
get cooked too many times.
I like James Bradbury. It says Mike Hilton, who's probably been cooked by everybody else too. I mean, pick your poison. All right.
But James Bradbury I've seen up close in Cowboy Stadium.
Mike Hilton, you're like, no.
It's out of far.
They didn't make the playoffs.
So
That's all I
any
need to
corner
know.
you could bring him in. I'm not disparaging. I'm just asking. Any corner that's a free agent, James Bradbury would be top.
I'm rolling the dice on JB.
Okay.
I'm rolling the dice on JB. I like the divisional aspect of it. Is
No
what I like.
Bickerstaff. Okay, Jacob, take us home.
Before I get to my number 1, we are essentially throwing character concerns to the wayside.
Oh, absolutely. We could care less.
And
in fact, the more the better.
The Cowboys did just get a deep threat, but they didn't get a guy who's got the speed to take a top of a defense. So this guy's technically a free agent. In my honorable mention, Henry Ruggs.
But here's the problem: you're only going to get his rights.
You're right. But
he's not eligible to come back till next year.
It's like calling dibs. It's like calling shotgun. You're not in the seat until you're in the truck.
Could you imagine the outcry if you put
With
in a
Pickens and then Ruggs?
If you decided, well, come on, let's not throw.
Yeah, they're not. But I'm saying the
How
combo.
many people has Pickens killed? Wow. Just saying.
Just DBs. When he runs by them, go ahead and slap your knee.
My man went
DB's
Henry
ankles.
Ruggs. We get it. He's got a year to incubate in the Nevada penal system, but
he's got his skills. I mean,
we've
nice
heard Scouts Insider saying this guy's come a long way.
Some guys that are also free agents. Tyler Boyd, who was once part of the best wide receiver room.
Yeah.
Just a free agent, just sitting out there. No one's giving him a
No one's
contract.
worried about him.
Stephon Gilmore, free agent. Is Devondre Campbell going to get a contract? We talked about this last year. Remember when he was the one that walked off the field for the Niners?
No, he's done. No, his
Isn't
NFL
that
career's
crazy?
over.
He's not a bad player.
No, he wasn't. He was an all-pro like 3 or 4 seasons ago. But when you quit in the middle of a game,
NFL GMs will take note.
I mean, you don't, in the same way that Shadur thought he was going to try to rewrite the pre-draft process, there's certain things you just don't push back against in the NFL. And when you do, you get blackballed. So.
Nelson Aguilar, free agent. Remember him? Eagles legend.
I tell you what, Nelson Aguilar, the one thing I gotta say about that guy, though, is Ravens legend.
It's just kind of weird how people fade out. Like, we just don't talk.
Yeah,
we're like, when did they stop
though,
getting contracts?
Guys like those, though, will find us, will latch on. Look, the guys are working at their local LA Fitness, working at their local Lifetime, working at their local Absolute Recomp. They'll be all right.
Raekwon Davis, I feel like I remember that name. Brandon Graham, edge for the Eagles, free agent. Did he retire?
He retired.
I was going to say, I thought he retired.
He tore his triceps or something.
And then came back in the Super Bowl, but then retired. So, yeah he's done.
Tyler Huntley, quarterback. No contract for him.
He's
like
a bad quarterback.
But I feel like he's like always a backup for somebody. He was a backup last for the Dolphins.
He'll find a spot.
Jamal Williams, running back that once led the NFL in touchdowns. So 2 years ago? Not in the NFL right now.
Mr. Zesty himself.
No, don't do that. He's a Naruto legend. A lot of kickers. Pretty much every.
You haven't heard some of them. Did you see some of those New Orleans Saint one-on-ones he did?
Yeah, he's cool. He's like the most liked player in the NFL. Jamal Williams.
Okay.
Tyus Bowser, I remember him. Cam Akers.
Dude, no one's signing Cam Akers.
Cameron Sutton, cornerback for the Steelers.
No.
None of these names.
No.
Gerald Everett, we know him.
What's he, like tight end 7?
Wow.
He was on the Bears last year. He sucks.
Shaq Thompson, Carlos Watkins. Those guys just sitting out there.
The Rams, I think, for a minute. I think it was with the Seahawks for a hot minute, too.
It's just crazy, these names. What about Sion Tatatakaki?
Okay, you've gone too far. Last segment coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Jets color analyst
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Depends on what she says.
Oh, no, I was just saying for us to talk about our last couple. Didn't mean for you to sexualize that comment, Frederick.
Oh, Mr. Bust. Mark that.
Mark that. What'd he say?
What are your thoughts on me and Jacob?
I love both of you.
Aw,
Like foster kids.
I watched a movie about foster children.
Yeah?
What movie was it?
It was actually a show, and it was you.
Did you finish the last season?
I mean...
Oh, wait, you've seen it?
Is it worth it?
Dude.
I got 2 episodes in with Shorty last night, and she's like, yeah, this show sucks now. They really went downhill.
Oh, no. No, okay, so I'll say this. I am very aware of the negative feedback because I had the same thought process.
Bro, season 4 ended really good, I think.
Season 4 is the best season. But season 5, because of the plot twist, season 5, the first 2 episodes, you get introduced to the new girl, and me, as well as Shorty, as well as the rest of the internet, don't love the new girl. And I bet you there's a 92% chance that's why she's saying it, because we all love a good side character, and it's usually Joe Goldberg's love interest.
Yeah.
And in season 5, it's like, really? That's what we picked for the final one? Because it's the final season. It's like, that's what we picked?
The final.
As far as her exterior, interior, like, even the girls, it's like, there's nothing really like her personality.
Yeah.
They're saying she looks like Lord Farquaad. So,
She's kind of a bad actor, too.
not a great actress, if you will.
Yeah.
But it's worth it.
But it's worth it. I'm telling you, the plot twist, I don't want to spoil it at all because that's all season 5 is. This plot twist, people coming back in. I don't want to spoil it. Very much worth it. The best season. Season 5 and first. Because episode 4, 5, and 6 are like a whole,
episodes?
they're like a whole season in themselves. Like, oh, wow, this is a lot going on because they have to wrap everything up. So all these things that's been happening, it's like, oh, comes to an end, this, that, and the other. Season 4, second place. Season 1, third place. Season 2 and 3, third place. But he's a foster child, so that's what it came up. Joe Goldberg, is he was put in the foster. He was
in real life or just in the show?
No, in the show.
They killed his dad.
Yeah,
he killed his dad.
Yeah. That's not that much of a spoiler. They showed that in the first season.
No,
he kills his dad. His mom
beat
puts
up
him
on
in
his
a
mom.
mom puts him in a boys and girls foster home.
Okay,
and then he
the rest is
resents her,
history.
And then when you see season 5, you're like, oh, wow, it all comes back together. This is why he's acted like this, because of his childhood, if you will. That's not really spoiling that.
Childhood trauma.
Yeah.
Serious people. Fix it.
Yeah. Fix it. If you learn nothing else from us, fix your childhood trauma.
Boy,
you don't want it to
say that
lead
again.
into your friendships, your relationships, your work life. Tolos, fatties.
Baggage you don't need.
Yeah, I just hope that whatever you're going through in your work life, whether you're doing delivery, whether you're driving a truck right now, whether you're
Pushing
at the
rhymes
house,
like weight.
pushing rhymes, whether you're, what's another job people do at night? Serving, maybe I don't think
Sex work. I mean, you asked.
You think they're listening with an AirPod on in the corner of Harry Hines?
Shout out to all my hookers and johns on Harry Hines. They're people too.
What do you think the most peculiar job that goes on is that someone's listening to us? Like someone who's listening to us that does a peculiar job, what do you think the most peculiar job is? I think all the jobs that we list are pretty standard.
Do we think there's any goons out there? Any assassins?
Don't say goons.
Gooners and goons.
Don't say goon.
When I say goon, I'm not referring to what you're referring to. So I just wonder if there's any like
Tolo Go members.
You know what do they call it? Like what was
Assassin's Creed?
No. Hitmen.
You think there's any hired guns listening to us?
Oh, I think there are. I absolutely do.
You thought like mobsters?
Active hired guns, like in the process of.
Here's my question. Here's my question. What kind of organized crime do we think there is in Dallas?
Wow.
Or in
How
the
about
DFW?
what kind of organized crime is there not in Dallas?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, what kind of organized crime do we think there is? Like, I mean, we know there's probably gangs. Do we think there's like mafia types?
Probably gangs.
Yeah, there's definitely mafia types.
No, I know there's gangs, but I'm saying, do we think there's mafia here in
yeah, there's
the
a lot of
DFW?
money here.
Probably, yeah.
There's a lot of money here in Dallas.
Okay, so that's my point.
Yeah,
I mean,
and you don't get a lot of money without someone controlling the money. We know this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But the mafia is not what it used to be.
What do we think?
Is what
Now,
I'm saying.
here's the better question. What do you think the name of the mafia and or gang is?
That's what I'm. That's.
Let's
You're picking up what I'm putting
we're
down.
doing the radio
so
show
my
for.
question, I can care less what they're called. My thing
care.
is, I want the enforcer, the guys that
There's a good one. The enforcers.
Okay, the gangs don't have
I would
like this
join
is
that
this isn't like a fantasy football team. Okay, all right, like this is life and death. These are real humans.
So you don't think they have a name? They just join the group. They got to have a
I
name.
want to say they're named after like a family.
Okay,
but that's what I'm saying. Like I don't see. That's what my point is. You got what?
Saint
the
Benedict's.
Bloods, the Crips,
The Davises.
boring.
Okay.
Teresa's.
Yeah,
the Benedicts.
You know what? I wish you would tell a Blood or a Crip to their face that their gang names are boring.
I said no. You just said gang. You just said Bloods, Crips. I said, what's their name of their gang?
Well, you said boring too.
Well, that's not the name of their gang.
You disparaged the gangsters.
You're not going to do that to me. You're not going to do that to me.
You pretty much did. You pretty much disparaged the Bloods and the Crips.
That's not what I said.
Bloods and the Crips, if you're listening, 877-881-1053.
My name is Fred Davis.
Do you feel like Blake just insulted your organization?
Which of us would have the best mafia last name? Like the Elliots, the Davises.
The Elliott sounds just fearing. I wouldn't want to come anywhere near the Elliott.
I would come.
When I think wow. Okay. All right. Mark that.
We know how Jacob feels about our game.
Feels about it. Okay. He's taking a different tack as to how he's going to assert his dominance. It's interesting.
I love how he knew where it was going. He just had to stop.
I see how you do guys. I see how you guys do things in Chicago. There's a lot of Polish gangs in Chicago, if I'm not mistaken.
Bajimski.
Yeah.
Brandon.
There you go.
You still haven't come up with one cool gang name.
I'll tell you what, because I could care less. I want to meet the gangsters themselves. I could care less what the name is.
What would the Dallas Cowboys gang name be?
I mean, I don't care what the name of the gang is. No one cares. I want to know the people that run the gang.
Well, we know who's in it. Dak.
Do we?
Who runs the Dallas Cowboys?
No,
gang?
I want to talk to a real live gangster.
I would say probably Tyler Booker now. Is he running the gang?
No.
You think your interaction earlier guy who runs a gang?
Who?
You think your interaction earlier, that guy might run a gang?
Who, George Pickens?
No. Earlier this afternoon?
Oh.
Devontae?
Oh. Not talking about Adams or Smith.
Oh, you mean in the neighborhood?
We got 6 minutes.
Yeah, you can tell the story. You said you were going to tell the story.
Oh my goodness.
It's a fitting time.
I'll tell you what a day today. So
cut to the chase, brother.
I'll tell you what, Fred's driving to work today and, got here a little bit early and wanted something to eat, had a hankering for a hamburger, but I'm burnt out. Well, I'm sorry, what? See, I don't need you adding your little ad libs, okay? I don't need your little quips or your ad libs to the story, all right?
You said you were hankering for meat.
No, I said I was hankering for a hamburger, all right? Let's get it straight.
Yeah, let's get it straight.
Yeah, let's get it straight. It's the theme of the show right today, okay? Keeping it straight. So, I'm driving down Oaklawn like I do every time I come to work.
As opposed to walking.
And as opposed to,
bicycling.
Freestyling down the street, okay?
So I think we should start biking more.
And so I should, right? All the way from Louisville. So I'm burnt out on Mickey D's, okay? Like you and I have decided we're burnt out on Mickey D's. So I Google burgers on the GPS and it says Mary's Hamburger, okay? I don't know anything about it other than it's got a 4.9 on Yelp and everything looks good.
I'm sure it did.
I didn't know that was in the neighborhood, okay? My man, Devontae, shout out, wearing pink booty shorts. And
is this like a work attire? Were they all dressed this way or just...
Yeah, what were the rest of the staff look
like?
Like a male Hooters?
He was the only one wearing...
Do you think he saw you walking up and said, I'll take him?
Well, he was the bartender.
You chose to sit at the bar.
No, I walked up to the bar with my menu because I didn't know what was going on when I'll be honest.
Are we hearing this? He was the bartender. Was the bar the only open seating?
You had an entire. I mean, the restaurant was open, but he's standing there. Okay. Now, mind you, when I walk in, I don't see the pink booty shorts until I walk up to the bar.
Wait, what? So he was standing there, but you didn't see the shorts, but he got behind the bar, and then you saw the shorts?
As I walked up to the bar, I can see.
Took a little peek.
What were your immediate thoughts walking up to the bar?
I was like, oh, okay, so everything's gay in the neighborhood. I'd never been to a gay burger joint. Okay? Like, everything's gay in the neighborhood.
You said he was the only guy dressed like that, though.
Yeah, that I saw. I mean, what do you think I did? What do you think I did? A restaurant inspection? I went there to get a frickin' hamburger, man. Okay?
You didn't check the back?
No.
To be the guy that's got to inspect that restaurant.
No, I didn't. Okay? I went there to get a hamburger. I didn't know what I was walking into. All right? So I walked in and I was like, look, man, I'm here to get a cheeseburger.
Are you scared? Look, man, I'm just here to get a cheeseburger. He's not going to attack you.
No, I didn't say he did. So he explained to me what burgers were good. I went with
his choice.
I don't remember what it was, like some cheeseburger with barbecue sauce. So I said, I'll sit outside, which I did. And Devontae was super friendly.
How so?
Yeah, elaborate.
What was it? Well, he told me what his work schedule was. He told me that he wasn't the cook that night, but he does throw down at home.
A wink in there? Or?
He shook my hand. He gave me dap. He tapped my shoulder.
Tapped?
I don't think it was a tap. I think it was more of a caress.
More of kind of, hey. And he was just very, very persistent, and yet.
What were your remarks all this time when he's saying stuff? Was it ha ha ha, I do radio, you should come listen, or okay, cool, bye?
I mean, I mentioned, he's like, so what do you do? I said, well, 105 through the fan. And he had no recollection or idea what 105 through the fan
was. I
was.
immediately throw in Jerry Jones or Cowboys very quickly after the fan for anybody who doesn't know. Oh, I've heard of Jerry Jones. I know the Cowboys.
Here's the thing. If I used to do that, but then people kind of placate you and are like, oh, yeah, I know that. No, you don't. Yeah. No, you don't. Because anybody in Dallas knows who Jerry Jones is. Yeah. All right.
Probably people outside of Dallas.
I was going to say, but whether you know who 105 through the fan is a different story, right?
Let us know if you're a real fan.
I was going to say, that lets me know if you're a real one or not. And so, yeah, I mean, it was just kind of, just a little banter back and forth. And again, I was just taken aback at his just sheer, I don't know, friendliness, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, is the best way I can put it.
And so is this your way of saying you'll be back?
Look, I wasn't aware of the gayborhood here in Dallas. And I'd never been to a gay burger joint. And I may
Would you say the burger was?
I may regret saying this. Best burger I've had since I've been in Dallas.
Safe to say Devontae will see you again.
It's possible.
We'll go together. We'll go to, I don't know if that.
Did it make the all-meat team, Dallas?
Oh, hands down, all meat.
I don't know if that's better if we go together.
I don't know if it would be either. Because at that point, but look, you know what? Maybe we should. Because maybe at that point, he'll devote more of his attention to you than me.
I'm going to walk in with a picture. I'm going to walk in with that shirt my girlfriend buys.
I mean, as long as we don't walk in holding hands, I think we'll be okay.
We're going to the gym tomorrow, right? Hooping?
Yeah, we'll go after, I got to go take my truck in at 2:30 and get it looked at. And then after we're done with that.
Well, there you go. Fan After Dark will have a live hoop session tomorrow.
10 seconds.
And we'll let you know how the hoop session went. 9 to midnight tomorrow. Do not forget, after Rangers postgame. Good night. God bless. Deuces.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our Time Experts commercial-free expressway at 720. With Sean and RJ, 1220 with KNC, and 520 with G-Bag. Right here on The Fan, on your smart speaker, and on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
At Kroger, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Kroger, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, or Pepsi. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
You'll be driving bolts and screws with ease. And when your work feels like sending a flying elbow from the top turnbuckle, the more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Take the HOV lane of the Fans commercial-free expressway and have some fun with Sean and RJ at 7:40 a.m. No tolls required because it's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Visit mbplano.com.
Attention, Dallas.
Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-famous Spearmint Rhino. Now serving free lunch at Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas. Join us at 10920 Pedal Street.
And enjoy the best in entertainment and hospitality.
Want to know who's performing?
Check out our live visual roll call at SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
See the entertainers before you even arrive.
Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com now.
Spearmint Rhino North Dallas, the sexiest place on earth.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan to get the latest on buying, selling, or refinancing your home. You can also listen to the show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
Don't let tree roots take over your pipes. Willard's got you covered with a $50 drain clearing attempt with free camera inspection. Phone the gnome now at 972-968-8888. Willard Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical.
The following program is pre-recorded.
You're listening to the KNC Midnight Snacks on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a shorter show today running 10 a.m. to noon, leading you into Rangers baseball. Go ahead and start giving us your Stars thoughts. Franklin Injury Attorney, text line 877-881-1053. I'm Kevin Hagelin. That is, oh man, Corey Majors. And we have the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, I have a question for you unrelated to hockey to start.
Yes, we will mail it in today.
What?
What?
Who do you think is responsible for this? Because it's under the safari of Eric Chiafalo, but it doesn't necessarily have to be him.
Elon.
How many syllables are in the word hours? That is the thing that is up on one of the tabs right now.
Hours. It's 2.
Incorrect.
Hours.
RS is not a syllable.
Hours. There it is. It's 2
hours.
Claps. Nope.
Hours.
Constipation. I don't know why I went with that word. It's got a lot of syllables. I didn't even get the claps right on that one either. Feels like 2, though. I'm going to go with feel, not facts.
Well, I thought this was going to be a hilarious thing about how did you not all look it up and how did they not know that? But instead, Corey's like, yeah, I'm team 2 syllables.
Dude, did you clap in kindergarten too? Is that when they were teaching that stuff? Was it the clap for you?
Okay. I don't remember that.
Passcode.
In kindergarten.
Yeah, okay, maybe it was 1st, 2nd grade. I don't know. I just remember and they were like, oh, and I didn't understand. I was like, what is she talking about? Because I was drawing on something.
Yeah,
I was like,
and that's why you don't know how many syllables are in the word hours, because you were drawing and not paying attention to the clapping.
I had kids, and then I was like, they were teaching me that. So,
Alec, did he just say he learned about syllables when he had kids?
Yes. I feel like he's learned about a lot of things since he had kids. Like that biology lesson we got the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Corey, can you go off on the entire Rangers team and talk about how much you hate them all so they can go off? Because Josh Young had himself a day. We will get to that in a little bit. And you know what? I really thought this was going to be a simple throwaway conversation. From the 817, it's 2 syllables, in my opinion. From the 972, it's 1 syllable. From the 956, S does not add a syllable, all right? So I guess keep giving us your thoughts about that. The answer is 1. It's 1 syllable.
Well, I think we need to go with the public on this. The public, the more their voice is heard, the more we can stand on their shoulders.
I feel like he learned nothing from the movie Idiocracy. All right, let's start it off because, my goodness, it is Mikko's world. We're just allowed to exist in it as well. Give me, you know what? I just threw it to you, but you can pick any number. Give me cut number 3 or whichever one you want.
Shot, save it, flew, score! What an effort by the Moose, who was loose in front. And from a prone position, he used that long arm to poke that one by Hellebuck, who was out of position, and Mikko Rantanen ties the game.
Is there 2 syllables in Mikko? Mikko, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Mikko.
Might be 3. Dude, how? Okay.
And I want to know more about your thoughts about syllables. I really do.
That's a podcast.
Okay.
How many of his goals were lucky last night? And I'm being serious about this. We know this game of hockey is a bounce here and there, changes things. And last night, there were people on X, Twitter, that were trying to be like, dude, whatever. And I was like, I don't know. There were a couple of lucky goals, I would say. But that one that we just played right there, he fought for that one. Like, that was a battle to make that one. I'll give him all the credit in the world on that.
I mean, the one probably I'd say was lucky, whereas I thought Rope is the one who scored. And then you go back and watch it, and you're like, oh, it was a deflection. I did not see that whatsoever. So I guess you would say that. And like, for the people who want to argue luck on like a certain goal here or there, I'm not here to argue against that whatsoever. But what he has put together now is just unfreaking believable. We could probably spend the entire segment just talking about things that Mikko has accomplished already in the playoffs, but I'm just going to give you 3.
Okay.
All right? This is the first natural hat trick in Stars playoff history. Natural hat trick is when not only do you get the hat trick, but you score 3 straight goals and no one is scoring.
In between?
Yeah. And so... natural hat trick.
His hat trick the other night, Wyatt Johnston scored one in between. That's unnatural.
Yes, gotcha. And by the way, if you missed the second period, I'm pretty sure you missed all the goals, right? All 5 of them, I'm pretty sure, were scored in the second period. And so there's that. First time it's ever been done in Stars playoff history. Then let's go to this. If you were watching the TV broadcast, it popped up during it. Back-to-back hat tricks in the playoffs in NHL history. 3 people have done it. Doug Bentley, I don't know who that is.
He's a singer. They were giving away tickets